Chapter 291. Wrath of the King. Stella charged toward the Lunarshade guards, but it was hard to focus. Headache aside, it was rather distracting to have the philosophy and teachings of the Supreme Nirvana finger technique forcefully passed down to her via the chorus of her ancestors. Humans fear scorpion tails and ant stings, so why wouldn't the gods fear the wrath of humankind's finger? It's not about the size of one's weapon but its capability to kill. Swords breed fear in the enemy, raising their guard. Nobody fears a finger. Through all the conflicting lessons shouted at her and the tingling feeling of the technique returning to her like an old trained muscle, Stella inferred that the Supreme Nirvana finger technique had multiple stages. Stage 1 was all about understanding Nirvana. From the visions and memories playing in her mind, it seemed that cultivators of this technique usually began by meditating on the concept of Nirvana, learning to detach from desires and emotions, which helps stabilize and purify their inner energy. As lofty as that sounds, this really means purging the body of heart demons and maintaining a clear mind while fighting, as the technique demands an immense amount of chi to be concentrated into a single point before striking. Stella mused. I have ashes truffles to purge my heart demons, the passive effect of my bloodline keeps me calm in battle, and my spirit roots are so pure that I can freely control the chi in my body with ease. Why do I feel like I am cheating sometimes? Having already completed stage 1, Stella focused on stage 2, the art of chi gathering. This was the main part of the technique and was quite simple. All she had to do was condense her chi into an extremely dense state in her finger, allowing explosive power to be channeled through minimal physical movement. When I killed the first guard, I rammed my finger all the way into his brain, but against weaklings like these, a simple tap should be enough. Deciding to test the technique on the fly, Stella calmly stepped within strike range of a Lunarshade cultivator at the forefront of the group rushing toward her. His face was red, twisted in rage, and he bared his teeth as he went for a wide swing. Die, you crazy bitch, he shouted as a white glow reminiscent of condensed moonlight covered his entire body and sword. He is being empowered by the moonlight but is only in the late stages of the soul fire realm, as I don't feel the pressure of a star core. This will be a good test of this technique's piercing power. Stella took a half step backward and leaned back so the sword harmlessly passed her over her chest. Straightening up with a grin, she reached forward and gently placed her index finger on the man's forehead as he tried to recover his stance from overswinging. Goodbye, Stella said. Wah! The man's eyes widened before Stella unleashed all the dense 6th stage star core chi she had condensed into a single point at her fingertip. The spot on his forehead rippled as the spatial chi pulsed out. Unable to resist the attack, the moonlight energy shrouding him dispersed in a wave, and his head exploded backward, showering the other cultivators in blood and cutting them with shards of flying bone. The headless corpse collapsed like a sack of potatoes at Stella's feet to the beat of the gong from the Holy Moon gambling house. The alarm was still ongoing, so it was up to the people hiding inside to either come out and fight or flee. Despite the easy victory, Stella frowned as she looked at her finger. I guess it works, but I could have achieved the same thing with a punch or sword swing for a tenth of the chi. Also, I have to direct all my chi to my fingertip, leaving the rest of the body less defended. I suppose this technique would be ideal for assassinating people or piercing someone's defenses, but against these weaklings, this is a real waste. Stella leapt backward to put some space between herself and the Lunarshade guards as her chi recovered. Now that she was further away, she realized another issue. Unlike a sword, a finger has no range. I had to get up close to use the technique, which was fine against these guards. But what if I was against a void cultivator? That would be far too risky. Stella sighed as she calmly gazed at the other Lunarshade guards, who were wide-eyed from the shock of seeing one of their own killed in such a brutal way. Their faces and white robes were stained red from the blast, and there was a carpet of blood between them and Stella. Unfortunately, she had run her mouth and promised to defeat everyone here with a single finger, so she would have to shed her tears over the wasted chi later and suck it up for now. Come at me, Stella said as if bored, beckoning them to come closer with her finger. The 5 cultivators all stared at her gesturing finger, which she had used to kill the last 2 and didn't dare step forward. Got cold feet. Fine. Let's make this quick and easy then. Stella used the Supreme Nirvana finger, drawing most of the chi in her body toward her index finger. Now, who should I target this time? Stella narrowed her eyes at the Lunarshade guards. In the middle of the group was an older-looking woman who was bald and had no eyebrows, which Stella found rather odd. She also seems to be the strongest left in the group as a first-stage star core, so I should eliminate her next. Once all of these people are dead, I will have fulfilled my promise to my ancestors and can go back to using my sword instead of this wasteful finger technique. Stella used spatial step to close the gap, but to her surprise, she was flung out of the technique early, stumbling before the bald woman instead of appearing behind like she had intended. Barely managing to catch her footing, she found herself surrounded and confused. What the hell happened? Stella wondered and searched for the answer by looking within. All of her chi was greedily consumed by the supreme nirvana finger technique, meaning there wasn't enough left over for a chi-intensive technique like spatial step. Having found the problem, Stella faced a more imminent threat. She was surrounded, and the bald woman staring her down was in the star core realm. Although a few stages below her, Stella's life was in danger as she had recklessly consumed all of her chi. Luckily, her bloodline kept her calm in such a situation, so she worked without hesitation to eliminate the strongest target. Armed with nothing but a death's touch, Stella moved her body to ram her finger into the woman's chest with the intent of blowing her heart to pieces. The bald woman answered her attack in kind by reaching up with her free hand and grabbing Stella's wrist, holding it an inch away from her robes. To Stella's surprise, she didn't have the strength to wrestle out of the woman's grip. You caught the other two by surprise, the woman mocked as she pushed Stella's hand away to a safe distance. But now that I know your trick, what will you do? This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Stella twisted her wrist and curled her finger so it touched the woman's wrist. I will do this. There was a moment of realization on the bald woman's face before Stella unleashed the stored up chi straight into her hand. A pulse of spatial chi erupted out, making the air ripple, washing away the bald woman's moonlight protection and obliterating her hand and part of her arm in a shower of blood. That should buy me some time. Stella shelved that thought as the bald woman was unfazed by her missing hand and used her other to swing her moonlight-wreathed sword downward. Oh shit. Stella managed to tilt her body to the side to avoid the blade from splitting her head open like an egg, but the sword came too fast to entirely avoid and bit into her shoulder. She hissed through gritted teeth as a sharp pain like no other informed her of the deep wound and broken shoulder bones. At this moment, Stella finally realized she had been blinded by arrogance. These opponents were indeed beneath her in terms of cultivation. But she had handicapped herself to bait her ancestors into giving her a technique she was undeserving of, that she had no experience using, and learning its limitations in actual combat. She dropped to one knee, as she didn't have enough chi within her body to resist the downward force of the bald woman's sword. She noticed the surrounding cultivators raising their hands, and after a flash of moonlight energy, her body was encased in ice. It burned her skin and made her want to scream. Stella. Ashlock's voice thundered in her mind. Tree. Help. Stella gasped out, muttering nonsense before your execution. The bald woman sneered as she raised the sword above her head. Her eyes were ice cold, and Stella noticed the woman's hand rapidly regrowing from the moonlight. I will bring your head to the Lord so he may claim your bounty. No, I don't want to die. Stella's eyes widened as she pushed as much chi as she could muster into her earrings. The woman glaring down at her briefly faltered under Stella's gaze, which is what she had hoped for. However, due to the earrings, activation, the calmness of her bloodline faded alongside the whispers, as she had gone against her promise of only using her finger. Perhaps as punishment, she now had a pounding headache reminiscent of the backlash she suffered from overusing her ability at the alchemy tournament. Movement techniques are fine, but outside help from an artifact seems to have angered my ancestors. I guess they dislike borrowing power from someone else. Stella frowned. She had not only shamed herself but also her bloodline, which she didn't think would bother her, but weirdly, it did. A sudden wrathful pressure blanketed the area, carried by a howling wind that made all the Lunarshade guards stumble back and cover their faces. Meanwhile, Stella could only look up as a crack appeared in the sky and the wind rustled her hair. For a moment, she thought it was her ancestors deciding to smite her down, but to her relief, her opponents had angered an evil god. Looks like my carelessness has made Tree angry. Stella smiled wearily through the pain and felt rather pathetic having to be saved by her dad while fighting such weak opponents, but it would be a lie to say she wasn't relieved. What is happening? The bald woman shouted to her subordinates as she blinked away the madness and ignored Stella in favor of watching the sky being torn apart into a colossal rift. We don't know, one of the other cultivators replied. Contact the Grand Elder. Another shouted. Tell him his son is about to be attacked by an unknown powerhouse. By who, though? A third one shouted. You heard a princess, Stella muttered over the chaotic wind, so now you face the king. The bald woman glared at her, unable to get close due to the wind, still uttering such delusions, you crazy drunk. She pointed to the sky and screamed over the howling wind, That's the power of a nascent soul realm or even a monarch realm cultivator, not some fake king of your unknown Ashfallen sect. I know the name and powers of every reported nascent soul realm cultivator, and none of them can open such a rift. How can you look so smug? You are going to die alongside the rest of us. Stella looked up at the rift with a warm smile as her hair was tossed about in the wind. I wouldn't be so sure. Oh yeah, I will cut you down myself then. Threatening me in this situation is a bad idea, Stella said simply, angering the woman further. What nonsense. A shadow loomed overhead, followed by the entire ground trembling as the bald woman was pulverized under a fist of black wood. Stella grinned at the towering ant of black wood, which looked down at her with two burning eyes of lilac flames. Thank you, Titus. Monster. One of the Lunarshade guards dropped his sword and turned to run. A smaller portal appeared behind him, and a black vine ending in a giant spike shot out and impaled him. He let out a loud gasp as the air escaped his lungs and was then dragged away back to Red Vine Peak. The other guards met a similar fate, including the ones Diana was battling with. In a mere moment, Ash had come in and wiped the battlefield clean. Stella sighed in relief. Phew, that was almost bad. Are you all right, Stella? Ash asked in a panic. Just hold on. I am sending more help. What? Stella shouted in surprise. The battle was over. There's no need. Alas, her overprotective dad wouldn't listen to her. The ground trembled again as ENTs began raining from the sky and surrounded her. Saul kneeled before her, fished out multiple wisps of light, and pressed them into her body to heal her wounds. Tree, this is embarrassing, Stella grumbled as Titus channeled spatial chi into her body, and Zeus carefully used his lightning to melt away the ice encasing her body. This is the least I can do. They dared to hurt you, so now I will kill them all, Ash replied nonchalantly. But it was my fault. Stella sighed. I was also the one brutally killing them in the first place. Stella, there is only one thing I care about in this world. Those under the Ashfallen sect. Let me show these moon-loving bastards what this false king can do when they hurt one of my own. He is serious. Stella gulped. This was the most angry she had ever heard him. The doors to the Holy Moon gambling house swung open, and a giant bald-headed man with pupilless eyes adorned in an extravagant bathrobe, assisted in walking by a group of beautiful cultivators, stepped outside and glared up at the rift overhead. Who dares slaughter my guards? The man bellowed to the sky, his voice carried by chi. Is that Albus Lunarshade? Ash asked. Stella shook her head. No. No. Ash questioned while barely holding back his rage. Stella summoned her sword to her hand and rolled her shoulders. Thanks to Titus, she was now filled with enough chi to fight. She turned on her heel and used spatial step to catch up to a fleeing Seth. Seth turned in time to meet her sword with his own in a shower of sparks. After the brief exchange, they parted. How did you know? Seth asked as the wind from Ashlock's pressure made his hood fly back, revealing a bald head. Where do I even begin? You knew far too much about Albus Lunarshade for an Iron Seeker bounty hunter. The robes barely managed to hide your broad figure, and weirdly, the bald woman guard knew about me and my bounty as if she had been warned beforehand, which only you should have known about. However, most importantly, Stella pointed her sword to the moon. Even though you haven't revealed your soul flames once, I noticed you grew in strength and speed once the moon appeared. From all of this, I deduced you are Albus Lunarshade, which means the fat bastard that just came out of the pavilion must be your father, the Grand Elder of House Lunarshade. Albus Lunarshade removed his mask to reveal his hairless face and pupilless eyes, which made Stella shiver a little at how soulless and creepy he looked. Evelyn had to endure this person for so many years. No wonder she hates Nox with a burning passion. Smart girl, Albus said with a shark-like grin. After hearing the Lotus informant we pay off shout out your name, I had hoped to claim your high bounty for myself without getting my father involved. But now that you have killed his guards and insulted him, I fear this has escalated beyond my original intentions. It was nice knowing you, but there is no hope for you to leave this place alive. He speaks as if he will survive after angering Tree. Stella shook her head. What a foolish man. Bold words for a family about to face extinction. Albus raised a hairless brow at her bold words, but his smile soon faded as a second pressure descended upon the battlefield, and the sky darkened even further. The stars and moonlight vanished under a sprawling cloud of silver ash originating from the rift. At Nobleban at. Stella smiled as the guardian beast of the Ashfallen sect graced the battlefield with his presence, and the cloud began to condense into the shape of a spider that loomed overhead. What in the 9 realms is that? Albus muttered in disbelief. Stella kept quiet, enjoying his confusion as His Highness King Larry, the herald of the divine ash, descended to eliminate those who stood in his master's way. Tonight, there would be a slaughter. Chapter 292. Avatar of Moonlight. As a tree spread across 1,000 miles, the little things no longer bothered Ashlock. It took a lot for him to feel anything and stir his fading humanity into action, let alone explode with rage. But it had happened. A group of pathetic weaklings had taken advantage of his adopted daughter's recklessness and pushed her to the brink of death. If not for his interference, Stella would have died such an easily preventable death. Just the thought of these moon-loving bastards taking the thing he cared about the most in this world from him made him seethe with rage. Uncaring of controlling himself, his peak star core flared up like a god's furnace, turning Red Vine Peak into a beacon of lilac soul flames reaching for the heavens. The mountain range glowed with power as spatial chi surged down his ethereal roots like a dam spillway toward the tainted cloud sect in the east. Sensing their father's rage, every demonic tree for 1,000 miles copied their progenitor by igniting their leaves with soul flames and pouring their chi into the network. Millions of birds fled to the skies in terror, and a chorus of monstrous roars to the moon spread across the continent. In Ashfallen and Darklight cities, the mortals were gathered in their thousands out in the streets, confused at what was happening, while some pointed toward Red Vine Peak. Darklight City and the mountain range were lit up with orange soul fire, but much of Ashfallen City was shrouded in darkness due to Nox, who was also aflame with shadow soul flames. Under her canopy of darkness, Jasmine was huddling with her mom. "Nox, what's happening?" Jasmine asked, tears in her eyes. Did something bad happen? The Shadow Dryad, which had taken on a more human appearance than before, looked into the distance and spoke using chi. "Someone has managed to anger the one being in this realm they should not." Nox turned her head and locked eyes with Jasmine. "Whoever it is, I pity them. They have not only earned his ire but will now face the full wrath of Ashfallen. I can feel it through the roots, the realm trembles from his anger." Ashlock was uncaring of his unrestrained fury's effect on the continent, as his focus was above Nightshade City. Since the bounty mission had turned into a full-out war with the strongest family in the Tainted Cloud sect, he had no plans to hold back. Having blanketed the area in his pressure through his roots, he was surprised that it seemed to carry wind affinity, likely due to his unformed inner world. The cat was out of the bag, and the Grand Elder of the Lunarshade family had already taken center stage. If Ashlock wanted to win, holding back even a little would guarantee a loss. "Who are you people?" Grand Elder Lunarshade bellowed again, his chi-infused voice shattering every window down the street and making Stella wince. "Tell me, Albus, my son. Who have you foolishly led to our doorstep this time?" Despite being stared down by a storm made of divine ash emerging from a colossal rift in the sky and Ashlock's tallest ents Titus and Zeus, the Lunarshade Grand Elder seemed mostly unfazed. An arrogance that was expected from a man who believed he was the strongest in the region at the 6th stage of the nascent soul realm. "Father," Albus took a respectful knee, "before you as the supposed princess of the Ashfallen sect. An unknown powerhouse that recently became known through a bounty placed on Stella here by Nox Duskwalker." Albus raised his head and grinned, "Seeing that the bounty was placed by my ex-fiancée who dared to run away from me, I naturally took an interest in her." "I see." The towering man who stood only a head shorter than the Skyrens rubbed his hairless chin. He seemed totally hairless, and having fully white eyes without pupils was the defining feature of this family of freaks. "Well, come over here. It's dangerous for you." His eyes narrowed at the Ents and Larry in the sky. "These people aren't to be trifled with." Albus stood to his full height and brushed the dust off his cloak. "As you wish, father." He gave Stella, surrounded by the Ents, a light smile and strode confidently toward his father. There was no hint of fear in either of their eyes, something Ashlock planned to change. Sending a quick message to Ashfallen's executioner, Ashlock allowed Albus to enjoy his last walk in the realm of the living undisturbed. Titus and Zeus slowly swiveled their heads as they watched him confidently walk toward his father. "Father, I have returned." Albus gave the Grand Elder a light bow as he stood before the man at the bottom of a dozen well-maintained stone steps. The giant man gave his son a grin. "Very good. Now," Ashlock said simply. Upon his orders, Chaos, the Reaper of Ashfallen, silently emerged from the void behind Albus. It was a 2-meter-tall creature similar to a wendigo, with long, spindly limbs ending in claws that might as well be swords and deer antler-style horns growing from its head. The Grand Elder's eyes widened, and his entourage of beauties made hesitant steps back toward the building behind them. "What's wrong, father?" Albus asked. Confused after not receiving an answer, he turned around as he likely sensed nothing with his spiritual sense and came face to face with his death. Chaos burrowed a void-coated claw straight into his chest and pulled free his still-beating heart. Fear, the emotion Ashlock had anticipated, finally appeared in the man's eyes. That's my. Albus gasped as he tried to reach for his still-beating heart, but his hand fell limp. Heart. He collapsed at Chaos's feet. The unfazed Ent, honoring its master's orders, crushed the heart over Albus's dead body, making blood stain his robes and bald head. Good, Ashlock said, his rage only slightly sated by the gruesome death of the one who had orchestrated this trap for Stella. Now, test the Grand Elder's defenses. Chaos silently returned to the void, reappearing behind the Lunarshade Grand Elder a second later with void-wrathed claws as instructed. Since there was more than an entire realm difference between the two, Ashlock didn't expect this to be enough to kill the man, even with the usual strengths of void affinity. Let's see if that arrogance of yours is deserved, Ashlock muttered as Chaos rammed its claws into the Grand Elder's back. The Grand Elder was unfazed. Gentle wisps of moonlight that coated his skin warded off the void as if it were an impenetrable wall. Switching tactics, the Ent tried slashing and clawing at him, but the Grand Elder ignored the attacks. His pupilless gaze was locked onto his dead son at the foot of the stairs, who lay on the ground with his hand outstretched as if reaching for salvation. Do you have any idea? The Grand Elder slowly looked up at the moon, which dominated much of the sky despite the rifts in Larry's divine ash. What you have just done. Sensing this wasn't working, Ashlock said quickly, Chaos, get out of there. The Ent vanished into the void, but to Ashlock's surprise, the Grand Elder raised his moonlight-wreathed hand and used some form of telekinesis to drag Chaos back to reality. He held Chaos by the neck with an iron-like grip as no matter how much the Ent struggled, it couldn't break free. Only one person has the right to kill my son, the Grand Elder pointed his finger to the moon, and Ashlock noticed the celestial object glow a brighter, and that would be me. The Ents were disposable in the grand scheme of things, but Chaos was one of the most useful Ents in his collection, so Ashlock quickly shouted to the Guardian of Ashfallen, Larry, go. Stop him. Perish before the moon and let it free you of sin. The Grand Elder said before Ashlock could finish. A beam of concentrated moonlight pierced the sky and bathed Chaos in its wrath. The Ent uttered a silent scream as it evaporated into black smoke. The beam vanished as quickly as it came, and the Grand Elder dropped his now empty hand to his side. Chaos was nowhere to be seen, and the stone below the man's feet had become ice. Just like that, in a mere second, the Reaper of Ashfallen was gone. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. Ashlock didn't hesitate. He quickly created portals and pulled a bewildered Stella and Diana to the safety of Red Vine Peak with his vines. Holy shit. If that moonbeam attack had been aimed at Stella or Diana, they would have died before I could even react, as it came instantly without warning. Ashlock wasn't that familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of lunar affinity and the capabilities of a Nasset's soul realm cultivator. Hence, he used chaos to test those limits, which turned out to be greater than anticipated. The Grand Elder easily resisted void attacks and straight up pulled chaos out of the void, which was beyond expectations. Having annihilated his son's murderer, Ashlock noticed the Grand Elder's milky eyes shift to the sky at the giant ash spider descending toward him. Stepping forward, moonlight began to gather around his body, and the ground around him froze over and cracked from the pressure. Hang back for now, Larry. I know you are immortal so long as some of your ash remains, but this person is powerful, Ashlock said, then instructed Titus, Zeus, and Saul to attack. No matter a cultivator's strength, they are beatable once they run out of chi. I should use my ents to weaken him before Larry goes in for the kill. Clouds crackling with golden lightning began to gather in the skies, and the night briefly turned to day as Saul shot multiple light beams at the Lunarshade Grand Elder. Flashes of lightning and roaring thunder soon followed as Zeus pointed his finger at the Grand Elder. All the attacks landed, with the light beams having a noticeable impact as they ate away through a few layers of moonlight. But never so much as singed the man's bathrobe. Titus strode forward, and with spatial flame-wreathed fists, he swung down both hands to pulverize the Grand Elder. Do not mock me, the Grand Elder answered Titus with a flick of his finger, sending a wave of force up through Titus's arms, shattering them in a shower of black wood that rained down and causing the Titan of wood to stumble back and collapse onto a group of nearby houses. The Grand Elder then vanished and reappeared before Zeus, planting his hand on its leg, the ent instantly flash frozen into a statue of ice. Then, with a flick, the towering ent reminiscent of a marble statue exploded backward as chunks of ice, obliterating an entire line of houses and anyone within them. Ashlock took the brief moment that the Grand Elder was distracted to pull Saul and what was left of Titus away from the fight and reassess the situation. He felt like he was playing a game of chess where the repercussion for failure was death. If he could, retreat would be the best option. But there was no way this nascent soul realm cultivator would let the murder of his son rest, and he now knew the name of the people behind it. Fighting here and now while the Grand Elder knew little about Ashfallen's capabilities and was far from Ashlock's trunk was for the best. So far, the Lunarshade Grand Elder has displayed teleportation and telekinesis, both spatial-type techniques, and he can even drag things from the void. His moonlight beam is similar to a powerful light attack, but it froze the ground, so lunar affinity likely also carries the Tao of ice. Ashlock quickly summarized, Soul's light attacks so far have shown the most damage, so light is likely his weakness, but Saul is too weak and unfocused on combat to make much of an impact on his own. Ashlock had paid for this lesson by sacrificing Chaos and Zeus so far, but he had gotten the Grand Elder to show some of his moves and secured the 10,000 Yingxi coin bounty by dragging Albus's corpse away when the Grand Elder wasn't looking. Right now, my trump card is Larry, who should be in the upper stages of the nascent soul realm. Ashlock glanced at the living storm of divine ash in the shape of a spider looming in the sky. But that might not be enough. If only the Grand Elder was near one of my trees, I could unleash my full potential as a near-nascent soul realm cultivator and help. Wait. It was risky, but he had just devised a plan, an insane one with a low chance of success, but it was better than no plan at all. Grand Elder Lunarshade felt his blood boiling with rage beneath his cold, calm facade. His spiritual sense was spread across the entire city, but he couldn't locate the spatial cultivator coordinating this attack from the shadows. Where the fuck is that bastard hiding? Such a display of chi should have a focal point somewhere nearby, but according to my spiritual senses, the entire city is bathed in spatial chi right now, which doesn't make any sense. The Grand Elder looked up at the living storm. That monster is also concerning. Is it made from mystic chi, or does this Ashfallen sect have a divine beast on its side? Either way, it didn't matter. It needed to be defeated while he had the advantage of fighting under a full moon, and then he could track down and destroy this Ashfallen sect. Taking a deep breath to calm himself and feel the flow of lunar chi surging through his body, he knew he would have to use a technique that would wipe out months, if not an entire year, of his cultivation progress. But to avenge his favorite heir and squash this upstart sect that seemed to think he was trivial to bully, he would go all out. Soul manifestation, he said as he activated the technique that let nascent soul cultivators use their infant souls to fight. His infant soul expanded outward, and soon, an avatar of moonlight surrounded him like a giant suit of armor. The air around him turned to snow that drifted in the howling winds from that spatial cultivator's pressure. Let's get this over with quickly, the Grand Elder thought. Fights between high-level cultivators were very chi-intensive, so extended fights were ill-advised as gathering chi became harder as one advanced, slowing down progression through the stages. As a nascent soul cultivator, he could fly without assistance, so he floated up to meet the spider as a titan of moonlight with the plan to pulverize it in one punch. The spider glared at him with blood-red eyes under a crown of horns with a halo of ash swirling around it. The halo began to spin faster, and the Grand Elder felt a tremendous pressure weigh down on him equal to his own. A sixth stage as well. The Grand Elder frowned. This is going to be harder than I hoped. You hurt the princess and angered my master, the spider roared in an almost indecipherable accent, but the Grand Elder recognized it as the ancient runic language. For that, I will slaughter you and then your entire bloodline. It can speak. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth. How dare an arrogant creature from some startup sect ignorant of the world threaten my bloodline, which I have spent millennia building into a powerhouse of the region. Not only had they so ruthlessly killed the most prized heir of the Lunarshade family, whom he had spent far too many resources and time into raising, but now they uttered such threats after he had unleashed a year's worth of cultivation to manifest his soul. The Grand Elder reeled back his avatar's fist and planted it in the spider's face, but it felt like punching a gathering of flies. Is this similar to a Tao storm rather than a living monster? He wondered. The monster opened its maw and devoured his fist. What is that going to do? The Grand Elder sneered, but then his face fell as he saw his avatar's fist, which could destroy cities or swat powerhouses out of the sky, crumble to silver dust that blew away in the winds and joined the snowfall. The decay then rapidly spread down the rest of his arm, crumbling it to dust. That arm alone wasn't just a year or two of gathered chi but rather a century at least. I thought this monster had an affinity for ash, but is it actually a bringer of decay? All the blood left his face as he panicked and withdrew his avatar's arm. Thankfully, Once out of the monster's mouth, it stopped decaying, leaving him with a single arm. At Nobleman at. The spider dove down at him, obviously intent on devouring his real body rather than his avatar. It came faster than expected, and its maw dwarfed him. Gritting his teeth, the Grand Elder poured out lunar chi into the surroundings, creating a bubble of moonlight, but it wouldn't hold for long. Innumerable ash spiders poured out of the divine spider's maw from other dimensions and surrounded his bubble. He needed to think of a solution quickly. Luckily, he had dealt with Dao storms in the past and knew the best way to deal with them. Their scattered bodies were both a strength and a fatal weakness. He channeled the moon's power and unleashed his control over gravity and tides to tear the spider-shaped storm apart. The divine spider howled as the millions of ash spiders were expelled, and its body was forced apart, but he wasn't done. Harnessing the cold of the moon, a wave of ice chi shot from his avatar's hands. The flecks of silver ash that made up the spider decayed the frost but were consumed in the process, forcing the spider to retreat to a safer distance, giving him some breathing room. Most importantly, forcing the spider apart gave the Grand Elder a clear view of the moon, empowering him more. You like that? The Grand Elder hissed through his teeth as the spider retreated but couldn't flee due to his gravity. It's always fun to crush incompetent bugs like you. Though, I wonder how the supposed master of this weakling will compare. He grinned from ear to ear. Once I have killed you both, I wonder how that princess tastes. The Grand Elder stopped laughing as his spiritual sense detected a focal point of spatial chi coming from above. Has the spatial cultivator finally made their appearance? He glanced up to see the silver ash storm part and a black rock in the shape of a large ship surrounded by a shield of spatial chi emerge. Huh. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and noticed the demonic tree growing on the rock wreathed in lilac flames, which was the source of the immense pressure and spatial chi. A flying tree. Moving his avatar's arms, he tried to stop it, but some weird plants growing from its side shot out spatial explosions that blew his arm out of the way. Oh, he didn't even have time to react as the ship slammed him to the ground. While pinned to the ground with the ship on top of him, the Grand Elder felt something invade his consciousness. A white fog appeared alongside visions that he easily ignored. However, he couldn't stop a tree of twisted black wood that bloomed in his mind, and its trunk split to reveal an eye. A mental attack. No. Is this telepathy? Who are you? The Grand Elder asked the spirit tree in his consciousness. It seemed his family had earned the wrath of a rather unique being. The one who will bring ruin to the Lunarshade family. A chorus of 100 voices echoed in his mind. Your death will appease me and fuel my ascension, so be glad. So you are the master behind the Ashfallen sect, the Grand Elder grinned, the pleasure is all mine. Chapter 293. Drums of War. The plan had worked. Ashlock realized that to have a chance of contending with the Lunarshade Grand Elder, he would need to fight the man with his full power through his S-rank skill Progeny Dominion. So, using it on Willow's Bastion back at Red Vine Peak, the next issue was getting the Bastion close enough to the Grand Elder without it being destroyed. Since Bastions weren't that fast, even over his roots, Ashlock needed to give the Grand Elder as little time as possible to react to its arrival. The solution he devised was to have Larry obscure its arrival through the rift by dominating the sky with his body and drawing the man's focus. Willow was ablaze with spatial flames as Ashlock channeled every last drop of chi he could muster into the Bastion's core. The shield surrounding the ship was so thick it looked like a bubble of lilac liquid, and 3 times more artillery flowers were blooming from the cracks than usual. They were also notably larger as they all swiveled to aim at the pinned Grand Elder. Having activated Consuming Abyss ahead of time, the surface of the bastion was already covered in a void lake and a squirming mass of tendrils and thorn-covered vines dripping with digestive fluid. Ashlock had no delusions that a lump of rock with some star core level capabilities would be enough to hold the Grand Elder down for a long time, so to buy a few more seconds, he cast Abyssal Whispers first. His mental defenses couldn't resist my entry. Ashlock had expected to bounce off the Grand Elder's consciousness due to the vast gap in cultivation, but for whatever reason, he could weasel his way inside. Trying to fight for control in a nascent soul realm cultivator's own consciousness proved a somewhat fruitless endeavor, as expected, but he did manage to say a few sentences before being forced out. Happy that the seed had been planted in the Grand Elder's mind and could be called upon later in the fight, Ashlock proceeded to the next part of his plan: devour the Grand Elder alive. With Larry overhead reforming his body and once again blocking out most of the moonlight, the Grand Elder pinned under the bastion was weakened slightly. Ashlock's star core fragment within Willow then began to pulse out with intentional frequency as he used the spatial lock technique they had stolen from the Azurcrest family to block the Grand Elder from using teleportation to escape his carefully laid trap. Trying to keep me here. The Grand Elder sneered as he caught onto Ashlock's plan. He maneuvered his infant soul avatar's remaining hand and hammered away at the spatial shield surrounding the bastion. Ripples spread across the dense shield as Ashlock felt an immense pull on his chi reserves to keep the shield intact under such an assault. Thankfully, if there was one thing Ashlock had to spare, it was chi. This is going to be a battle of attrition, Ashlock mused as he sent forth hundreds of void tendrils and vines through the bastion's shield to coil down the avatar's arm like snakes. The one who runs out of chi first loses, and if we were to compare the size of our chi pools, yours is a vast lake of moonlight while mine is an ocean of spatial chaos. I'm sorry, Grand Elder, but your loss is only a matter of time. Unaware of his musing, the Grand Elder screamed in pain as the void devoured his avatar. Chaos hadn't made much of a dent into the Grand Elder's defenses earlier, but that was an illusion of sorts. Every attack Chaos inflicted stripped away a layer of the Grand Elder's defenses, but the chi surrounding his body was so dense it gave the illusion that he was untouchable. Ashlock muttered as he enjoyed the Grand Elder's screams. He acted unfazed but actually had his guard up the entire time and was hiding his strength. What a sly bastard. Ashlock's void tendrils were also of the 9th stage rather than the 4th, and instead of a few void-coated claws, he had hundreds of tendrils that he was expending sacrificial credits to empower. But the hefty cost was fine because the Grand Elder's 6th stage nascent soul tasted divine. Plus 100 SC. Plus 130 SC. Plus 122 SC. System notifications flashed through his mind as he devoured the Grand Elder's avatar. His avatar also seems weaker than his main body, likely due to its inflated size, making it weaker to defense-piercing attacks like void tendrils. Ashlock's thoughts paused when he noticed his sacrificial credits in the corner of his eye start rapidly depleting faster than before despite the inflow from devouring the Grand Elder's infant soul. Shit, what is he doing? There was so much chi flying around, and the Grand Elder was constantly moving his avatar about, trying to tear away from the vines and tendrils wrapped around his arm, so it was hard to find why his sacrificial credits were suddenly depleting. Looking closer, Ashlock noticed the digestive fluids coating his vines, which were tightly coiling around the avatar's arms, beginning to freeze. His vines were also moving slower as they became stuck together by the ice. While his vines only needed nutrients and chi to operate, the void tendrils eating away at the ice to try to continue devouring the lunar chi that made up the avatar required him to expend sacrificial credits every minute. Void chi worked on the law of mutual destruction, similar to antimatter. 1. Atom. A void chi would destroy one atom of any other chi type, consuming itself in the process. When fighting stronger enemies or trying to pierce the defenses of an earth cultivator, for example, it was worth the high cost. Yet void chi would be quickly overwhelmed when faced with an easy to cultivate affinity with a high volume like water. Unwilling to be drained of all his hard-earned sacrificial credits, Ashlock needed someone else to help him quickly break through the avatar of lunar chi to reach the Grand Elder's main body. Larry. Ashlock called on his most powerful summon's help. The floating spider-shaped storm of silver ash that was blocking out the moon and staring down at the fight with 8 orbs of red light serving as eyes and suppressing the Grand Elder with his rapidly spinning halo of ash turned his head toward Willow. What do you command, my master? Larry asked, his voice thundering through the city. Should I turn him to dust? If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Yes. Larry condensed into a smaller form and dove down at the Grand Elder. His maw opened, and a sea of ash spiders poured out. Larry then used his silver ash to decay the thick ice encasing the vines and tendrils while the spiders poured in through the gaps into the lunar chi. Most perished instantly, but their corpses floated around in the lunar chi avatar, corrupting it with ash. Ashlock was surprised by how furious Larry had sounded and acted. Only then did he realize it wasn't just Larry who was angry. The root network was overwhelmed with the rage of every demonic tree across the land. He usually tuned out the emotions of his offspring, as the feelings of entire forests flowing into his mind were a quick path to madness. But since his mental blocks had loosened due to his hyper-focus on the situation in Nightshade City, he hadn't realized how much the emotions of his offspring had been feeding back into him. I need to calm down. Ashlock knew such strong emotions would cloud his judgment, and having every demonic tree ablaze with rage was bound to cause issues and attract unwanted attention. On that thought, something dawned on him. Wait, didn't I link up with a demonic tree inside the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion? Quickly switching his view through his roots, he emerged near the demonic tree in the central square of the Crimson Tracker area. Sure enough, the veins of its leaves were glowing with colorless untamed chi and had attracted quite a crowd of confused Crimson Trackers. The doors to the pavilion off to the side opened, and a Lotus informant strode out with a jade tablet in her hand and a concerned look. Everyone, stand back, the Lotus informant demanded, and the black-robed bounty hunters stepped aside to let her pass. This tree is now under investigation, so please leave this to us. Does this have anything to do with the fight occurring outside? A cloaked bounty hunter asked. I cannot disclose such information without a payment in Yingxi coins. I'll pay. Just put it on my tab. A tall black-robed bounty hunter stepped forward and handed the Lotus informant their pendant from the folds of their cloak. The clearly annoyed Lotus informant took the pendant, but seeing something on it made her eyes widen. Handing it back to the person with a newfound respect, she gave a small bow. Yes, we suspect the tree has a role in the battle occurring beyond the pavilion's defensive formations. Do you know who is fighting? Another asked. The Lotus informant glanced at the tall person as if asking if they really wanted to throw thousands of Yingxi coins away for a Q&A session. After receiving a casual nod from the person, she answered, yes, we believe it's an outside powerhouse known as the Ashfallen sect. They are fighting the Lunarshade family in an all-out war. That information caused the crowd to grow restless as they began discussing among themselves. A few smaller groups of the crowd broke off and rushed elsewhere. Meanwhile, Ashlock was starting to realize just how big of a deal fighting the Lunarshade family was. I knew fighting a war on the doorstep of a realm-spanning information guild was a bad idea, but the fact they have gathered so much intel so fast is concerning. It's not like I am listening to an emergency meeting between the top brass. This is a random Lotus informant in the Crimson Tracker area selling live information to a crowd of bounty hunters. Has the Celestial Warden said anything yet? The tall person inquired. The Lotus informant's eyes narrowed. Even you don't have the funds to pry into the Celestial Warden's affairs. Bullshit. The person laughed. That's as good as admitting he has placed a hush order on this whole affair, as I have bought trivial information regarding the Celestial Warden before. But his intentions are easy to read now that I have confirmed this fact. The person turned to face the crowd. I found it strange that no bounties were placed on the attackers when they started causing destruction to Nightshade City. Damage to the roads and death of mortals is bad for business, you know. The Lotus informant frowned but remained tight-lipped. The Celestial Warden wants to sit back and watch the Lunarshade family be wiped out, doesn't he? That caused an explosion of discussion between the bounty hunters. They didn't even use chi to hide their voices as they asked one another about the Ashfallen sect and what would happen if the Lunarshades, who had remained dominant in the region for a long time, fell. Now I dislike the Lunarshades just as much as all of you. The tall person began to walk toward the pavilion, but having the tainted cloud sect's strength reduced with a beast tied on the way by an outsider leaves a sour taste in my mouth. During the conversation, Ashlock split his focus between the fight and learning more about the situation within the pavilion. Neither looked too good. The ice was proving an issue to get through as much like the void. Larry's silver ash that caused decay was a bad match against such an easy-to-repair defense. Meanwhile, this discussion in the pavilion was deeply concerning. What are they planning to do? Ashlock wondered as he saw the rich person vanish into the pavilion but was soon answered when everyone brought out their pendants. Looking over someone's shoulder, Ashlock read what appeared in golden letters on its back. Mission. Protect the Lunarshade Grand Elder from the Ashfallen sect until sunrise. Mission's estimated threat level. Nascent soul unverified. Bounty. 5,000 Yingxi coins per participant with a meaningful contribution upon completing the mission. The mission is commissioned by the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild and will take place in Nightshade City. For more information, consult a Lotus informant. Ashlock read the mission's description intently as an equal amount of fear and dread overcame him. Clearly, this very wealthy alchemy guild throwing around Yingxi coins like they are free is displeased at the idea of their largest client being wiped out, Ashlock concluded. But isn't this good news? The Celestial Warden, who is the only person I feel threatened by, seems uninterested in making a move against me until the Lunarshade Grand Elder is killed. To the point that an outside entity felt the need to use their own funds to get the bounty hunters to spring into action. As he finished his thoughts, the bounty hunters had also finished reading the new mission, and from their mad dash toward the exit, the 5,000 Yingxi coins were too good to give up. Which was a bit of a problem. Ashlock's spatial shield around the bastion was already maxed out defending against the Grand Elder's attacks, and Larry couldn't get distracted having to hold off a horde of greedy bounty hunters. So Ashlock quickly created a portal beside Willow that led to Red Vine Peak and another to the Duskwalker residence. You aren't the only fuckers that can call on an army, you know. Ashlock had the Grand Elder pinned down, and the two were in a stalemate, so he was less worried about the Grand Elder striking down his allies with a stray moonbeam compared to earlier. Switching to Red Vine Peak, he found Stella panicking under his aflame trunk. He had to admit he was a rather scary sight as a pillar of unrestrained power that burned into the night sky. His canopy was particularly imposing as it burned with his rage. Stella, I need. Tree. I already know. Stella waved the pavilion's pendant in her hand. Some bastard dared to put a bounty on us. I mean, we were planning to do it ourselves, but that's beside the point. This calls for a slaughter, don't you agree? Added Nobleman at. Right. Ashlock had forgotten she was a bounty hunter and received the same mission notification as every other bounty hunter across the entire realm. Gather everyone. We are going to war. Stella nodded and then vanished as she rapidly used spatial step across the mountain toward Whitestone Peak to gather the redclaws. On the way, she told Diana, Elaine, and Douglas about the situation. She even quickly stopped under Nox to reassure Jasmine that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Ashlock's vision blurred toward Jeb. His people would need a suitable base of operations, and what better choice than a walking fortress? Chapter 294. Walking Fortress. Douglas rushed through the dark stone corridor with mudcloaks clinging to both of his legs for dear life while another hung from his back like a cape. However, unlike a cape, its claws dug deeply into his suit, and it made terrified whimpers in his ear. Guys, can you get off me? Douglas pleaded. I know the mountain is trembling, but your protection is unnecessary. We will die for the king. Protect the king. Scary mountain. Douglas let out a sigh at the little menace's chants. It didn't even make sense. The mudcloaks would only get in the way if something could kill him. They were getting in the way right now as he headed down an emergency corridor he had built a while ago that led straight to the illusion grove where Elaine should be cultivating. I have no idea what is happening, but please be safe, Elaine. Douglas had never felt Ashlock unleash this amount of chi, so clearly, something terrible had happened. The chi is actually flowing downward toward the east through the mountain. Perhaps a battle is happening. Whatever happened must be above him as he was yet to be informed. Douglas knew Ashlock could speak to anyone he wished at any time with telepathy, so he must not be deemed worthwhile enough to know. The corridor suddenly shook even more as the roots growing along the walls flashed with power, and pieces of rock rained down on him, pummeling his back. The mudcloaks cried out as the two clinging to his legs were smacked off by stray debris, but Douglas kept going despite their protests. Up ahead, at the end of the corridor, he could see a wooden door inlaid with a runic formation. Reaching it and inserting some earth chi, the door unlocked, and he pushed it open. Emerging into the moonlight, Douglas clambered out of the leaf-covered hole and glanced around. He was on the side of the mountain path that connected Red Vine Peak and the Whitestone Peak. Many small paths winding through the trees led off either side of the mountain path to the groves, and in the distance, he could see some redclaws fleeing back to the Whitestone Palace. Douglas. He spun around at the familiar voice and saw Elaine running toward him. Hey, oof. He stumbled back a step as she threw herself into his open arms and nestled her head into his shoulder. Douglas was bewildered for a moment. His arms slowly closed around her, embracing her in a hug, and he patted her head. Elaine. The blob of light pink hair replied with a hum before she tilted her head up to look at him, and they locked eyes for a moment. She looked a little shaken, and her glasses had been pushed off center. Sorry about that. She lightly stepped back, and Douglas released her from his embrace. I'm so glad to see you, Douglas. I was worried something terrible might have happened to you when I was thrown out of my cultivation, and the mountain was ablaze with Ashlock's wrath. Nothing happened to me, I am fine. Douglas was relieved to see she was also fine, but he could see the deep concern on her face. Are you all right? I'm good, but. Elaine looked over his shoulder, and he followed her gaze. The night sky was illuminated by a column of lilac soul fire that seemed to reach for the heavens. A vortex seemed to surge up Ashlock's trunk before merging with his vast canopy, where every leaf burned bright with power. It was a breathtaking display that made Douglas's soul tremble from inadequacy. So that is what the peak of power looks like. It feels like if Ashlock directed even a fraction of that wrath toward me, I would spit blood as I died a pathetic death. His own inadequacy aside, something serious must have happened to cause the usually low-key Ashlock to go all out. Do you know what happened? He asked Elaine. Elaine lightly shook her head. No, I was hoping you would. Let's think. What could have happened? All I can think of is that Stella and Diana left for the Tainted Cloud sect to hunt down that Albus Lunarshade person. Douglas suddenly had a dangerous thought, and the blood drained from his face. Turning to Elaine, he almost choked on his words. Why, you don't think something happened to Stella, do you? Elaine's eyes widened. Oh no, that's the worst case scenario. If Stella got hurt or even died, I fear Ashlock would destroy everything in rage. Douglas wholeheartedly agreed with that assessment. Ashlock was relaxing to be around and likely the most reasonable spirit tree in the realm when he was in a good mood. But at the end of the day, he was still an incredibly powerful demonic tree with a hunger for flesh and blood and an inescapable reach. If Stella really did die, I wouldn't be surprised if he slaughtered everyone. Douglas glanced down one of the side paths, and through the gap in the trees, he got a clear view down the side of the mountain of Darklight City in the distance. Not only was the entire forest between him and the city ablaze with soul flames, but so were the trees within the city. A terrible feeling brewed in his gut, and he clenched his fist. Ashlock was usually so careful, constantly restricting the flow of information and keeping his existence a secret from the wider world. Few things could shake that foundation, and Stella's death was undoubtedly one of them. Would this be the end of the sect as he knew it? Yo! A blonde girl wreathed in spatial flames materialized before him, causing his heart to almost leap out of his chest. Stella patted his shoulder with a shit-eating grin on her face. Just the man I was looking for. Are you ready for war? War? With who? Huh. Douglas's mind blanked. You're fine. Stella tilted her head. Why wouldn't I be? Are you okay? I hope puffing away on all those spirit stones hasn't turned your brain to mush. I only have to do that because of unfair workloads. Douglas scoffed as his shock and relief at Stella's appearance quickly turned to annoyance. Stella, we thought something bad happened to you, Elaine said as she appeared beside Douglas and glanced between them. Glad to see you are fine. Why would something have happened to me? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because the mountain range is trembling, the cities are bathed in soul flames, and Ashlock is pumping enough chi into the land to turn this place into a spiritual spring. Douglas listed off with a slightly irritated tone. To think he had been so worried for this ditz of a person. How could she be so clueless about the world around her? Stella lowered her arm from his shoulder and looked around. Her mouth made an "oh" as she realized what was happening. Eventually, she looked back at Douglas and shrugged. Ash is just overreacting. Don't worry your rock-filled head about it. Something did happen then. Douglas narrowed his eyes. Ignoring the insult, Stella avoided his gaze and pouted. I might have almost died because of my recklessness, so I suppose this is partially my fault. But that, she pointed at Ashlock, illuminating the sky, is an overreaction. So she did almost die. Douglas grimaced at the thought. Wait, did she just admit to being reckless? Right. Douglas rubbed his temples, feeling a headache from the shock of such a revelation. What was this about a war, then? Stella brightened up. Oh yeah. Ash went to war against the Lunarshade family, who hurt me. As one would. Douglas nodded as if that made any sense at all. Who started a war with a powerful, well-known family like that over someone getting hurt? If Stella had died, it would have been more understandable, but for someone who supposedly almost died, she seemed fine and dandy to him. There wasn't even a scratch on her body. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Stella dug for something in her pocket and pulled free a pendant. We also seem to have made an enemy of the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild, as we are now also at war with the bounty hunters of the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion. What? Douglas raised a brow. The Lunarshade family was one thing, but how were an alchemy guild and the pavilion also involved? What the hell had happened in the span of one evening? Perhaps sensing his confusion, Stella handed him the pendant, and he read the mission's details on the back. Elaine leaned on him and read the pendant over his shoulder. She hummed with disapproval the whole time, and he could feel her warm breath on his neck. Now that they were so close, he could also smell the floral scent of the Dreamweaver orchids. We only shared a bed once, and progress has been slow since then because we have both been so busy. They were definitely closer than just friends, but neither had tried to take their relationship to the next level yet. Maybe I should ask her out on a date soon. Wait, now isn't the time for this. His peaceful thoughts of dating and going about his usual routine were now secondary to a war he wanted nothing to do with. The Tainted Cloud sect was so far away that it might as well be another continent or realm for him. So let me get this straight. We are now at war with the Lunarshade family, an alchemy guild, and bounty hunters are after us now. Douglas clicked his tongue, handing back the pendant while trying his best not to shout in her face and call them both idiots. What in the fucking lowest realm of hell happened to remaining low-key? How did you even anger them? How many pills did you sell to force their hand like this? Stella blinked in confusion. Sell pills. We haven't sold any yet. They are still awaiting approval. Douglas felt the anger leave his body as he let out a controlled breath. How could he stay mad at such an absurd situation? That would just be a wasted effort and give him gray hairs. I see, so what are we doing about all this? A slaughter, of course, Stella said with a childlike happiness that was hard to describe. It was as if she had been restrained or told no by a parent for so long and was finally given the go-ahead to run loose. Douglas looked to the ground and scratched the back of his neck. This wasn't how he had expected his night to go, and this was all a lot to take in. Stella stepped closer and looked up at him with intelligent eyes clouded by a haze of insanity. You don't seem thrilled. She narrowed her eyes as if studying him. We don't have to hide in the shadows anymore, so don't you think it's about time we went to war? Why are you not overjoyed? Should I be? Douglas shot back. What is war good for anyway? We have plenty of land, access to the mystic realm, and pills to sell for money. Ashlock has also made efforts to create groves for various affinities so everyone can live and cultivate here in peace. What could the Ashfallen sect possibly gain from a war that it doesn't already have? Stella stepped closer, no longer smiling. You may not see it, but the Ashfallen sect is built on a mountain of corpses. You speak of the exploits of Tree and the lovely life you have here in the sect but ignore how it came to fruition. Stella's eyes flickered between Douglas and Elaine, and her voice dropped to a harsh whisper. With every corpse, Tree grows stronger, and fewer people in this world will dare to stand against him. So, we fight today for a better tomorrow. I've done that my entire life alongside Tree and will continue to do so. Douglas could see the absolute resolve in her eyes. Just what kind of life could foster such fierce loyalty to another in a person? I had feared what Ashlock would do if Stella were to die, but maybe I should be as concerned about what Stella would do if Ashlock perished. Douglas felt a shiver run down his spine. It's as if their fates are tied, as they will live and die for one another. Douglas realized his fleeting thoughts about a date with Elaine paled in comparison. This wasn't a pointless war. He had merely joined the sect during a period of relative peace and enjoyed the fruits of Ashlock and Stella's past efforts. Now, it was his turn to wield his sword for the hand that fed him. If not for them, I would be toiling away in the shadows of Darklight City, forever slaving away to pay my crushing debt. Yet they took me in, paid my debts, and made me stronger than I ever thought possible. Don't fight. Guys, Elaine began, but Douglas gently cut her off by raising his hand. No, I was wrong. Douglas gave Stella a bow. I would be honored to slaughter all who stand against the Ashfallen sect. It's the least I can do to repay yours and Ashlock's kindness and make the sect stronger and safer for all of us. Stella searched his eyes as if looking for a hint of lies. Finding none, her scary expression faded, and a light smile took its place. I knew you were a good guy. She put her hand out for a handshake. Anyone willing to put their life on the line to empower Tree is someone worthy of my respect. Douglas felt a warm acceptance as he grasped Stella's far smaller hand and lightly shook it. Thank you. I have other people to inform. Stella looked between them. I wish the both of you good luck. She then shot Douglas one last smile and nod before she vanished in a pop of air and a small burst of spatial chi. Douglas let his hand fall to his side and stared at where Stella had been. With a sigh, he looked up at the endless sea of stars. It had been a stressful few minutes. Had Stella always been that intense? He paused on that thought as the memory of her dangling him headfirst through a portal for fun flashed through his mind. Never mind. If you're going, then I'm going too, Elaine said as she slid her hand into his and leaned against him. Are you sure? Douglas didn't deny her. He was just concerned. You haven't formed your star core yet, have you? Elaine shook her head a little. No, and neither have you. She clenched his hand. But I can't let you and the others fight while I sit around here worried. I have void step to escape if anything goes wrong. I will be fine. You will need my help for anything involving strategy. Okay, let's go together. Douglas began walking toward the burning tree dominating the sky but then realized, how do we get there exactly? A familiar presence suddenly bloomed in his mind, followed by a thundering chorus of overlapped voices that threatened to tear his mind apart. Douglas, what the hell have the Mudcloaks done to Jeb? What? Douglas was surprised by the sudden question as a portal tore into existence before him. At Nobleman at. Come take a look. Douglas exchanged a confused glance with Elaine before he stepped through with Elaine in hand. King. A mudcloak wearing a strange uniform of black and red cloth gave him an enthusiastic salute. Douglas absent-mindedly returned the salute as he looked around. They were in a command room with a large table in the middle with a constantly changing realistic model of the surroundings. The mountain range was complete with a forest of stone trees and a replica of the white stone peak. Even little stone people were walking around, but the most impressive was the giant stone tree glowing with power atop Red Vine Peak, Ashlock, the demonic tree that lorded over it all. This looks similar to the bastion, Elaine muttered at his side and pointed at a smaller table to the side. Look, they even have a mudcloak managing a shield and another controlling a cannon. Cannons. Douglas furrowed his brows. Did Jeb always have cannons? No, Ashlock replied in his mind, making him wince, nor did he have a fortress city built on his back. Huh. Douglas walked toward the giant runic enforced window that dominated the command room, and the many mudcloaks, all dressed in the same uniform, wobbled aside to let him pass unimpeded. Gazing out of the window, he realized he was high above a city of mud and stone nestled among the forest of red bark trees ending in golden brown leaves growing from the mountain-looking shell on Jeb's back. What is all this? Douglas turned, and the words died in his throat as he saw all the mudcloaks on one knee and looking toward him with their glowing blue eyes. One wasn't on a knee, and it spoke to him clearer than the others. Kingdom for the king. The stone crown on his head suddenly felt heavier than usual as every other mudcloak echoed the chant. Kingdom for the king. Kingdom for the king. Kingdom for the king. The mudcloak strode toward him as majestically as a mudcloak could, holding up a ring with its stubby little arms. Douglas took the offering and slid it on with some confusion. The stone ring that could have been a bracelet for the mudcloak barely fit his finger. The mudcloaks cheered and did happy dances once he put the ring on. What is this ring for? Douglas asked with concern. Had they scammed him or something? Key for the kingdom. The smarter one of the lot informed him. Control everything. Douglas went back to looking out the window. Holding the ring up, the moonlight illuminated it. Much like his crude stone crown, it wasn't awe-inspiring. This is going to be so embarrassing if it doesn't work. Douglas raised his finger and pointed. Move, he said intently, almost falling forward as Jeb lurched forward with a massive step. It worked. Elaine came to stand beside him while balancing herself on a nearby table. It looks like your subjects have built something impressive. For you. I never knew they were so capable. Bah. The queen insults us. One of the mudcloaks shouted, and the rest went into an uproar. We mudcloaks very smart. No, I didn't mean it like that. Elaine desperately left his side to try and calm them down. You can control it? Ashlock asked in his mind. Douglas nodded. I can. Good. Then proceed through the portal. The cult of the all-seeing eye will join you. Your mission is simple. Kill them all, and don't you dare die on me. Douglas cracked a grin. Understood. Reality was torn apart as an immense rift formed right before Jeb. Through it, Douglas could see what he assumed was the mountain of the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion, judging by how a swarm of cultivators emerged from it on swords wreathed in a myriad of soul flame colors and heading toward the portal's location. Shields up, Douglas commanded, and he felt the chi surge through the colossal fifth-stage star core beast as a murky brown shield manifested over the city. Walk forward. Jeb trudged toward the portal, and Douglas grinned as he saw streaks of crimson flames soar overhead through the portal. If he counted the number correctly, all the redclaw elders were also heading to battle. This is going to be a shit show. Douglas grinned as he stood at the center of it all. Might as well arrive in style. Chapter 295. Magnus. Magnus Redclaw, Grand Elder of a family that used to dominate wars across the realm and was feared by all, had fallen to ruin during a peaceful era. Without war, his family slowly faded into the background of the Blood Lotus sect. As the decades passed, respect toward his family sharply declined, causing others to eye his family's lands. In the following internal conflicts, many of his star core elders were slain, leaving his family weak like mangled dogs. They had needed to seek a new path to revival, but looking back now, Magnus realized he had been far too stubborn and short-sighted. He had seen professions like alchemy or blacksmithing beneath his family and solely believed that his purpose in life was upholding his title as Magnus the Inferno Sovereign. Magnus still vividly recalled the day Elder Margaret grovelled at his feet, sobbing and begging him to stop seeking war in a realm that was at peace. Finally coming to his senses after locking himself away in meditation for a decade, once he emerged, he discarded his old name, Magnus Redclaw, and beseeched everyone to refer to him simply as Grand Elder Redclaw. His sole purpose, moving forward, was to lead his family in this era of peace and rise once more from the ashes. A decision that had led to this moment. He stood on his sword of crimson flame with a stoic expression. His hands were clasped behind his back as his dark red robes and hair flapped in the cool nightly winds. His seventh stage star core hummed softly in his chest as he soared under the endless sea of stars alongside his elders. Standing with a similar stance on a sword to his right was Elder Margaret, a person he deeply respected for her intellect and alchemy skills. She had never been one for war, but having recently ascended to the second stage of the Star Core realm, she would be a valuable fighting force. Hanging from her robes was a sword imbued with the fighting spirit of Elder Mo, who was to his left. The old man, who had been crippled by his heart demons due to the lack of war and purpose, had been cured due to the immortal's kindness and had taken up blacksmithing after receiving an inheritance. It was almost poetic how all of his elders had turned their backs to fighting and picked up the skills he had looked down his nose at in the past. But when war calls, I see hints of their past selves shine through. Elder Mo looked enraged. His loyalty to Ashfallen was a step above the others, and he had almost jumped into the sky without a second thought after Stella informed them of the situation. Added Nobleman at. Old friend, can you feel it? The Grand Elder said with a hint of nostalgia as his voice was carried along the winds by his chi. The coming of a new age. Elder Mo nodded thoughtfully. As always, the cycle of war is inevitable. Peace breeds the opportunity for a new powerhouse to emerge that will challenge the old family's status quo. It just so happens that we are the aggressors this time. The Grand Elder hummed in agreement as he looked to the distance. Dominating the night sky like a beacon of power was the immortal of Ashfallen. His wrath bathed the heavens in a lilac hue, and the mountain trembled as its ruler went to war in a distant land. The endless forests that blanketed the land mirrored the great trees' rage as they also burned fiercely, causing streams of chi to spiral and rise into the air. Such a breathtaking display of power assured the Grand Elder once again that he had sworn loyalty to the right patriarch. If only all of us were here like the old times. Aside from those who had died over the years, Elder Brent remained behind in Ashfallen City as he wasn't at the Star Core realm. However, a fourth person was with them, trailing a little behind and clearly a bundle of nerves. Amber, calm yourself. The Grand Elder said, remember, unwavering confidence is a cultivator's greatest strength. When you show a hint of weakness, the enemy will realize they are your superior and will go all out. Conceal your power, keep your cards close to your chest, and the enemy will remain cautious. Why yes, Grand Elder. Amber, their family's prodigy who had only recently reached the Star Core realm, replied as respectfully as possible. Having grown up in peaceful times when their family was at its weakest, she clearly lacked the confidence that the war veteran elders had. Something that would need to change fast. The coming of a new age of war was upon them, and it was time for the redclaws to reclaim their former glory. Soaring past the moving fortress below them that trudged forward, the Grand Elder led his elders and Amber through the most enormous rift he had ever witnessed. It was so large it seemed to bend the world toward it and drew him in the closer he got. Passing through, he noticed the air grow colder as his ears popped. Strangely, the immortal's presence was almost as strong here despite being so far from home. Glancing down, he saw a bastion. A spiritual ship created by the immortal to exert his will on the world from afar. Atop it was a demonic tree ablaze with flames shrouded by a thick lilac shield that constantly rippled as it was pounded by the fist of a lunar titan pinned below. That must be the Lunarshade Grand Elder, he muttered to himself, so that is what a nascent soul realm cultivator is capable of. What a fearsome man. Even from way up here, he felt a wave of pressure threaten to knock him from his sword every time the Lunarshade Grand Elder slammed his avatar's fist onto the bastion's shield. He was also fighting off the immortal's constant bombardment of spatial attacks, void tendrils, and the guardian beast. It was hard to tell who was winning as this was a battle between beings in a higher realm of power to him, but it seemed the Lunarshade Grand Elder was slowly losing. However, that would soon change. Above the fight, a dozen Star Core elders from the Lunarshade family had arrived and were busy setting up a grand formation in the sky above their pinned Grand Elder. Their bald heads and white robes gleamed in the moonlight overhead, and ethereal energy flowed between them as words of power flashed into existence and began rotating in rings between them and the moon. 6 floated on swords in a circle, controlling the formation while the rest defended from external attacks. Portals, likely from the immortal, kept opening and closing all around them. Black vines coated in thorns surged through the rifts alongside a swarm of swords, but they could not stop them. The Lunarshade elders froze the vines with frost, effortlessly deflected the swords with their own in showers of sparks, and the portals were snuffed from existence by descending moonbeams that also struck the bastion's shield. The edges of Magnus Redclaw's lips curled up in a crooked smile as he took in the chaotic sight, the careless use of chi and the clangs of swords over the shouts of the cultivators. This was the familiar sound of war, something he had missed dearly. His spatial ring flashed, and the cold metal of his sword that had slain thousands weighed in his hand. A wave of crimson flames left his soul core and danced along the length of the blade. Breathing in a deep breath, the Grand Elder turned the tip of his sword toward the foes of Ashfallen. My sword may be wielded for a new patriarch, but it burns all the same. Those that stand in my way shall taste hellfire. Stolen novel. Please report. Grand Elder Redclaw. The immortal's voice thundered in his mind. Immortal, please refer to me as Magnus Redclaw from now on, the Grand Elder said, smiling at his old friend's shocked reaction. Elder Mo and Elder Margaret stared at him as if they saw someone rising from the dead. Very well, the immortal said, honoring his request. Magnus Redclaw, I need you and the others to deal with the incoming bounty hunters from the Pavilion. Not the Lunarshade elders? Magnus asked, raising a brow. If the Lunarshade family managed to free their Grand Elder, the tide of the fight would turn against them. You are not strong enough to deal with this group, and any fire attacks risk damaging my shield or harming Larry. I have others coming to deal with them. Rather, I need you to work alongside Stella and Diana to slaughter the incoming bounty hunters. Speaking of the devil, Stella, riding on a sword, flew through the portal alongside Diana, gliding at her side with her feathered raven wings that had an impressive wingspan. Magnus wasn't sure who this other group of people that could take out a dozen Lunarshade elders could possibly be, but he wasn't one to question the immortal's will. As you command, Magnus nodded to the new arrivals and his family before facing the horizon. Dominating Nightshade City was the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion, and many people wearing jade masks and black cloaks soared toward them on swords. Soul flames of various affinities wreathed their forms, allowing Magnus to pick out a suitable opponent. As the strongest and most experienced one of us, Stella said as she floated her sword beside his, would you do the honors of leading the charge? How could I say no to such a request from the princess? Magnus grinned as his stoic and calm facade crumbled to ash. He was a man of war, a slaughterer, and a bringer of destruction. I may have mellowed out and managed to suppress the raging desires of my flames due to the truffles the immortal gave me, but the embers remain. All it will take is a single spark, and the old Magnus will be back. I will be back. He raised his sword and pointed to the sky. His seventh stage star core, which had been quietly humming in his chest until now, understood his intent. It began to roar as the floodgates opened. Fire chi rushed up his arms in a blazing inferno, igniting his sword as a beacon of power, much like Ashlock back home. More. I need more. Magnus's eyes widened as more chi than he had ever been capable of unleashing continued to gather and gush unrestrained through his clear spirit roots. Unable to contain it all on the sword alone, the fire rose up further and began condensing into a miniature crimson sun. More. 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 As the night turned to day by the blazing ball of fire chi, Magnus slowly lowered the tip of his sword and pointed his creation toward the incoming swarm of cultivators. In an era of peace, my name faded from the tongues of those who once stood against me. But hear me now, enemies of Ashfallen, for you face the might of Magnus Redclaw, the Inferno Sovereign. Magnus's lip curled up into a sneer as words he had wished to say for decades left his tongue in a whisper. Incinerate. Heaven honored his word and carried out his will. The ball of flame he had put so much of himself into exploded toward the cultivators, setting the air aflame as a sea of fire blanketed across the sky. Many weaker cultivators tried to retreat toward the heavily defended pavilion but found the flames catching up. Screams filled the air as many were incinerated against the pavilion's defensive formations. Others tried to escape the hellfire by flying to the sides, but nowhere was safe as the tide of fire spread in all directions before Magnus. It caught up to the fleeing rats, consuming them in crimson flames, and they dropped to the city below like dead flies. Magnus watched the carnage of his hellfire from a respectful distance alongside the others from Ashfallen. The heat was so intense it felt like the very air was melting to the ground as it shuddered and distorted their pain-filled deaths. Portals rippled into existence below the falling corpses, and black vines dragged the bodies through. Magnus lowered his sword and relaxed. He didn't wish to show it on his face, but that had taken a lot out of him. Around 2/3 of his chi had been given as tribute to the attack, but in his eyes, it had been worth it. Not only had he tested the limits of his newfound strength, but he had also wiped out the weaklings of the bounty hunters and created an area saturated in fire chi for his fellow elders and amber to have an advantage. Stella whistled at his side, clearly impressed. This brings back old memories, Elder Mo added with a grin matching Mangus's own. You never were one to show restraint, always arriving on a battlefield and unleashing a single attack, leaving the rest to me as you were drained of chi. Some things never change, old friend, Magnus chuckled as he sheathed his sword and clasped his hands behind his back. I will handle things back here and watch your flanks. Those who remain in the Hellfire will have spent a considerable amount of chi or perhaps a defensive artifact to survive. With their numbers reduced, the risk of getting grouped on has lessened, so you should all be able to seek out opponents of comparable strength. Elder Mo clicked his tongue. Show off. How do you think I became known by a title across the land while you remained nameless? Mangus smirked, knowing this was a sore spot for his old friend. Bold words coming from a man who threw away his name in shame, Elder Mo scoffed, became wreathed with blue spirit flames, and flew into the fire. Elder Margaret and Amber closely followed behind Elder Mo. Magnus felt his eye twitch at his old friend's departing words, but to his own surprise, he could contain his usually short fuse. Fire cultivators weren't known for being the most cool-headed people, as the fire chi corrupted them. Is this because of the truffles, or perhaps my decades away from war and focusing on controlling myself? We should go too, Stella said with her eyes closed. I can sense a group that managed to avoid your attack heading straight for us. Her eyes slowly opened. They are strong. Jade. Sentinels. Diana clicked her tongue as her nails elongated into claws. How many? At least 5, maybe more. Stella's expression turned serious. All of them are near the peak of the Star Core realm and have varying affinities, including a metal and fire cultivator. Metal. Magnus stroked his chin. There shouldn't be any metal affinity cultivators out here unless they are from the Silverspire family. I don't care who or what family they are from. Stella tilted her sword and flew off in a direction. Everyone here is an enemy. I will need your help to fight them. As you wish, but are you sure the immortal won't need help with the lunar shades? Magnus asked as he looked back at the chaos occurring below. Don't worry, he has it under control. Stella shouted over her shoulder as she continued flying toward the north of the city along the edge of the still burning sky. Douglas and the cult of the all-seeing eye will decimate them. Douglas and a cult will. Magnus wondered but then felt a rush of air followed by a pop as reality knit itself back together. The portal to Red Vine Peak had closed, meaning the giant tortoise that was a moving fortress had finished waking through the portal. Jeb turned its titanic head toward the Lunarshade Elders, and its maw slowly opened. A cannon of shining metal emerged from its throat as if sticking out its tongue, and earth chi flowed through the colossal ent toward the mouth cannon. An immense amount of power began to gather as the ENT's throat glowed silver due to the runic formations. What in the 9 realms? Since when did Ashfallen have such a weapon? Squinting his eyes, Magnus saw Douglas standing near the window of a tower rising from the fortress city. One hand rested upon his walking stick, while the other was raised as if ready to point at something. Elaine stood at his side and was directing him. Douglas is controlling this massive thing. Magnus was impressed. He had always found the man to be a hard worker and deserving of respect, but this was on another level. Is he going to shoot the cannon? The Lunarshade Elders seemed to notice the sudden threat. To Magnus's surprise, they stopped focusing on the formation to free their Grand Elder and appeared to deem the Ent a more significant threat as they all flew toward it at immense speed while wreathed in lunar flames. Douglas frantically lowered his arm, and the cannon fired at the incoming Elders. A metal rod shot out faster than Magnus could even track with his chi-enhanced sight and took out 2 Elders, impaling them. However, the weight of 2 fat bald cultivators and the impact threw off its trajectory, and the rod continued until it slammed into the bastion on the ground, taking out its shield. The other Lunarshade Elders made contact with Jeb, and its shield barely resisted a single combined punch as it was thrown backward and almost toppled over. Well, that can't be good. Magnus shut his mouth as he watched the now defenseless bastion being thrown off as if a sleeping titan had found it a nuisance. Slowly turning his head with a terrible feeling, he saw the Lunarshade Grand Elder's avatar stand at its full height and turn to look directly at him. Chapter 296. Broken Mind. Ashlock was utterly astounded by what he had just witnessed. Did I mess up? Ashlock wondered as he saw the world on its side due to the bastion being thrown off by the Lunarshade Grand Elder. The group of Lunarsod Elders had been far too strong for the Redclaws and the girls to defeat as they outnumbered them 2 to 1 while empowered by the moon. There had also been the pressing matter of the swarm of bounty hunters on the horizon that he didn't want to get too close. I thought the Lunarshade Elders were less of a threat as They were more focused on freeing their Grand Elder than outright attacking. I hadn't expected them to drop their progress and go after Jeb. Some remnants of the lunar formation remained as wisps of moonlight hanging in the air, but the whole thing collapsed the moment the elders went after Jeb. Not that it mattered. The Lunarshade Grand Elder had taken advantage of the friendly fire, briefly knocking out Willow's spatial shield, and successfully escaped. Magnus, is that you? The Lunarshade Grand Elder shouted to the sky as he rose to his full height. Has the Blood Lotus sect finally decided to make a move and send your old face after me? The many frozen vines that had once been coiled around the avatar crumbled and rained to the ground in large chunks of ice. Silver ash sprinkled the fallen ice as the many spider corpses corrupting his form were expelled. Larry kept up his assault by reforming into a dense spider form of equal size and mounting the Lunarshade Grand Elder's back. Ashlock readjusted his spiritual sight and glanced up at Magnus. The man floated overhead on his sword, wreathed in crimson flame with a stoic expression, seemingly unfazed by the taunts of a nascent soul realm cultivator. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he stared down his nose at the bald and round avatar made of lunar chi. I wield my sword for a new master, Magnus replied simply, though it seems an era of peace has treated you well. Not only has your cultivation soared to unimaginable heights, but so has your waistline. The colossal man grinned with a twisted smile as he tried to wrestle off Larry. Cultivation is surprisingly easy when all you have to do is sit around eating good food and enjoying the company of jade beauties. Not that you would know if your lack of cultivation is anything to go by. Even in an era of peace, some of us still had to fight for our place. Magnus sneered. Not all of us title holders from the war era gave into the sins of sloth and greed. Dorian Lunarshade, the Phantom Moon's heir. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a while. The man laughed as he fell onto his back, attempting to crush Larry. A bad move, as the spider dispersed to either side and then quickly reformed on top of the man and continued trying to decay the avatar. Ashlock hadn't remained idle while listening to the conversation between two Grand Elders who seemed to know each other from a previous era. Having restored the shield around Willow, he looked at the projectile shot from Jeb that had managed to ruin his plans. It was sticking in the ground beside the bastion like a flagpole after losing its momentum from destroying the bastion's shield. It's got a heavily chi-filled stone core wrapped in a metal casing that is heavily runically enchanted. Ah, I see what happened. Spatial chi is especially unstable when interacting with other chi types, which is why I can't redirect attacks with portals as the moment another chi type hits it, the portal becomes unstable, Ashlock mused. Though Willow's shield isn't a portal, it's still made of spatial chi, which has this weakness. This metal rod had too much concentrated piercing power for the spatial shield to remain stable no matter how much chi I forced into the bastion's core. With his faith somewhat resorted to the shield's ability to defend, he got to work on getting those from the Duskwalker residents to come as reinforcements. Splitting his attention between multiple things, he spoke directly into Elsia's mind while using telekinesis to pick up the metal rod to pull the two dead Lunarshade Grand Elders from it. The still alive Lunarshade Elders were almost finished breaching Jeb's shields, so it was time to make some ents and fight back with everything he had. Elsia lay on the ground, staring up at the stars. She felt drunk as the world spun in and out of focus. Her soul and mind felt disconnected as she wondered who she was. She tried to follow a trail of thought, but it would get lost in the cracks of her utterly destroyed and fractured consciousness. I could drift here forever, Elsia giggled as she turned to meet the gaze of the giant green eye that belonged to her summon, the Old One. Never before had they been so close, her mind's defenses gone during the initiation to the all-seeing eye. Compared to its power, the Old One seemed like a cute pet. The spirit tree did well, the Old One mused as it floated closer, consuming her vision. Your consciousness is well and truly broken. It's like taking a pleasant walk in the park. I feel so unrestrained and free in here. Her summon expanded in size within her consciousness, and unlike before, when her mind would fight back to contain the madness, the shattered remains of her defenses were knocked aside by hundreds of incomprehensible tendrils. Inhuman laughter echoed as the Old One poked a tendril past the boundaries of her mind. It appeared in the real world, emerging from her forehead and blocking out her spinning view of the stars. Yes, this is perfect, the monster continued, slowly emerging and forcing its way out of her mouth. Elsia felt a tug on her star core as mystic chi was drawn to form a bubble around the tendrils. She was being used to allow the Old One to take form in the realm world. Rather than stop her summon, she felt ecstatic. I have become one with the beyond. Now, there is truly nothing to limit my power. Her eyes widened manically as blood trickled from the corners of her mouth and eyes. Her head pounded with a terrible headache that furthered the spinning, and her ears rang terribly, but she laughed all the same. Come forth, old one. Elsia yelled to the stars as she felt her broken soul lose its grip on reality, sending her falling through the floor, but then she felt something fluffy land on her forehead. It was a bit fatter than a squirrel should be, but it definitely had the form of one. It was breathtakingly beautiful, with white fur as fresh as snow and golden eyes glimmering like liquid honey. The mystical creature raised a paw and slapped at the tendril emerging from her head, forcing it back into her consciousness with immense force. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. The old one howled in rage. Who dares deny my escape from the void? Pluto, what are you doing? The squirrel hissed, and the old one fell silent. Brother Maple, the old one eventually wheezed out, it's not what it looks like. Maple, the mythical squirrel, raised a brow. You know Stella and Ashlock have taken an interest in this human. No matter how broken she is, I won't allow you to kill her. Understand. A flash of pure rage overwhelmed Elsia's unguarded mind, involuntarily making her gnash her teeth. Her nails dug lines into the dirt, and she snarled like a rabid dog. None of these emotions were her own. They came from the old one, and without the ego to resist, she was at his mercy. Maple shook his head. What a sorry state you have found yourself in, human. Power comes at a cost, and heart demons are one thing, but to destroy your own sense of self to such a point to welcome in the power of another will only lead to your death. The squirrel placed a claw on her forehead and carved a symbol into her flesh. Warm blood streaked down her face alongside terrible pain that made her howl out and arch her back in agony. Stop. Please stop. Ah. Elsia begged as every muscle in her body spasmed. What are you doing to me? The process seemed to last forever, and she was about to pass out when the squirrel finally answered her. Creating a third eye, Maple withdrew his blood-stained claw. A doorway to the outside that you can open and close at will to let my dear brother here emerge into the real world. I rerouted your spirit roots to this passageway, so if Pluto tries to force his way out through your broken mind, he will perish to reality without the protection of your mystic chi. Elsia's body relaxed as the strange power swirling around her body was withdrawn. She sat up and coughed a mixture of blood and bile a few times onto the dirt beside her before collapsing onto her back. Her lungs burned from a lack of breath, and her throat was in agony, but she couldn't help but grin at the squirrel that had taken perch on her stomach. Are you another one of the all-seeing eyes heralds? Maple tilted his head at her words as if contemplating them. I suppose. Elsia wiped away the drool at the mythical squirrel's answer. Then this eye is a gift from the all-seeing eye himself. She reached up and tried to pry it open with her nails. If I can get a better look at you, maybe I can summon a monster of your grace. Maple's fluffy tail swished in apparent amusement. You are quite insane, even for a human. Ah. Elsia hissed in pain. Why isn't it working? Close your eyes and focus on your third eye, Maple replied as he curled his tail around his plump body and rested his chin on it. Following his instructions, Elsia closed her eyes and meditated. It took a while, but eventually, she managed to locate the passage and found it had been burned into her very soul. No mystic chi could flow out except through this eye. To open it, she shifted her cracked soul apart and felt mystic chi flow out unrestrained through the hole. The old one, who Elsia now knew was called Pluto, surged toward the opening and stuck his green eye through. The force of the action caused Elsia's neck to almost snap as she was jolted upwards. Brother, how can you mess with the vessel that I spent so long nurturing? She had finally reached the state of perfection. So broken in every way that I was unrestrained. Maple strode up Elsia's stomach and chest before perching on her chin. Elsia's breath quickened as she felt both of Maple's claws plunge into her third eye and hold Pluto in a terrifying grip. At it nobleman at. I mess with it because your fun and games with this broken toy will cause problems for Ashlock if I do not intervene. Elsia is an important pawn in his upcoming plans, and her demise would spell his ruin. Pluto seethed with rage, but Elsia didn't feel it as strongly this time. Why do you care about that spirit tree, brother? You are bound by a pact of coexistence. You are not his slave. Let it die and roam this world freely with me. Oh, foolish brother of mine, you are short-sighted. Maple effortlessly hurled Pluto deeper into Elsia's consciousness, which bordered on the void itself. I assist Ashlock not because I am bound by the heavens but of my own free will. I see his vast potential to tear down this god-forsaken reality that has resisted our existence since its inception. Then why are you here? Pluto howled from the depths. Shouldn't you guard Ashlock until he realizes this potential you are hallucinating? Elsia felt blood leaking from her ears as the two mythical monsters used her mind to conduct their argument. Your ignorance shows your youth, Maple sneered as he stepped back and sealed her third eye. If I intervene in his affairs, it will only weaken him. One can only grow stronger through trials of the mind and body. To deprive him of such experiences would curse his fate. Elsia shivered as a sudden pressure overcame them, which she was growing familiar with. Looking up, she saw a rift tear open and shivered as the all-seeing eye gazed down upon her. A twisted tree of black bark and crimson leaves bloomed in her mind alongside a haunted white fog that seemed to unnerve Pluto as he floated further away. Cultists of the all-seeing eye, wake up and gather for a grand crusade in my name. We are at war with the Lunarshade family. The chorus of voices from the all-seeing eye rang in her mind as Elsia staggered to her feet. Her family members scattered around the forest also slowly woke up and groaned as they nursed their heads. The experience in that bubble of dense mystic chi had been intense for them all. Only Elsia had managed to maintain her consciousness. A portal rippled into existence near the tree that was still ablaze with lilac flames, but the intense presence had moved elsewhere. Elsia gathered her family like a good vice cult leader and led them through the portal after a quick prayer to the all-seeing eye, after which they downed pills and fruits to try to get into fighting condition. What in the 9 realms happened to you? Evelyn turned to see Grand Elder Blightbane standing next to Evelyn Duskwalker. The other Grand Elders were filtering in through another portal and looked at her strangely. What are you talking about? Elsia gave the Blightbane Grand Elder a blank stare. You're beyond fucked up, the Grand Elder said gruffly as his piercing gaze peered through the curtains of his hair. Blood and bile stains your clothes and skin, your eyes are unsettling, and that mark on your forehead is no mere tattoo. It's as if an evil god carved its existence into you. You can tell. Elsia wanted to squeal with glee. Yes, I pledged my very soul and being to the all-seeing eye. His herald even carved this mark into me as proof of my belief. Grand Elder Blightbane turned away as if disturbed while the other Grand Elders looked on at her with a mixture of concern and pity. You just don't understand his greatness. Elsia clenched her hand so hard her knuckles went white as she restrained herself from kowtowing and singing the eye's praises. Just you all wait. Soon, you will bear witness to powers beyond our grasp. Elsia turned away from the judgmental stares and looked around. They were standing on a tilted slab or rock with a blazing spirit tree growing from it. A lilac shield surrounded them, and in the distance, she could see a group of bald men and women wearing white robes attacking some city. Everyone gathered here. You have one task. The chorus of voices spoke once more, making Elsia shudder with excitement. Eliminate the 10 remaining Lunarshade elders. Impossible, Evelyn muttered. There are 10 of them, and they are empowered by the moon. Don't worry, you won't be fighting alone. 2 corpses floated to the shield's edge with telekinesis and were made to kneel before the spirit tree. 2 thin black roots then emerged from the stone and snaked across the floor before going through the shield and down the corpse's throat. Those of the Blightbane family should step through the shield and surround the 2 corpses. The Blightbane Grand Elder exchanged glances with those from his family before the group of withered people with hair as dark as rotting wood and eyes like fading embers trudged through the shield. What is about to happen? What miracle is the eye about to honor us with? A sudden wave of death chi smashed into the lilac shield, and the Blightbane family dropped to their knees in reverence as the 2 Lunarshade corpses began to twist into new monstrous forms of wood. Chapter 297. Divine Land. Ashlock gathered his forces from the Duskwalker's residence under the safety of the bastion's supercharged spatial shield, which practically glowed with power as he routed an entire forest's worth of chi into it. While the Grand Elders from the Duskwalker, Mistshroud, Frostvale, and Blightbane families discussed among themselves, Ashlock noticed that one person stood out from the rest. Elsia Mistshroud was attracting attention for all the wrong reasons. Maple, what did you do to her, and where have you been all this time? I could have used your help. Ashlock asked the squirrel perched on one of Willow's many branches, curiously observing the humans below with his golden eyes. My strength is not something you have the right to wield, Maple replied, so where I am and what I do is of no matter to you. Those were 2 of the longest sentences Ashlock had heard the squirrel say to him outside the void. What does that mean? I know you aren't my summon, but you were able to devour the arm of an elder from the Azure clan who should be a league above the Lunarshade Grand Elder in strength. With just a hand wave from you, I could win this battle without difficulty. If I interfere, it will only cripple you in the long term. There is only one person that is in need of my protection. Maple vanished into the void without another word. Guessing where he went, Ashlock glanced over at Stella, and sure enough, Maple was perched on her head as she faced down multiple Star Core bounty hunters. Why does he speak so cryptically like some old master? Ashlock grumbled. The longer this fight goes on, the more chi I waste, and the higher the chance of someone I care about dying. I am also attracting far more attention than I had hoped, and there's no guarantee the celestial warden won't make a surprise appearance if he deems me a threat. Ashlock watched Maple slap away a sword swing aiming for Stella's head from what appeared to be a metal cultivator. Whatever, at least he will keep Stella safe so I can focus on things here. Though I do hope I will be able to find the useful corpses among the rubble later on. Leaving Stella, Diana, and the redclaws to hold off the wave of incoming bounty hunters and Larry to keep the Lunarshade Grand Elder occupied, Ashlock focused back on the bastion and began thinking up ways to turn the tide of this chaotic battle in his favor as Maple was refusing to contribute. Now let's see. These two Lunarshade Elder corpses will definitely be useful. He brought them closer to Willow using telekinesis but left them just beyond the shield. The death chi released during an ENT's creation was no joke. Targeting them and activating Necroflora Sovereign, he watched two thin roots slowly emerge from the black rock-like snakes and slither toward the corpses. Wait, this is a rare opportunity for the Blightbane family to experience such a concentrated burst of death chi. Ashlock quickly told the family to stand beyond the shield. They complied with his request and gathered around the two corpses in confusion. As that skill got to work, he wondered if there was anything else he could do, as he had fought long enough in this world of immortals wielding chi to understand the basics of how a war should work. One of the first lessons he learned was how important the types of chi available in the environment were. If the giant celestial object looming in the sky, illuminating the world in moonlight, was anything to go by, the Lunarshade family were definitely at an advantage here. If they had fought with them during the day, Ashlock was convinced that Larry alone would be enough to defeat the entire Lunarshade family. Yet under the moonlight, the nascent soul cultivator could defend against Larry and Ashlock long enough for his elders to arrive and attempt to turn the tide of the battle. Luckily, Ashlock had a few skills in his arsenal to manipulate the environment to his advantage, but he hadn't had a chance to use them yet. Dimensional overlap, despite all its potential, had the issue of friendly fire. For example, if Ashlock had tried to summon a light pocket realm while the bastion pinned the Lunarshade Grand Elder, the bubble of foreign light chi would have eaten away at his void tendrils, costing a considerable amount of sacrificial credits. Then, when Larry joined the fight, if he had summoned the pocket realm, it would have harmed both Larry and the Grand Elder. There was also no point in using it now, as he had been thrown a fair distance away from the Lunarshade Grand Elder, and he would end up harming those from the Duskwalker residents who were taking shelter under the spatial shield. So, with dimensional overlap off the table to turn the environment in his favor, the next best thing was to turn the enemy's strength into his own through Necroflora Sovereign, which he desperately needed to do as his people were spread too thin. Despite his efforts to level everyone up with the Mystic Realm visits and truffles, the combined fighting power of the Ashfallen sect and all its vassals was outmatched by the Lunarshade family, let alone the addition of the bounty hunters from the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion. Ashlock observed as the roots went down the throats of the Lunarshade elders' corpses and deposited the seed somewhere in their upper bodies as their lower bodies and legs had been obliterated by Jeb's attack. This is using a similar tactic to the one we devised to deal with the beast tide, divide and conquer. Turn the enemies against themselves like a spreading rot, as the more that fall, the more join my ranks. Ashlock mused as the expected wave of death chi exploded out from the two legless corpses. The black miasma of death washed over the spatial shield, making it crackle and ripple, and he noticed the color drain from many of the weaker cultivators' faces as they huddled under the shield. Meanwhile, the Blightbane family dropped to their knees, eyes wide open in awe. The Blightbane Grand Elder greedily breathed in the sickening miasma of death, and Ashlock saw his pupils slowly turn black like an eclipse. His nails yellowed, and he seemed to rapidly age and wither away. Is he dying? Ashlock grew concerned as he saw the same happen to the others from the Blightbane family. It was as if they were perishing under some life-draining curse. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Are you all right, Grand Elder Blightbane? Ashlock asked the man directly. All right. Despite his withered state, the man jumped to his feet like a spring chicken. I am more than all right, I feel elated. Never better. The miasma of death leaked out his mouth with every word as he frantically dashed over to the corpses and analyzed them with his eyes that appeared dyed with oil. As he jumped around the corpses, he muttered to himself, usually, death chi is slowly absorbed by the land as the corpse lets go of its lingering regrets and moves on from this realm to its next life. But you pulled it out in such a brutal way that only a god should be capable of. Ashlock did remember even Senior Lee being impressed with his Necroflora Sovereign's skill. It was undoubtedly one of his more outlandish skills obtained from the system's gacha draws. I wonder how he will react to. Ah, there we go. Ashlock laughed as the Blightbane Grand Elder jumped back in fright and collapsed to his knees in reverence as the corpses rapidly grew upwards in a spiral of twisted pale white wood. Within seconds, the corpses had turned into 20-meter-tall ents rivaling Titus in size. They had dome heads with eyes of white flame that stared wrathfully into the distance. A thick line of black flowers glistening with frost grew down their backs as if representing the dark side of the moon. They had long, spindly arms ending in 3 fingers, but unlike his other ents, these two didn't have legs. Instead, they had many thick roots sprawling out that they could use to move slowly around. I suppose that's due to the corpse missing their legs, Ashlock concluded. The 2 ents were both in the mid-stages of the Star Core realm and, on his command, became wreathed in the moonlight. To summon such monsters from the corpses of the non-believers. This is the unparalleled capabilities of the all-seeing eye. Elsia cried out as she kowtowed and smashed her head into the floor, causing even more blood to fly from her wounds. He can create life from death, peer into our souls, and wield power from the beyond. A true divine being. Ashlock felt rather embarrassed and was about to correct her but didn't get the chance as every Grand Elder from the 4 houses exchanged a nod and took a respectful knee. Seeing their leaders take such a stance, the rest of the elders from each family followed suit, and soon, he had dozens of cultivators bowing toward his creations. Well, this is rather awkward. Ashlock muttered but then felt a shiver run through his bark as an immense pressure passed over him back on Red Vine Peak. Switching view and looking up to the skies, he saw the golden eyes of heaven glaring down at him. You have been recognized as a deity by cultivators under the heavens. Ashlock was stunned by the system message floating in his consciousness. He had created the cult and posed as a fake evil god to gather more loyal followers and perhaps spread his name under another pseudonym. To think it had more meaning. Ashlock whispered as golden light danced in the night sky like a divine version of the northern lights and drifted down to his canopy. His leaves that had been burning with lilac flames as his soul core unleashed his power in an unrestrained manner, greedily absorbed heaven's offering. The divine energy flowed through him like a cooling wave, washing out any impurities. With no way to store it, Ashlock directed it toward his chaos nebula and watched as the divine energy merged with the swirling winds already there. Red Vine Peak is now a land blessed with divine energy. Those on the land who revere the local deity will be favored by the heavens. Heaven's eyes receded into the beyond, and the divine light show faded, but echoes of its presence remained on this now blessed land. Ashlock could feel it with every breath through his leaves all the way down to his deepest roots. This land was now heaven-touched. However, the divine presence was subtle and did little more than make his offspring more lively and slightly empower his chaos nebula. I need more worshippers if I want to receive more divine energy, Ashlock now realized a new path to power. But first, he needed to keep his worshippers alive as a god was nothing without those to bow at its feet and sing praises. Douglas felt Elaine's hands grasping his arm tightly as she stared out the window with a pale face. He understood her fear as he was also questioning if this would be his last day alive. The command room and the entire city on Jeb's back trembled as the thick brown shield overhead rippled and cracked under the assault of the 10 Lunarshade elders. Moonbeams blasted the shield from above alongside crescent moon slashes and moonlight-wreathed fists. Under Douglas's command, Jeb had hunkered down into the ground and greedily drained the earth dry of its chi in a desperate attempt to power the shields long enough for Ashlock or someone to come and save them. Earth cultivators were known for their high defense, but there were limits. Jeb's star core had dimmed to a fading ember of its former blazing glory. The Lunarshade elders were too close for Jeb's cannon to hit them, as the ENT's head couldn't twist that far back. King. Douglas glanced at the mudcloak standing at his feet, staring up at him with glowing blue eyes through his black and red cloak. What is it? King should take Queen. Run. The mudcloak said desperately, leave mudcloak behind. We defend the king. Douglas shook his head as he steeled his heart. Even if he could run, he would not. The mudcloaks had entrusted him with this fortress city as their king, and he had failed them. There's no way I would leave them behind as sacrifices. If we are to die, then we will die together. Turning on his heel, he called out to a mudcloak, frantically hitting glowing stones on a table. How much longer will the shield hold? The mudcloak let out a shriek. No time. No time. Douglas almost lost his footing as the whole tower swayed to the side. Whoa. Careful. Elaine caught him and helped him find his footing. They looked out the window, and sure enough, the earth chi shield shattered into a million pieces and faded into the air. Are we going to die? Elaine whispered loudly into his ear as the 10 bald Lunarshade elders, wreathed in moonlight and flowing white robes, floated down toward them on swords. Douglas clenched his teeth in grim determination. Maybe, the words died in his throat as his whole body went cold. The feeling of looming death washed over him down to his very soul. What the hell was that? Douglas wondered. Am I really that afraid of death that my body would react in such a way when I face it? The 10 Lunarshade elders paused and turned in unison to look behind them. In the distance was the bastion, the last stronghold of the Ashfallen sect in this foreign land. Before it, 2 monstrosities of white wood rose up and began gathering moonlight on their dome heads. Elaine collapsed to her knees beside him and seemed short of breath. We weren't prepared for the wave of death chi that comes when the immortal births one of his twisted creations. Our guard was down, and Jeb's shield was destroyed. Douglas helped Elaine to her feet. Looks like the immortal has saved us in the nick of time. Elaine shook her head and replied between breaths, all he's done is draw their ire upon himself. Those 2 ents won't be able to win by themselves. Her eyes flickered to the other fights happening on the horizon. Larry is suppressing the Grand Elder, and the other key figures of Ashfallen are engaged in battle with the Pavilion. Douglas clenched his hand. She was right. This was a losing battle, but there had to be something he could do to help. Mudcloak, get the cannon ready to fire. He shouted to the one most capable of speech. This time, I won't miss so badly. The Mudcloak waddled off to fulfill his orders. At a nobleman at. Who will you aim at? Elaine asked as Jeb slowly rose from his turtled position. Douglas pointed his finger toward the Lunarshade Grand Elder in the distance, wrestling with Larry. Jeb turned his titanic head in the direction and slowly opened his mouth. I will take out their king. Douglas decided. Chapter 298. Life-Death Equilibrium. That seemed to have drawn their attention. Ashlock sighed with relief as the Lunarshade elders turned their backs on the now defenseless Jeb and were enthralled by the monstrosities birthed from their fallen comrades' corpses. No matter how much his Necroflora Sovereign SS skill had altered them into new forms, some resemblance to their past selves remained. The dome head and flickering lunar flames told the Lunarshade elders all they needed to know. They were fighting themselves. As the only one who wasn't fazed by his words, as she was already too far gone, Ashlock spoke to Elsia Mistshroud. You should lead the charge against them, shit. All of the Lunarshade elders vanished in flashes of moonlight and reappeared before his freshly spawned ents. Defend yourselves, Ashlock quickly commanded of his ents, and they surged lunar chi into their defenses and raised their lunar-wreathed arms. The Lunarshade elders decided to group up on the left one. Crescents of moonlight from their silver blades cut deep into the ENT's layers of lunar chi, leaving deep indents in the wood and outright obliterating chunks from its arm. Once the ent's arm fell loosely to its side, they went for a round of punches to topple it despite its titanic size and widespread roots for legs that should have kept it stable. No way. Ashlock muttered in disbelief as the 20-meter-tall ent fell backward and collapsed onto the bastion's shield, making the bastion tremble and throwing up a cloud of dust. He tried to slow its descent with telekinesis, but the flickering lunar chi coating its form interfered. The spatial shield barely held up as the ent lay against it, looking up at the encircling Lunarshade elders with fading eyes. Accursed creation, one of the oldest-looking elders snarled as he raised his hand to the moon. The moonlight will cleanse you. The other elders raised their hands to the moon in unison and called down a tactical strike of moonbeams. The world went blindingly white and then deathly silent. Much like chaos, the lunar ent was obliterated, and all that remained was a layer of ice coating the spatial shield resembling its outline in a flash-frozen crater. The 10 Lunarshade elders floated overhead on their swords of moonlight with their hands clasped behind their backs under their flowing white robes that fluttered in the nightly breeze. Despite their calm appearance, Ashlock could tell from the flickering of lunar chi between them that words were most certainly exchanged as they eyed the second ent. Shit. This isn't good. I need to stop their ability to teleport. Otherwise, they might go and assist their Grand Elder before I can stop them. Ashlock cast spatial lock on the elders and started trying to match their frequencies simultaneously but quickly learned this was a single target technique rather than one that could be used on a large group with differing cultivation levels. Ashlock knew he needed to go on the offensive quickly, so he was about to go and inform the gathered Grand Elders to make a move, but to his surprise, someone decided to take matters into their own hands. You bastards dare defile my god's children. Elsia screamed as she burst through the spatial shield of the bastion on a pillar of purple smoke. A soul-crushing pressure filled with wrath and a hint of divinity exploded out of the girl, and her eyes glowed with power. The Lunarshade elders eyed the newcomer with contempt. Yet, their arrogance faded as Elsia's wave of pressure smashed into them, slapping them out of the sky with immense force. They plummeted to the ground like asteroids striking the moon, and the ground exploded upon their impacts, leaving craters. Even the bastion's shield rippled and groaned under Elsia's soul pressure. I remember Stella telling me that Elsia's presence carries the weight of her god. Before, she believed Pluto was a godly being, but now she believes in me. Ashlock muttered in amazement as he watched dozens of spinning ritual circles manifest above Elsia, dominating the night sky. Is this the type of pressure I will be able to wield once my inner world is formed? Elsia looked to the stars, spread out her arms, and began chanting. O all-seeing eye, whose godly gaze pierces the veil of my soul. In your ever-loving sight, I accept the splintering of my whole. Let the fragments of my psyche be the mosaic of your grace. Each piece a testament to the depth of your embrace. The bloodied carving of an eye on her forehead slowly opened, and tendrils of an eldritch being not of this world slithered out of her third eye alongside mystic chi that leaked out and coiled around its form. Unfazed by the monstrosity emerging from her forehead, Elsia continued the chant with her passion, reaching new heights. Blood leaked from her nose and eyes as the ritual circle forming overhead began spinning faster, and the pressure further increased. In the abyss of your scrutiny, I concede. The fractured pieces of my broken mind. Non-believers have arrived at the gates. Allow me to show them your welcoming embrace. At Nobleban at. Pluto emerged in his entirety, wreathed in a shroud of mystic chi, and descended on the pinned non-believers. Ashlock wasn't entirely sure what Pluto was supposed to look like, but he seemed far more ominous than the descriptions he had been given. He looks like the embodiment of the all-seeing eye. It's as if he has become a manifestation of me. Pluto was nothing but a giant floating green eye surrounded by a ring of wriggling tendrils. He had no mouth, limbs, or body to speak of. He was a truly alien creature born from a twisted mind devoted to Ashlock. Under Elsia's reverent shouting about killing the non-believers, Pluto loomed overhead, unleashing a barrage of tendrils upon the Lunarshade elders. Unfortunately, despite Elsia's immense presence by wielding the name of her god, she could not pin the Lunarshade elders down for long as they blinked in and out of existence along the streaks of moonlight. Ashlock glared at the celestial object that dominated the sky with annoyance, which was letting them teleport around. If Larry could be freed from dealing with the Lunarshade Grand Elder, he could blanket the sky with his body and stop their teleportation. Ashlock sadly couldn't depend on Larry, so he decided to use spatial lock one at a time to cull the Lunarshade elders' numbers. Locking onto a bald woman first, he matched his soul pulses to hers, causing the moonlight to fail to recognize her and refuse her passage through its light. She stumbled in confusion before a stray tendril from Pluto smacked her right in the stomach, dispelling the moonlight wreathing her form and causing her to cough blood as she flew through the air and crashed into the ground. The woman lay sprawled among craters, wheezing and trying to conjure even a flicker of lunar flames to heal her internal wounds. Ashlock was not so kind to let his foe recover. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Her eyes widened as a portal ripped itself into existence, and a black vine covered in thorns lashed out and impaled her to the ground. She gasped for breath as she reached up and tried to claw at the vine rammed through her chest. Such a wound would kill others, but the woman's flickering lunar chi kept her alive long enough to experience a slow death. The thorns drew blood from her hands that dyed her pristine white robes a dark crimson. Since she was managing to hold on to life, Ashlock flooded her body with digestive fluids, liquefying her organs, and the embers of life faded from her eyes. That's another one down, Ashlock said without a hint of emotion as he dragged the corpse over to the bastion with telekinesis and cast Necroflora Sovereign. As much as he wanted credits, those could be gathered later. Creating Ents was the most efficient path to victory. The last Ent perished under the Lunarshade elders' concentrated efforts, but they wasted a lot of chi doing so. Whereas creating the Ents cost nothing for Ashlock as he wasn't putting in any effort to customize them to his liking. While the new Ent was being created, Ashlock cast his sights back to the battle at hand. Elsia had lessened her pressure on the area as the other Grand Elders took to the battle. The Lunarshade elders were strong under the moonlight and worked well together, but they weren't the only ones stronger during the night. Evelyn, much like her sister Nox, wielded shadow chi. However, the difference between the two's capabilities was vast from a mere glance. Her shadow armor was more like a dress than full medieval plate armor conjured from shadows. The fiends she summoned were more annoyances than threats, and her bladework was vastly inferior. It was clear that Evelyn had lived the life of a noble daughter while Nox fought tooth and nail in the outside world as her techniques lacked that refined ruthlessness. Because of this, the Frostvale Grand Elder had to send a few of his elders to assist her while she fought. Ashlock was honestly impressed as the man was an absolute tank. He manifested walls of ice to block crescent slashes and went toe-to-toe with a Lunarshade Elder in an airborne boxing match. Ashlock also saw the Mistshroud family joining Elsia in the air. Abominations birthed from their imaginations manifested from their mystic chi, and how they differed from Pluto was obvious. Their creations had more ethereal forms, like illusions, rather than physical bodies. After my talk with them, it looks like they are also going with an eye and tree theme, much like Pluto, Ashlock mused. He had gone all out earlier with abyssal whispers to flood their minds with visions to inspire them. The Mistshroud Grand Elder commanded an ethereal giant handmade from black wood floating in the air. In its palm was a glowing red eye that seemed to carry a hint of Ashlock's demonic eye powers, capable of inducing madness in the Lunarshade Elders as they tried to flee its grasp. That just left one group out of the fight. Ashlock looked back at the ground beyond the bastion's shield and saw the Blightbane family gathered around the Lunarshade Elder's corpse and praying to it. Their bodies were withered and rotting, and their eyes a liquid black. Bringer of death, heed our prayers, they chanted, purge the lingering regrets from this non-believer and envelop us in your blessing. Ashlock was curious about what death affinity cultivators were capable of, and he had no reason to refuse their pleas as it was simply a side effect of the skill and not something he was doing on purpose. I hear your prayers, Ashlock spoke into their minds, so have your reward. He didn't really know what to say to their misplaced prayers, but anything that would make them revere him more and boost his divine energy was a plus in his book. The black root went down the corpse's throat and deposited the seed. All the Blightbane cultivators stood and clasped their hands before their chests as they waited for their god's blessing. Death chi miasma exploded as the corpse twisted upwards and took on its new wooden form, much like the last two. The Blightbane family absorbed the death chi and cried to the heavens as their skin melted off their bones, revealing the ivory color beneath. It was one of the most gruesome sights Ashlock had witnessed in this world and was made all the worse because they seemed to be enjoying it. Their cultivation soared the closer to death they came. Have they become undead? The Grand Elder almost resembles a lich at this point, Ashlock muttered to himself in disbelief. With death miasma leaking from their mouths like bad breath, the half-dead looking members of the Blightbane family finally joined the war after a brief celebration of Ashlock's godlike capabilities. The Grand Elder, whose black cloak flapped in the winds, barely concealed his skeleton body as he took to the sky and faced off the oldest-looking Lunarshade Elder. The scent of death around you is sickening, the man grimaced as he brandished his silver sword, burning with white flames. You are a plague on this realm that should be purified in the moonlight. Grand Elder Blightbane answered with a crooked grin, I will be the judge of that. He raised his finger and gathered chi toward it before saying, with an almost inhuman voice reverberating through the lands, life-death equilibrium. The Lunarshade Elder tried to run, but Ashlock cast spatial lock on him. He staggered in the air as his beloved moonlight rejected his passage, and the bolt of death fired from the Blightbane Grand Elder's finger impacted him. It phased right through his lunar chi and clothes as if they weren't there. What did you do to me? The Lunarshade asked as he frantically patted his chest with wide eyes. Just wait and see, the Blightbane Grand Elder sneered, oh look, it's started. What has? Ashlock saw wrinkles spread across the man's flawless skin, and his eyes darkened. He went limp as what Ashlock assumed was the man's soul rose into the air as a dense burning ball of white flames, illuminating the night sky. But he wasn't the only one to have his soul exposed. From Grand Elder Blightbane's chest, a sinister black sun floated forward. Even Ashlock felt a chill run down his bark looking at it from afar, and he wasn't the only one. Everyone paused their fights and turned to watch the spectacle unfolding. Under the heavens, our souls will now be weighed against one another, Grand Elder Blightbane explained. Your life force will be compared to my death chi, and whoever is found lacking will have their soul forfeit, and the victor will claim the other. Ashlock now realized why the Grand Elder sought out the oldest member of the Lunarshade Elders. No matter his foe's cultivation level, if they are nearing the end of their lifespan, then their life force could be close to that of a mortal. Only those in the nascent soul realm and above can escape the shackles of mortality by reincarnating into their infant souls. A heavenly scale manifested in the sky constructed from golden light and began to weigh the two burning souls. The old man, who could not move his limbs, shouted to his fellow elders, lend me your life force. I only have a century of life force remaining, so I won't be able to survive. What are you saying, Elder of House Lunarshade? Grand Elder Blightbane laughed. Life force is the most precious thing. Why would these fine elders here waste their life force to save a blundering old fool like you who can't even use lunar step correctly? You silver-tongued snake, the Lunarshade Elder grimaced, you spew lies about my good name to sow discord among us. We are all worshippers of the moon's grace and will stop at nothing to purge disgusting vermin like you from our sacred lands. Isn't that right, my fellow elders? An uncomfortable silence was shared among all present. Isn't that right? He insisted and still received no reply as his fellow elders exchanged glances. Much like the moon, there is always a dark side to life. Grand Elder Blightbane shook his head wistfully. Only when one stands at the gates of hell do they learn the truth of life. No. This can't be. The old man, visibly aging as his life force was consumed by the sinister death, muttered in horror, I still had time. My foundation was perfect, and my path to take over the spot at the top of the family was assured. Lofty ambitions held back by a lack of talent. Your death was inevitable either to the clutches of time or at the blade of your Grand Elder. Blightbane, who resembled a lich, uttered a death sentence for the man, a fact your fellow elders have known for a while. But don't fear. Now, your strength will become mine, and I shall wield it to slay those who turned their backs on you. Surrender yourself to me, and I will take on your regrets and burning desire for revenge. Desperation and rage flashed across the dying man's face. The Blightbane Grand Elder's words seemed to bite deep and tempt the darkest depths of his soul to give in. Only if you promise that the Lunarshade Grand Elder will die in the worst way possible will I surrender my soul to you, the man hissed. As if he were the Reaper himself, Grand Elder Blightbane grinned, I accept this pact. Then I concede. Upon uttering those words, the heavenly scale tipped drastically in the Blightbane Grand Elder's favor. The Lunarshade's soul was stripped of its life force and flowed to the Grand Elder, reforming his skin and flesh. Meanwhile, the old man's corpse fell to the ground as nothing but a sack of flesh and bones with a sickening crunch, the soul and chi having been stripped and added to the Grand Elder's strength. That's another century of life force to stave off the death chi. Always important to maintain a healthy balance. The Blightbane Grand Elder chuckled as he reabsorbed his soul and wreathed himself in death chi. Now who was next? An explosion rumbled the land as something shot through the sky. The titan of moonlight in the distance, dancing with a silver cloud of ash, tumbled to the floor with a metal rod sticking through it. Was that Douglas? Ashlock was in disbelief as he saw Jeb slowly close his mouth. The Lunarshade elders seemed to panic and dispersed. Most headed to their fallen Grand Elder, while one flew straight at the defenseless Jeb and teleported into the stone tower's control room before anyone could react. Chapter 299. Mudcloak Ascension. Elaine noticed a sudden crushing pressure in the room a moment before Douglas. Without thinking, she grabbed Douglas's broad arm with both hands and twisted her body to haul him to the side. What? Douglas yelped in surprise. Their fall was accompanied by a shockwave filled with shards of glass that threw them further than intended, and Elaine was blinded by a flash of white. Ugh! Elaine groaned as she hit the floor hard. She hadn't done much body tempering as neither void nor illusion chi was suited for it, and she had cushioned Douglas's fall. Blinking away the blinding light, vague shapes and outlines gradually sharpened until she could see clearly again. Frozen shards of glass once belonging to the control room's window coated the room like spikes. Close to the window, a mudcloak stood as a statue of ice with its hand stretched out toward her as it had been caught in the path of the moonbeam. Elaine followed the frozen path of the moonbeam and found it led to a set of feet poking out of pristine white robes wreathed in dancing white flames. It's one of them, Douglas hissed under his breath with a grim expression. Oh no. Elaine felt her heart jump to her throat in fear as she hauled her body around the table to get a better look. Sure enough, one of the Lunarshade elders stood there, glaring at them with pupilless eyes. They were nothing but white, much like his robes and flames. He stood at an impressive height, towering over the shorter tables used by the mudcloaks, and his entirely bald head almost scraped the ceiling. Protect the king. The mudcloak, who was most well-versed in speech, brandished a crude dagger from his cloak and charged toward the far superior cultivator. Murky brown flames ignited its entire form and weapon. Douglas stood up and shouted, No. Stand down. The mudcloak briefly paused its charge before reciting its allegiance. Protect the queen. It shouted as it resumed its one-man crusade. No. Damn it. Elaine gasped out in horror as the looming Lunarshade cultivator stared down at the approaching monster with an amused smirk. What a pathetic little creature. The elder's star core pressure pulsed out, and Elaine felt her breath stolen from her lungs. The charging mudcloak fared even worse. It stumbled at the last step and face planted before the elder's feet. Desperately, it tried to raise its head and sword, but its limbs trembled due to the pressure weighing down upon it. Elaine was mortified as she saw the elder raise his sword like an executioner. She loved the little guys. Move, damn it. Elaine cursed her body and soul for trembling before a foe. Move. The void answered her prayers, tearing open and swallowing her whole. She was now floating in the in-between. No matter how carefully woven heaven's reality was, there were slight gaps between the rivers of chi as they shifted about. It was these gaps that void cultivators used to traverse great distances. Now floating in the void and unaffected by the elder's pressure, Elaine freely traversed the void to position herself behind the elder. You can do this, Elaine lied to herself to calm the raging nerves. Defeating someone from a higher realm was almost unheard of, as their mere presence alone was enough to make lesser cultivators kneel at their feet and await death. Elaine wasn't a fighter. She spent years studying and researching alongside her uncle in Darklight City. After joining the Ashfallen sect, she began to catch up, but compared to the others, she was still lacking. No. Stop thinking logically. Elaine shook her head and pulled on her 9th stage soul core to draw upon her illusion chi in a pitiful amount of void chi. If the logical outcome was to escape and let this elder slaughter everyone, then she would rather take the stupid approach, fight till the bitter end. Translucent flames that shifted between various colors wreathed her hands as she narrowed her eyes. I can do it. No, I have to do it. I am not the same as before. I have been blessed by the help of Ashlock and Mars to further myself by unlocking and developing this second affinity. A mere second had passed, yet it felt too long. Elaine emerged silently from the void as the elder's sword blurred, horizontally cutting the trembling mudcloak in two. Blood flew through the air as the sword completed its arc, splattering the far wall and Douglas's horrified face. The elder seemed to notice the sudden person behind him as he turned, but Elaine threw herself onto his back. The burning chill of the lunar chi bit deep into her bones. Unable to hold back, she screamed in agony as she reached up and clamped both her hands on either side of the elder's head. Elaine! Douglas roared as he staggered forward despite the immense pressure bearing down on him. His face was a deep red due to the splattered blood of the executed mudcloak and the veins bulging through his skin. Elaine felt more confident seeing Douglas daring to resist the elder's wrath alongside her. They were in this together, and if she failed, Douglas's head might even be the one flying next. Instead of running or begging for his life, he is more concerned about me. Elaine smiled slightly through the burning cold as she merged her pitiful void chi with her illusion chi to pierce the elder's mental defenses and went straight to his consciousness. Flooding his mind with her void and illusion chi combo, she gave the man a suggestion inspired by her enduring agony. The moonlight burns you. Ah. The elder staggered away from the broken window and deeper into the control room to escape the moonlight streaking in. Mudcloaks trembled all around as his pressure pinned them to the ground. Elaine desperately held on with her legs wrapped around the elder's waist and one hand gripping his shoulder. With a flash of silver, she summoned a dagger to her free hand and coated it in all the void chi she could muster. Die, you bastard. Elaine rarely felt genuine rage, but seeing the dead mudcloak, who had died trying to protect her, awakened an indescribable anger. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Bringing her hand up, she aimed for the elder's neck and stabbed downward. Her body was thrown to the side by the elder's aggressive movements. The blade instead bit deep into his shoulder. Most of the void chi on the dagger was consumed to penetrate the layers of lunar chi, and the man's body was tempered to the point it felt like she had struck marble rather than flesh. Yet, despite their gap in cultivation and body constitution, the dagger made it all the way in. The elder howled in even more agony and desperately reached over his shoulder. Grabbing her wrist that was still holding the dagger hilt, Elaine heard an audible crack as every bone in her hand was crushed to dust. Elaine's body took a second to register the shocking pain, and once she did, her entire body seized up as she cried out in pain, and tears welled in her eyes. Perhaps someone like Douglas could keep fighting through the pain, but Elaine had long reached her limit as she was thrown off the elder's back and tumbled to the floor. I did my best, was all Elaine could think as she lay there on the floor, watching the elder stumbling about the room like a raging drunk as he believed the moonlight was burning him alive. A small smile appeared on Elaine's lips. Even she was surprised at how ruthless of a suggestion she had given the elder, and because the illusion chi had been merged with some void chi, dispelling it would be more problematic. At nobleman at. But at the end of the day, it's just an illusion. The moonlight isn't really harming the elder. If he could ignore it, he could keep fighting like normal. Also, It was a suggestion. It wouldn't have worked if it was something he deemed impossible. What did you do to me? The elder collapsed to his knees and clutched his head. The moonlight, why does it reject me? Why does it burn me? The white lunar flames dancing across his skin diminished as he returned to screaming. Because you killed one of my people, Douglas trudged over to the collapsed elder. The pressure on the room had lessened considerably so he could move. He kneed the elder in the face, sending the man sprawling onto his back, and before the elder knew what was happening, Douglas rammed his earth chi-wreathed walking stick into his heart. The elder's eyes widened, and he wheezed. You think such a wound will kill me? No, Douglas said simply as he put his entire weight onto the elder by sitting on his chest and brutally ripped out the dagger embedded in his shoulder. But this will. Douglas's earth chi coated the blade as he swiftly cut the elder's head off. The elder's hand briefly lifted before it fell limp. All at once, the pressure blanketing the room vanished, and Elaine was able to let out a nervous breath. It was over. Elaine, you were amazing. Douglas let out a sigh of relief as he looked to the ceiling, his shoulders drooping as the tension left. Since when could you do that? Elaine felt her face go red. I practiced hard recently. I could tell. That was very impressive, Douglas said, rolling off the Lunarshade Elder's corpse and staggering to his feet. He was clearly exhausted as he gave the corpse a half-hearted kick. That was for my chief commander, he muttered sadly as he glanced at the other much smaller and gruesome corpse. A portal suddenly rippled into existence, and 3 thick black vines covered in thorns wielding swords surged through. They seemed to wave around in the middle of the room in confusion. He's already dead, Ashlock's voice echoed in Elaine's mind. How? Elaine. We killed him together, Elaine interrupted Douglas, and they exchanged a knowing, weary grin. I see, though I still don't see how. You were both in the soul fire realm and lacking combat experience. That was a seasoned elder in the Star Core realm. Whatever, I don't have time. Good shot, Douglas, you hit the Grand Elder. Thank you, boss. Douglas briefly bowed toward Willow in the distance. The black vines picked up the Lunarshade corpse and carried him through the portal, likely to be turned into an ant or devoured by the demonic tree. Boss, I know you are busy. Douglas picked up the 2 bloody halves of the dead mudcloak. But is there anything you can do about this one? I can't revive the dead, but I can turn the mudcloak into an ant. Is that agreeable? Douglas nodded. Please. Very well. Spatial chi enveloped the mudcloak as it rose via telekinesis and was taken away through the portal. To heaven. A mudcloak cheered, and the others joined in. Saved the king. Mudcloak Ascension. No. Douglas shook his head. What he did was very stupid. This is bad, understand? The mudcloaks gathered around their king and exchanged confused glances. Their glowing blue eyes peeked through their black cloaks, which Elaine had verified was part of their body and acted like skin. Whatever. Douglas sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. If I tell you guys not to fight, listen to me in the future, okay? The king is strong. I don't need your help sometimes. The king doesn't need us. One of the mudcloaks muttered, sending the rest into a frenzy. Douglas grumbled. That's not what I said. We will die for the king. Don't abandon us. They grabbed onto his legs and begged as he tried to pry them off. Elaine chuckled at the scene as she used the table to support herself as she got to her feet. Ow ow ow. How many bones did I break? She flopped her crushed hand and winced. It would be better to ask how many bones remain in my poor hand. A new portal rippled into existence, and Elaine recognized Red Vine peek through it. Home. You two leave and take the mudcloaks with you, Ashlock told them. I'll have Jeb return once the battle is over, but it isn't safe for you two here anymore, and I can't spend time protecting you myself. It was a very kind way to say they were in the way. This fact saddened Elaine a little, but he wasn't wrong. They had barely managed to kill a single Lunarshade elder by ambushing him, and Elaine was all out of void chi. Douglas managed to get the mudcloaks off him and let Elaine lean on him as they walked through the portal. She gasped in pain with every step as the adrenaline faded and the repercussions of her almost suicidal attack set in. Before they passed through, Elaine looked through the frozen window at the avatar of Moonlight impaled by a pillar of metal. He was surrounded by the remaining Lunarshade elders, and she could feel the chi fluctuations of the fight happening over there despite the distance. It looks like we're winning, Elaine thought as her ears popped and the cold winds of Red Vine Peak ruffled her hair. The portal snapped close behind her, and she hated to admit it, but it was nice to be back to safety. Douglas ran his fingers through her hair and gently caressed her back. Elaine answered his advances by leaning further into his embrace. We survived, she whispered. Douglas's chest rumbled slightly as he hummed in agreement. That we did. I was so scared, Elaine admitted. Her heart still pounded in her ears, and her legs shook. Honestly, me too. Douglas met her gaze. That I would lose you. Elaine clicked her tongue and winced as she pushed him off. Classic Earth cultivator. Always having to act tough. Douglas chuckled and scratched the back of his neck. Okay, you caught me. I was fucking terrified, alright. Though, isn't it crazy to think Stella is at a stage of cultivation beyond that guy? That's true. Elaine nodded and glanced at the demonic tree that lorded over the peak. And the patriarch is at a level even higher than that. I have a lot to catch up to if I want to be useful to this sect. A low thumping sound drew Elaine's focus. Turning around, she saw the light ant trudging toward them. It collapsed to one knee and offered her a healing wisp. Thank you, Elaine said, accepting the offering and shivering in ecstasy as the pain washed away and the bones in her crushed hand reformed. Douglas led the mudcloaks back to the citadel, and she chose to collapse onto Stella's bench under the tree and just take it all in. After such an experience, she had a lot to think over. A while passed, and as her gaze drifted across the mountain peak, she noticed something large emerge from the library atop the citadel. Kada. Elaine tilted her head as Lindrum tasted the outside air with his tongue. What is he doing out here? A rift appeared beside Kada, and the snake shot her a look before he slithered through. Did Kada just join the fight? Elaine's eyes widened. What was the situation on the other side? Chapter 300. Phantom Moon's Heir. The Lunarshade Grand Elder groaned as he clasped a hand around the shaft of metal that was impaling his side. It had torn through his lunar avatar as if it were nothing but water and had taken out his left arm and lung. It should be impossible for something this primitive to hurt him to this extent, but she was a type of spiritual force at the end of the day. A well-made physical projectile coated in runic formations designed to pierce chi defenses was difficult to stop, no matter how dense his lunar chi avatar was. Such a primitive weapon would be a waste of resources in most fights, as I would teleport away before it grazed my fair skin. Yet, a technique originating from that darn spirit tree protected by a shield prevents my passage through the moonlight. Dorian, are you alive? The Grand Elder glanced up at the group of elders left and scowled at the one who had uttered his name. Elder Elio, are you cursing me to die? He wheezed out at the man as he only had one lung. Or have you grown so bold to utter my name as you believe I will not strike you down before you have contributed to this battle? Elder Elio clasped his hands and bowed deeply. My deepest apologies, Grand Elder. That was not my intention. I will repent to the moon for my unthoughtful words. Good, now help remove this rod. Elder Elio floated down with the rest, and Dorian granted them passage through his avatar of moonlight. He wouldn't usually trust his elders to this degree as he knew they all eyed the seat at the top of the Lunarshade family that he had spent centuries building up to be a position of prestige. Especially Elder Elio. He thinks I am blind to the family's ongoings as I enjoy my moonlit baths surrounded by jade beauties, but little does he know they whisper rumors in my ears as we make passionate love. I know his branch has started aggressively buying up pills from the Pavilion, and his branch's younger generation has been locked away in closed-door cultivation for months. They are clearly preparing for a takeover. The elders tried to pull the rod free, but it was firmly planted into the earth and had somehow fused to his skin. It must have an earth core below the metal coating, and the earth's chi keeps it rooted in place. What an interesting weapon these bastards have devised. Overload it with chi. The runic formations can only take so much. Dorian instructed. His elders exchanged a reluctant look. He flared his pressure to remind these bastards that they were currently inside his avatar, and crushing them like insects would be easy. They took the hint and quickly got to work. I could use my chi or strength to destroy this rod, but I need all I can muster to keep this ash spider from consuming me alive. The infant soul will decay to nothing at this rate, and the chi I gathered for it over the last few centuries will be wasted. Lunar chi surged down the silver metal rod, which must have cost thousands of high-grade spirit stones to make. The formations glowed white, and cracks appeared. Elder Elio reeled back his fist, and with a well-placed punch, the metal casing shattered and fell aside, revealing a stone core hardened with glowing earth chi, as Dorian had suspected. Now free from the rod that had been sapping away his chi, Dorian pushed lunar chi to his wounds and watched as the soft moonlight began regrowing his flesh and limbs. Within seconds, he had undone the damage caused by the projectile. Just how rich are these bastards to waste so many spirit stones on a one-time use weapon that hardly did anything? Dorian shook his head as he expelled his elders from his avatar and rose to his full height once again. Whatever. Let's regain control of this battle and remind these insects why I am known as the Phantom Moon's heir. Raising his hands to the moon, which had reached its zenith, he said a prayer. This was a last resort for most, as calling upon a divine being's assistance never came cheap, whether the debt be paid in this life or the next. But he had already lost too much for this to go on. At this rate, he might even lose to the ash spider. Goddess of the moon, cleanse me of this filth that dares to cloud the skies and sully your everlasting beauty. Dorian bellowed to the heavens, and he felt it answer his call. A price would be paid for this salvation in due time, but for now, he did not care. This creature that dared to eat him alive needed to perish. The heavens took interest, and the moon answered his prayer. The celestial object dominating the sky took on a sinister glow, and Dorian's face fell as he felt the price of his request. Strength left his body as life force was torn from his soul and gifted to the moon. Such a steep price. Dorian couldn't believe it. A tribute of chi, or perhaps a bottleneck, was to be expected, but life force. Did I ask the heavens to strike down a fellow divine or something? It was unexpected but not the worst outcome. So long as I can recover my infant soul before my lifespan is up, I can reincarnate into a new body and continue living. Having taken its tribute, the moon rapidly expanded in size as if trying to snuff out the stars and dominate the entire sky. Dorian could feel its pitiful gaze upon him as it honored his pathetic request. The world went white as a moonbeam of unfathomable power bathed him in its cleansing wrath. The ash spider that had been devouring him barely managed to disperse in time through a hastily summoned portal, but most of it was disintegrated by the moonlight. A moment passed, and the spider did not return. It's a tall price to pay, but at least the main threat has been dealt with. Let's end this war. Wait, where are the rest of you? The Grand Elder asked his remaining elders. At least 4 were missing. Had they died in the moonlight blast, too? Had the moon goddess deemed them unworthy of her cold love? They were slain in a dishonorable battle, and then the bastards that dared to invade your sacred lands defiled their honorable corpses by turning them into twisted monstrosities and were made to fight against us, the very helpful Elder Elio informed him while pointing at humanoid-looking white trees near the spirit tree. Dorian followed his elder's finger, and sure enough, there were 3 lunar-wreathed abominations that strangely resembled his elders despite their new monstrous forms. They stood in formation around the spirit tree as if guarding it. Many prominent Grand Elders of the other major families in Nightshade City were floating before the shield on swords, and they weren't the only ones. He could detect others, such as Magnus Redclaw, fighting off a wave of incoming bounty hunters in the distance. Elders, go and attack the ones fighting the bounty hunters from behind, Dorian instructed his elders. They all teleported away to fulfill his order. He wasn't sure if the bounty hunters were on his side or not, as the celestial warden was likely involved, and that man's motives were never clear. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. Friend or foe, my elders should keep them busy. Now, let's deal with these pests one by one. Dorian raised his hand. While he had the moon's attention, his star core pulsed as he called upon a nascent soul-level moonbeam from the heavens and aimed at the tortoise monster in the distance. The heavens delivered, and the world went white. The head of that giant red wood mountain in the distance blew up. Since it was stationary and posed the most threat, he chose to eliminate it first as it was the thing that could shoot projectiles capable of killing him. In comparison, everyone else here was a weakling hardly worth his attention except for one other major threat. Dorian's eyes narrowed at the creature from the beyond. Mystic chi coated its wriggling tendrils and giant green eye, giving it a purple glow, but this monster felt real, unlike the other illusionary creations from the Mistshroud family. How such a young girl could order around a beast from the void was beyond Dorian, but the fact that it was a threat that needed to be eliminated didn't change. There's a reason I never dare to dally in the beyond. Dorian thought as he looked into the girl's eyes. They were crazed to the degree that unnerved anyone, as if she knew things no human should know and could break your mind by merely uttering these truths. Lunar affinity was of a higher order than most, which is why he could shift between reality and the void and also had control over the spatial plane. Naturally, mastering it to the level he had required an unfathomable amount of time and dedication. Something his now slain heir had shown promise of. You fuckers will pay for what you have done. Dorian clenched his avatar's fist, and you will be the first. At it nobleman at. The Mistshroud girl grinned wildly. You dare defy my god's grace. Defy. I outright reject anything that isn't the lunar goddess's light. Dorian dashed forward as teleportation was blocked and planted his avatar's lunar chi-wreathed fist into the void monster. The mystic chi coating its body evaporated in a wave, exposing the monster's body to reality. It let out an otherworldly scream of pain that shook Dorian's consciousness. Killing a void monster is near impossible without me expending all the chi I have, but to send it back to where it came from is easy enough. Without the mystic chi protecting it, heaven will expel it from its carefully woven reality for me, as creatures from the beyond aren't welcome here. What did you do? The Mistshroud girl shrieked as the void monster re-entered, her third eye carved into her forehead and vanished. Dorian had no interest in educating a brat who relied on borrowed power. He twisted his body and slapped away the many illusionary creations coming at him from the other Mistshroud members. If not for the vast difference in cultivation, these would be harder to deal with than the void monster, as he couldn't simply get rid of the outer layer and would have to destroy them outright or somehow disrupt the Mistshroud's imagination with mental attacks so they lose focus. Enough of this nonsense. Dorian hissed in annoyance. As a nascent soul realm cultivator, he could fly around unassisted by a sword, so he simply floated toward the Grand Elders and unleashed his pressure upon them. Rifts opened around Dorian, and black vines coated in thorns surged toward him. Some even wielded swords coated in spatial chi, and to his surprise, they could strike from seemingly impossible angles and tear into his avatar. Luckily, like the void monster coated in mystic chi, there was a simple solution. Dorian didn't even bother trying to cut or freeze the vines. He sent out a crescent slash from his sword and severed the portals instead. The popping sounds and rush of air accompanied the thuds of the thick black vines and the clattering of swords falling to the ground. Their coordination is terrible, and they rely on too many proxy attacks. Only the ash spider dared to attack me head-on with his body. It's impossible to defeat a stronger opponent with such safe attacks from afar. My regeneration is unbeatable, and so long as the moon is at its zenith, I can call upon its wrath. A yawn almost escaped Dorian's mouth as a wall of ice erupted from the ground. Are you trying to prevent my passage with ice? Do you know who I am? Dorian sneered at the Frostveil Grand Elder as he snapped his fingers, and the wall crumbled into a sad lake of water in the mud. The monstrosities birthed from his fallen elders guarding the spirit tree began to move toward him. My elders feared and obeyed me in life. What do you think they could do to me in death? Dorian opened his palm and reversed gravity on the Ents. They groaned, and the sound of snapping wood filled the air. They were uprooted and pulled toward him. Once they collapsed below him in a pile, he floated down and greedily drew the moonlight from their souls into his avatar. Dorian grinned at the refreshing feeling as the Ents withered as he drank on their souls. Even in death, my elders serve me. Annoyingly, he couldn't recover his life force through this technique. For that, he would have to reincarnate via his infant soul or conduct a complicated sacrificial ritual with his own children. With the Ents dealt with, Dorian floated up and sneered. Your attacks are all weak and pathetic. That ash spider was an interesting opponent, but I really have to wonder who gave you all the gall to slaughter my son. My elders alone outnumber you all, and only the celestial warden has the strength to harm me. Did you truly think this fight would end any other way? Dorian questioned the Grand Elders as they desperately tried to remain airborne under his crushing pressure. The weaker elders of their family had already crashed into the ground below, sending up dust clouds. Receiving no reply, Dorian's patience began to waver. I was content in letting you insects live alongside me so long as Evelyn Duskwalker pleasured my son and kept you all in line. Dorian glared at Evelyn Duskwalker. It seems my son's lust led to his downfall as he was enchanted by a vixen such as yourself. I knew you were bad news, always coming to my family and requesting funds in such a pitiful manner. Evelyn glared at him with hatred. It's not my fault you and your son are such fools and ugly bastards that were begging for death. If not by my hands, someone was bound to end your tyranny one day. Dorian blinked in disbelief at Evelyn's words. She was supposed to be a weak kitten who would kneel and beg at his feet for scraps like an animal. To think it had all been an act, and she had been a tigress all along, waiting for the perfect opportunity to kill his dear son when he had his guard down. You finally show your true colors. Dorian floated toward her and opened his palm. I will keep you as a statue to serve as a reminder to future generations to stay weary of two-faced bitches like you. Calling on the dark side of the moon, the air around him crystallized into hail as ice chi gathered in his palm. He used reverse gravity to pull her toward him and was about to encase her in ice when a rift tore open between them, swallowing Evelyn and transporting her somewhere else. A vein popped in Dorian's forehead as he ground his teeth. Spatial cultivators were among the most troublesome to deal with. Usually, he could call on his comprehension of the spatial plane, which came with his lunar affinity, to block them. Yet, despite being in a lower realm, the amount of chi this spatial cultivator had to blanket the entire city was monstrous. It was impossible to wrestle away control from them. Dorian glared at the spirit tree aflame with spatial chi under the shield. Ignoring the pathetic attacks from the weaklings, he floated closer, and, raising his hand, he slammed down on the shield. It rippled, and he noticed the spirit tree's flames flare even more aggressively. A wide grin appeared on his face. He could feel its fear. This is how it should be. The weak should bow and cower before the strong like him. Sometimes, in eras of peace, people forgot who the true hidden dragons of this realm were. Dorian had no problem being given a chance to personally dish out that reminder. Placing both palms on the spatial shield, he pulled deeply on both of his star cores and began squeezing the shield like an egg while burning it with lunar chi. It only lasted a dozen seconds before it perished. Got you, Dorian said, grabbing the tree trunk and ripping it free from the black rock. He held it overhead and easily tore it in half. The pressure that had shrouded the entire battlefield since the beginning faded, and the spatial flames enshrouding the tree and its canopy were snuffed out. Just to be sure he eliminated all traces of this spatial cultivator, he threw the pieces of the tree to the side and crushed the black rock with his foot. The technique that had been locking him out from the moonlight vanished, which should have been good news, but Dorian shook his foot in concern. What is this? A strange black liquid with the viscosity of blood was rapidly spreading through his avatar. He shook his foot and stumbled backward from the black rock, noticing many severed roots leaking the same black liquid. That same presence from before bloomed in his mind, and a demonic spirit tree appeared in his consciousness. Despite his efforts, he could not purge it from his mind this time, and he felt its roots sprawl out through his soul and join up with the black blood corrupting him. Grand Elder Lunarshade, a chorus of 100 voices echoed creepily through his mind. Have you ever wondered how nice it would be to bathe under the moonlight as a tree? Chapter 301. Feast under the moonlight. Stella blinked in and out of the spatial plane as fast as the spatial chi could flow through her spirit roots. Her mind was tranquil and calm due to her bloodline, but her body was struggling to keep up. Her star core burned fiercely in her chest, and her chi-enhanced muscles ached as she deflected a needle of silver from piercing her brain with her sword in a shower of sparks and a terrible scraping sound that howled in her ear. If not for Ash drowning the whole city in spatial chi, I would have run out and likely died by now. There's just no end to these bounty hunters. Girl, you sure are good at running away. The silver-haired man wearing a jade mask clicked his tongue as he casually redirected the needle of silver to chase her. He was one of the Jade Sentinels sent to fight with them, and so far, he had been the most motivated. Stella wasn't sure how to describe it, but until now, every bounty hunter had held back as if trying to contribute the bare minimum to the battle and preserve their chi. Once they got slightly injured, they ran away instead of fighting to the death like normal cultivators. This was bizarre and confusing because if they had combined their strength, Stella, Diana, and the redclaws would have been long overrun. There were simply too many of them. What the hell is their goal? Stella wondered as she vanished into the spatial plane and did a longer-range teleport to reappear above Diana. Her ears popped as a wave of wind hit her, and she saw what appeared to be a cloaked person soaring toward the ground like a meteor. Once the person ate the dirt below, throwing up a plume of dust, a portal opened overhead, and black vines dragged the body elsewhere. There goes another one. Diana panted as she lowered the fist that had just sent the person flying. Blood dripped from her claws, and war scars painted her once beautiful feathered wings. Diana looked a mess, and she wasn't the only one. The Redclaw family fiercely fighting in the distance weren't much better off, and Stella was nursing a few deep cuts and torn clothes herself. This battle had been so brutal for all of them that Stella believed it was a genuine miracle that nobody had died yet. Seeing Diana's condition, Stella hated asking for help, but the squirrel sleeping on her head had offered little assistance thus far. Diana, could you help me out with a metal cultivator? Diana flapped her ruined wings to ascend to Stella's height, the Jade Sentinel over there. She tilted her head. Why do they look familiar? I know what you mean. The silver hair and metal affinity remind me of the Silver Spires, but I don't believe it's one of Riker's siblings. They were sent to cities within the Blood Lotus sect to begin the mutiny against the Patriarch, so they shouldn't be here in the Tainted Cloud sect, Stella mused while using chi to mask her voice. But the Silverspire family has connections to the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion despite the Pavilion being banned from the Blood Lotus sect, so there's a decent chance that person could be from the Silverspire family. Diana hummed in thought as she pushed her demonic mist chi into the surroundings to obscure them. Should we do something about it? She suggested as they took a moment to rest and eat Ash's fruits. We have close ties with the family, and they might not appreciate us killing one of their people in another sect. Stella shrugged. Food for tree is food for tree. I don't care what family he is from or his reasons. He almost killed me a moment ago, and he dares to try and get past us to hurt Ash, so he deserves what's coming. Right, Diana sighed, clearly too exhausted to argue. Open a portal near him, and I will follow you. Diana twisted her body as a moonbeam tore through her demonic mist, creating a tunnel through the fog that allowed Stella to see the source. A group of Lunarshade elders had suddenly appeared behind them. What in the Nine Realms is going on? I thought Ashlock was dealing with these guys. Stella gripped her sword tightly and bit her lip. This isn't good. The bounty hunters were already bad enough, but all of these elders are as strong as me and are radiating far more killing intent. Unlike the bounty hunters, these guys are here to kill. Stella suddenly had a sinking feeling in her stomach. If these elders were here, that could only mean one thing. Narrowing her eyes, she looked past the floating Lunarshade elders, who stood arrogantly on their swords and were bathed in moonlight to confirm her fears. Willow. Stella uttered in horror as she saw the Titan of Moonlight rip the spirit tree from the bastion and hold it overhead. A sickening crunch was heard throughout the land as the tree was torn in half and its soul flames extinguished. With it, Ashlock's blanketing presence faded, and Stella felt the dense spatial chi in the air begin to disperse. Stella's mouth opened and closed several times as she failed to articulate what she had just witnessed. Eventually, all she managed to mutter in disbelief was, "Tree lost." Logically, she knew Willow was one of Ash's many offspring, so the tree dying didn't mean Ash had lost, but emotionally, she was shaken. Whether it be Ash or his offspring, the fading of Ash's presence on the battlefield broke her spirit, and she felt her bloodline retract and her calmness wash away, replaced with terror and confusion. Don't. Diana grabbed her arm. But we need to. At Nobleman at. Get a hold of yourself. Diana shook her. What will rushing over there do other than get yourself killed? Do you think these Lunarshade elders will simply let you pass? No. But, even if they did, that man is in the nascent soul realm. He can squash you like a bug even with your bloodline. Stella ground her teeth. Diana was right. It was suicidal to try to save Willow and restore Ash's presence on the battlefield, but what was she supposed to do now? Without my bloodline and Ash's spatial chi, I am crippled. It was looking bad. Really bad. Larry was missing. The Bastion and Willow were destroyed, as was Jeb in the distance. The families under Duskwalker, including the cult of the all-seeing eye, were being suppressed by a single cultivator. Stella couldn't even rush over and help if she wanted to because enemies surrounded them on all fronts. Tree. Stella whispered as her heart pounded in her chest, what should I do? How can we win? A warming presence bloomed in her mind. Are you losing faith in me? Stella's eyes widened. How could she have lost faith in Ash? He had always been her firmly rooted tree in this life and rarely let her down. Why should she doubt him now? I would never. Stella controlled her breathing and brought her turbulent emotions under control. She had relied too heavily on her bloodline to keep her calm in situations like this, and from her bloodline, she knew how important keeping a cool head was. Good. Believe it or not, I have everything under control. Ash reassured her. Leave everything to me. Stella looked at the tree that had bloomed in her consciousness. That unwavering confidence made the tree in her mind take on a more impressive form as he loomed overhead and protected her from the heavens under his vast canopy. I am safe under him. Stella thought and smiled. What did you have in mind? Diana quickly asked as the Lunarshade elders began preparing to attack again. If not for the demonic mist protecting them, the elders likely would have teleported right next to them and cut off their heads. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Ashlock had a reason for his confidence. His attention was split between many things, and his vision constantly blurred as he shifted between Red Vine Peak and different locations on the battlefield, so unlike Stella, he had a better view of the overall state of the battle. Although most of his ents, and now his bastion, had perished, leaving him with fewer chess pieces to work with, not all hope was lost. The Lunarshade side had also taken heavy losses, with multiple elders dead and Albus Lunarshade's corpse piled up with many others on Red Vine Peak waiting to be devoured. No matter what, he intended to avenge his fallen offspring and ents, but now wasn't the time to get emotional. I just need to find a way to deal with the Lunarshade Grand Elder, and then everything else will fall into place, Ashlock mused as he focused on securing a victory. Luckily, the Lunarshade Grand Elder had become infected with his cursed blood. His mutations, such as his cursed blood and demonic eye, weren't transferred to his offspring, but when the Lunarshade Grand Elder stomped on the bastion, he destroyed Ashlock's roots wrapped around the bastion's core, which caused his cursed blood to seep into the man's avatar. Ashlock had expected the Grand Elder to quickly purge the cursed blood, but that had not happened so far. Instead, the man seemed profoundly concerned by the blood spreading through his avatar and stumbled about while shaking his foot. The only thing that has changed since the last time my cursed blood infected someone is that I formed a chaos nebula in my soul and became recognized as a divine being by the heavens. Does that mean my cursed blood is now divine as well? Ashlock wondered but didn't have time to investigate it further. Every moment in this battle counted, and his sect members' lives were at risk. It would be difficult, but as long as he played to his strengths as a spatial cultivator capable of fighting proxy battles, he saw a path to victory. Diana, you trust me, right? Ashlock asked the demoness in response to her question. She nodded. I do. There's no time to explain but bait the elders into your demonic mist. Diana grimaced at the suggestion, as it was the one thing keeping them alive. But against all logic, she complied and began widening the tunnel the moonbeam had carved out. Ashlock's view shifted back to Red Vine Peak, where he had evacuated the wounded. Elaine was sitting under a bench, enjoying Soul's healing light. It was so peaceful here compared to the chaos occurring many miles away in Nightshade City. Well, if one were to ignore the giant blazing tree shaking the mountain. But what was he supposed to do about that? Ready to feast, Larry? Ashlock asked his nascent soul realm summon that he had barely managed to save from being incinerated by that moonbeam. The ash spider was a tenth of his size at the start of the battle, but through decay, he could quickly regain his strength. I would be honored to fight again, Master, Larry replied gruffly, and I must protect Mistress Stella. Good, act fast while the Lunarshade Grand Elder is distracted by my cursed blood, Ashlock said as he created a portal. He wasn't sure how long the Grand Elder would be distracted by the cursed blood and the random ominous sentences and visions he was spewing into the man's mind. Larry gave the best bow he could muster before floating through the portal. His silver ashen body shimmered under the moonlight, and his glowing red eyes made him seem like a celestial grim reaper as he descended upon the Lunarshade elders who had teleported inside Diana's demonic mist. Without moonlight, how do you plan to teleport away from Larry? Ashlock sneered at these fools as the tunnel through the demonic mist closed up, leaving them trapped inside with a very hungry spider. Stella gasped as she used both hands on her sword hilt to block an overhead swing from one of the Lunarshade elders. The sheer force of the attack made her already exhausted arms quiver and knocked the wind out of her lungs. She plummeted through the demonic mist that burned her skin and reacted violently with her flickering chi. Diana followed a moment later, spiraling downward with her tattered wings wrapped around her body as if she had used them to shield herself from an attack. Blood mixed with demonic mist trailed her as she fell, and her face was twisted in pain. Stella's heart twisted at the sight of her friend being so heavily injured. This whole war started because of me. It's all my fault. Seeing something glint in the moonlight heading straight for Diana, Stella surged her spatial chi and hopped through the spatial plane. Barely making it in time, she blocked a flurry of silver needles from impaling Diana with her bare hand. Diana spread out her wings and caught herself from falling any further. Are you all right? She asked with concern as she glided over and eyed her up and down. Sort of, Stella winced in pain as she looked down at 3 silver spikes emerging from the back of her hand. She gripped them tightly and could feel their connection to someone else. Following the direction of the chi, she saw the silver-haired man flying toward them, and he had a few other jade sentinels in tow. Are you from the Silverspire family? Stella said casually as she hid her injured hand behind her back. She had to buy some time, as neither of them was in good enough condition to face off against 5 jade sentinels at peak condition, especially without her bloodline and Ash's presence. The man paused, and so did the others. So what if I am? We work closely with the Silverspire family, Stella gestured to herself and Diana. Fighting here is not in your family's best interests. The man scoffed. You are members of the Ashfallen sect, isn't that right? I would know if we had dealings with a sect with such a name, but I have never heard of you. Are you not participating in the mutiny? Stella said causally, tilting her head. The Silverspire man went deathly silent for a moment. How much do you know? Enough, Stella replied with as much confidence as she could muster. In her mind, she was begging Ash to hurry up with his plan. If you lay a finger on me, your Grand Elder will have your head once he emerges from closed-door cultivation. Once again, the man fell silent. A stream of silver spiraled around his body, and its constantly shifting speed and direction mirrored the man's turbulent internal thoughts. Who is your main contact within the family? The man eventually asked. I can't say it's Riker or Sebastian, and I don't know anyone else in the family. Stella's eyes darted between the jade sentinels present. Do you trust these people enough for me to openly disclose such information? No. Then come closer. Stella began gathering all the chi she had left toward her hand behind her back, impaled by the silver spikes. The metal chi helped mask the gathering of spatial chi to her finger. I have no chi left to mask my voice from so far. The man seemed to eye her suspiciously through his mask as the silver flowing around his body retracted and began to flow more defensively. Fine. He floated closer until he was within strike range. His hand rested on the pommel of a sheathed sword, and he clearly had his guard up. Now tell me, who is it? Riker has 6 siblings, so there should be at least 3 branch families, right? The third elder, Stella replied. Really? The man seemed surprised. Yeah. Stella had no idea what she was saying. What's the third elder's name? Stella bit her lip behind her mask. He's a very secretive man when it comes to outsiders, so he used a clearly fake name when speaking with us. The man nodded. That's true. Third elder had always been a sly old man. Though, he should have given you a seal so we can recognize each other. Chance. Oh, how could I have forgotten about it? Stella reached forward and showed her palm. But first, could you remove these spikes? They are interfering with my spatial rings, so I can't take out the seal. Sure. The man reached forward to take the spikes out of her hand. Stella rammed her finger into his chest and used an inferior version of the Supreme Nirvana finger technique that she pieced together from her fading memories of it. In an explosion of spatial chi that made reality ripple, the Silverspire man was thrown backward. Some of his flowing silver was consumed to block the attack, but he was otherwise unharmed. You bitch, the man roared out. I don't know how you came across that information, but you dare lie to me. His flowing silver condensed into thousands of needles, and the other jade sentinels floating at his side decided to join the fight. Tree. Stella looked up at the demonic mist cloud above. A little help. I have tried my best to buy time. Surely Ash doesn't expect me to fight off these people, too. Mistress, sorry I am late. A voice thundered from above. The demonic fog parted to reveal an ashen maw of silver large enough to devour an entire pavilion and glowing red eyes like miniature suns. The crown of horns atop his head radiated divinity, and the halo of ash orbiting it carried an immense presence that descended upon everyone as Larry dove down. Larry! Stella shouted with glee. She had never been so happy to see her father's guardian. The storm of silver ash surged down and rushed around Stella as Larry used his body to protect her and Diana from the barrage of silver needles heading her way. He then went after the jade sentinels, catching 2 of them in his maw. As they crumbled into silver dust, his body and pressure grew. Stella looked up and saw a lack of Lunarshade elders. Looks like Larry had a feast, Diana said with a sigh of relief and wrapped her hand around Stella's shoulder. Stella helped hold up her wounded friend and returned a smile. Sure looks like it. You 2 can head back now, Tree said, and a rift appeared leading back to Red Vine Peak. You both did great. It's over. Stella asked in confusion. No, but Larry and Kata can handle the rest alongside the redclaws. Even if we win or lose, the fact you 2 are safe is more important to me. Stella felt warmth in her heart and was surprised at Ash's words. Kata is joining the fight. I thought that lazy snake did nothing but read and hiss at people. Yeah, the Grand Elder won't know what hit him. Kata has been working with Quill to incorporate dozens of techniques into his scales. He should have enough firepower to nuke the Grand Elder out of existence. Stella wasn't sure what a nuke was, but it sounded powerful. Heading through the portal while shouldering Diana, who was limping. They both blinked in surprise when the Silverspire man's body fell at their feet through another portal with one of Ashlock's swords rammed through his chest. Chapter 302. Selfish Demise. Dorian Lunarshade furrowed his brows in concern. The accursed blood invading his avatar continued to spread despite his best efforts to suppress it, and the demonic tree spreading its roots in his consciousness continued to taunt him with words and hallucinations. Such nice weather today, right? Clear skies and a pleasant breeze. It's almost a shame we are fighting on such a fine night as this. The white fog encircling the edge of Dorian's consciousness flashed red as it transformed into a raging storm. A sudden gale howled through his mind, rustling the demonic trees. Leaves and bringing in the storm until it entirely clouded his mind. I need to. What? Dorian frowned in confusion. His trails of thought were getting lost in the chaos. 1,000 voices laughed at him. Are you getting senile in your old age, Grand Elder? Even my grandpa was more coherent on his deathbed than you. Dorian felt shivers down his spine as the storm took on a darker shade, and the wind became bone-chilling. Get out of my head. Dorian raged as he cycled his chi to fight back. None of this made any sense. He had purged this tree from his mind without difficulty earlier, yet now it felt like an immovable force that had dug its roots deep. Even more bizarre was that the storm and winds didn't feel like illusions, as wind chi was invading his mind. How could this person's presence carry wind affinity? Wasn't the cultivator using these trees as proxies for their techniques supposed to be a spatial cultivator? Could such a powerful, unknown dual-core cultivator really exist? It's impossible. You shouldn't exist. Dorian gritted his teeth. Such a being would have dominated the war era and become a title holder known to all who walk the realm. This is either a trick or the work of a divine being. Unfortunately, he was becoming more convinced that he had somehow earned the ire of the latter from a higher realm. If the ash spider wasn't enough evidence, the cursed blood infecting his avatar was resistant to being cleansed by the moonlight, which means it has to carry at least a hint of divinity. Even if I can't cleanse it with moonlight, I should. What? I can expel it, right? Dorian massaged his temples as he tried to form a coherent trail of thought. What a vile use of wind chi, to invade my mind and blow away my thoughts and memories. What kind of ruthless being could come up with such a technique? Dorian flooded his consciousness with lunar chi to try and get a hold of himself. Sitting on the ground in a crossed-legged pose, he breathed deeply and pulled on the moonlight. Elders, I need to cultivate to rid myself of this foul blood, protect me. Silence greeted his request. Feeling lonely under the moonlight, Grand Elder. The chorus of voices said wistfully. It's often on nights such as these that one contemplates the deeper things in life. Have you ever sat in silence with nothing but the rustling leaves to accompany you? Do you ever shut up? Dorian hissed through his clenched teeth. Not only did this person keep sprouting nonsense, but every word they uttered came with another wave of illusions that tormented him. Also, the many overlapping voices made focusing on anything it said an absolute chore. Elders, come back. Stop fighting the bounty hunters. Dorian roared to the heavens with chi-empowered words. Still nothing. Confused, he spread out his spiritual sense, and to his horror, he couldn't feel the presence of a single one of his elders. Did those bastards flee? No, that was an impossibility. They all knew that if they disobeyed his orders, their entire family branch would be wiped out for the next 9 generations. Which meant there was only one other possibility. The Lunarshade elders had all been killed within the last few minutes. Dorian stood up in a hurry and resorted to cycling his chi for now to try and suppress the spreading blood that was slowly turning his lunar avatar into wood. Not only are my elders missing, but so is everyone else. Dorian frowned. He was the only one here besides some bounty hunters fleeing to the pavilion. The Duskwalker, Frostveil, Mistshroud, and Blightbane families that had been protecting the spirit tree were nowhere to be seen. Even the giant turtle of red wood that had launched the projectile at him was missing. Eerie, isn't it? The voices laughed. Just you and me. Dorian was confused. Never before had the battlefield just vanished in its entirety when he wasn't looking. He clenched his fist before letting it hang loosely at his side. Who was he supposed to throw his fist at if nobody was here? Even the pieces of the spirit tree and the black rock ship were gone. What is your goal? Dorian asked the sky. Is this a joke to you? How can someone of your status run like this after murdering my son? What strange wording. Who said I ran? Then what would you call this? Dorian gestured to the silent battlefield. Despite the craters and bloodstains, not a single corpse had been left behind. Blazing fires dotted the landscape like candle flames, and there were piles of melting ice. The chi in the air was thick and chaotic, with many competing types at war to reclaim control over the environment. Evidence of a fierce battle between dozens of high realm cultivators was everywhere. So where were the people? All I see is an upcoming construction project, the voice said with a hint of amusement. Your dungeon of sin appears to have not survived under the wrath of your big feet. Dorian looked around, and the voice was right. This area of the city had been thoroughly destroyed, including his gambling house. Ashfallen sect, right. Just you wait. I will find your hiding hole soon enough and pull you out kicking and screaming with my bare hands and make you pay for those you have killed. Dorian said spitefully. I'm sure we will see each other soon, and to be honest, I would be very surprised if you could make me kick or scream. Dorian huffed in annoyance as illusionary screams carried by wind chi filled his mind due to the voice's words. Talking with it seemed pointless, so he ignored the taunting and gathered himself. This bastard can flee all he wants, but I will end the Ashfallen sect. I put my name and title on it as the Grand Elder of the Lunarshade family. I will not rest or falter until this spatial cultivator is dead. Dorian pulled on the moonlight to teleport to his family's residence. His ears popped as he reappeared in a serene moonlit courtyard. But first, I need to rid myself of this cursed blood and restore my cultivation base. Tracking down the Ashfallen sect, even with the help of the Pavilion, may take days, if not weeks, so I should recover until then. Wait, what's that? A slab of black rock about the size of a person floated above his residence, and Dorian could feel spatial chi surrounding it. Someone was floating it there with telekinesis. Dorian narrowed his eyes and saw the shadow of something moving on top of it. Who's there? Dorian called out as he flexed his cultivation. Show yourself. The shadow paused before it poked its head over the edge of the floating rock. A large snake with golden eyes peered down at him curiously. Its scales seemed to shimmer in the moonlight as if they were doused in ink, and strange ancient runic engravings covered every inch of its body. Who are you? Dorian asked in confusion. What would such a mythical-looking snake be doing floating over his family's residence? He stepped backward and almost tripped over something. Huh, what is this? A tree root. Glancing around, he noticed his residence had become overrun with black roots as if this place had been abandoned for years. Wait, where are all the maids? Why can't I feel the presence of anyone here and the runic formations? They are all destroyed. Dorian glared at the floating snake. Did you do this? The snake looked down at him with what could only be described as contempt, as if he had bothered its evening somehow. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Did I anger another divine being? Dorian wondered. Welcome home. You killed my aunts, destroyed my bastion, and hurt my people. 1,000 voices that had sounded amused before thundered in his mind, so I returned the favor. Everyone who held the Lunarshade name has been slaughtered, and your residence has been overtaken. Branch families fell, the maids were dragged off kicking and screaming, and every heir, whether young or old, was devoured. You alone remain as the sole survivor of your bloodline. Everything you have ever cared for is gone. Dorian felt his heart sink as the reality of the cultivator's words set in. The residents could be replaced, and the maids were expendable, but his carefully nurtured elders were missing, and branch families took time to raise. Generations, centuries of effort gone in a single night. Spreading out his spiritual sense, he confirmed the cultivator's words. There were signs of a fight here, with far more lunar chi than normal floating about alongside pockets of spatial chi, likely from the opening and closing of rifts. How is this possible? Dorian muttered. Where had it gone wrong? Your selfishness was your own downfall, the voices mocked him. You summoned every elder to your side, leaving the weaker ones with nothing but runic formations to defend them. All I had to do was break inside, and the rest is history, just like your bloodline is about to be. Dorian ground his teeth in rage. How can you utter such nonsense to my face? Does the title Phantom Moon's heir mean nothing to you? I have dominated the realm for centuries, a title holder from the war era. Does my presence not shake your soul to its core? No, it does not. After experiencing multiple life cycles and fighting off cultivators from all the 9 realms, someone like you is nothing but an annoyance that's in the way of my ascension. Dorian clung to every word, and things began to fall into place. I knew it. You are the reincarnation of a divine being from the higher realms. As a title holder, I wouldn't lose to anyone in the nascent soul realm in such a shameful way. Dorian weirdly felt relief. Even if he were to fall here, he would not curse the heavens in death. Losing to someone weaker would be shameful, but if a divine being wanted him dead, what was he, as a mere mortal in comparison stuck down here on the lowest realm of creation, supposed to do against that? He controlled multiple affinities and was able to command divine beasts. My lunar chi cannot suppress his blood or presence, and his words carry the wrath of wind chi. Even his chi reserves seem unfathomable, blanketing an entire city despite being far away. Such a cultivator should not exist, as they would have dominated the war era. To think the heavens have taken such offense to my exploits that they have sent one of their heralds to punish me. Dorian smiled wearily, but if you think I will go without a fight, then you are sorely mistaken. Fight or not, the outcome will be the same. The chorus of voices declared. By sunrise, the Lunarshade bloodline will have ceased to exist. A sudden and familiar weight bore down on him. It was the technique used by the spirit tree that had prevented his passage through the moonlight earlier. Did you think I would try to run? Dorian grinned at the snake, looking down at him as if he were a lesser being. One of the scales near its cheek had vanished, exposing its liquid ink body beneath. If you think this snake is enough to defeat me, then you are quite short-sighted for a divine being. Dorian's eyes widened as the snake leapt into the air, and every single one of his scales flashed with golden light before being consumed. Reality shuddered as chi from heaven knows where gathered to form hundreds of techniques of varying affinities. The sky lit up with a myriad of colors. Blazing crimson flames, raging balls of clear blue water, howling gales filled with razor-sharp leaves, there were too many. What the foo? Dorian raised his arms in terror as it felt like the combined wrath of reality slammed into him. His lunar chi glowed as he greedily drew on both his star cores to try and resist the onslaught. Layers of lunar chi he had spent countless nights interloping under the moonlight to acquire were purged in an instant, and he found himself thrown back. He slammed through the wall of his residence's courtyard and groaned in pain. His arms were destroyed, reduced to bloodied messes of flesh and bone. His lunar chi weakly flowed through the mess, trying to repair the damage. Ugh! Dorian groaned as he blinked away the dizziness. The once serene courtyard was frozen over, on fire, and covered in water and leaves. Large gashes also scared the floor, likely from spatial attacks. The now scaleless ink snake sneered at him before slithering away through a portal. The piece of rock it had been perched on unceremoniously crashed to the ground, cracking the ice. Dorian looked up to the sky full of stars. Is this the last time I will see this beautiful sight? There's no way they would just let me go, right? A shadow loomed over him, and a spider of ashen silver and many red eyes looked down at him. Ah, the Reaper has somehow recovered and come for me. Its maw descended on him, and to his surprise, instead of turning him to ash, it picked him up as if he were a big bone and carried him across the courtyard. A rift rippled into existence, and Dorian groaned as his ears popped. The pressure changed again as he was taken through. Thrown onto the ground, Dorian's face ate a mouthful of dirt and purple grass. Groaning again, he looked up and saw the greatest demonic tree he had ever seen. Its charcoal black trunk rose to the heavens, and its canopy of scarlet leaves blocked the night sky. The whole spirit tree blazed with wrathful spatial flames, and a godly pressure with a hint of divinity bore down on him. The trunk began to crack down its length before slowly splitting open to reveal an eye that contained otherworldly insight as if gazing straight into his soul. It made the remnants of his infant soul flicker and his star core quake. So, this is the divine being behind my family's eradication. I have heard of the world tree but never a demonic spirit tree with divinity. A bubble of pure light chi suddenly expanded out from the tree, blinding Dorian and snuffing out the remnants of the lunar chi he had protecting his ruined body. Any last words, Grand Elder Lunarshade, the Phantom Moon's heir? Dorian had many questions, but the one burning in his mind was, what are you? Just a tree doing his best to protect those he cares for, the divine being replied. Do you have a name? They call me Ashlock. Ashlock, Dorian grinned as he started going supernova. Well, Ashlock, I always hated trees. They grow where they aren't wanted and dare to block the lunar goddess's loving light. Lunar flames poured out his mouth as his soul core began to break down. If he was going to die here, he would take this spirit tree and everything it cared about with him by blowing up this entire region. You cultivators are all the same, Ashlock said. Dorian felt his breath leave his lungs as something impaled him. Looking down, he saw a void tendril buried deep in his chest. Strength left his body, and he fell on his face. The light realm burning him retracted, and he was back on the mountain peak. Turning his head to the side with all the strength he could muster, he came face to face with his son's corpse, staring at him with wide but soulless eyes. Albus. Dorian wheezed out as soul flames leaked out his eyes and ears. His son's corpse did not answer his call. In a pile behind his son were his elders and all his family. Though the many mortal maids he had employed were missing. Seeing his centuries of work laid out for him like this made him grimace. The divine being had not lied. Dorian Lunarshade's bloodline really was wiped out in a single night before sunrise. Something he had thought impossible had been done so easily. Black vines emerged from the ground below and wrapped around his body. The thorns impaled his skin, and he felt sticky fluid begin to dissolve him alive. The pain was unlike anything he had experienced in all his life as his body was dissolved and his soul broke down. He howled as he was dying in both body and spirit. Goodbye, House Lunarshade, Ashlock said, colder than the moon's dark side as a void tendril appeared between him and his son and rammed into his face. You will not be missed. Celestial Warden, Grand Elder Lunarshade has likely perished to the Ashvallen sect. Tiberius frowned at his sage advisor's words. This is concerning on many levels. I intended to watch quietly from the sidelines and use Dorian to gauge this Ashvallen sect's strength, but to think he would actually lose. Are you not glad that old fool is dead, though? Tiberius eyed the newest of his disciples sitting across from him in the room. It seemed that the young man was still clueless about the world. Why would I be? Dorian Lunarshade was a good puppet and kept the city in order when I left on business. Now, if I leave the city, who will protect it from Vincent Nitros if he chooses to attack? A wave of murmurs spread through the room. Then what should we do about this upstart sect, Celestial Warden? One of the more senior sage advisors asked while stroking his white beard, which ran down to his waist. Tiberius stood from his seat, the scraping of his chair on the floor drawing everyone's attention. Dorian seemed convinced the leader of the Ashfallen sect was the reincarnation of a divine being from the higher realms before he was dragged off by the spider. Angering such a person would be unwise. Increase the threat level of the Ashfallen sect in our records to that of a divine and treat any members from that sect with the utmost hospitality. But master, at nobleman at. Tiberius flexed his cultivation, and everyone fell silent. This Ashfallen sect is potentially powerful beyond measure. They wiped out an old family from the war era without their leader even stepping foot in the city. We will keep them at arm's length until we understand the extent of their capabilities. Do I make myself clear? Is that possible, though? A sage advisor sitting in the corner of the room spoke up. They seemed antagonistic, and our bounty hunters interfered in their battle. Tiberius hummed in thought. I believe they only unleashed their wrath upon the Lunarshades when that girl called Stella got injured. She was wearing the outfit of a bounty hunter and seemed after Albus's bounty, so she is likely to understand we are not at fault for the acts of the bounty hunters. We should bump up that girl's priority level within the pavilion, the sage advisor mused. I agree, Tiberius nodded. For now, we play nice until we figure out if we truly face a divine being or not. A wave of agreeable mummers spread through the room. Meeting adjourned, Tiberius announced, and the room was vacated. In the silence, he strode to a window and looked over Nightshade City. It would seem a new era may be upon us, Tiberius muttered, looking at the overgrown and destroyed Lunarshade residence on a far mountain peak. A family that had dominated the war era, commerce, and the tainted Cloud sect for centuries was wiped out in a single night. All over a single girl's life being threatened. Tiberius frowned. Such actions were truly those of a divine being. When Stella inevitably returns to hand in Albus's bounty, I should have a pleasant chat with her. After all, she is the one who cursed my dear Nox. Chapter 303. Looting the Dead. Ashlock now understood why cultivators were so eager to go supernova upon dying. Or at least it made perfect sense for a nascent soul realm cultivator like Grand Elder Lunarshade. +3143 SC. Despite the juicy notification confirming that he had devoured the Lunarshade Grand Elder's corpse in its entirety before he could go supernova and destroy everything, Ashlock found himself staring down at the Lunarshade Grand Elder who was standing over where his corpse had been, and only tattered bits of blood-stained white robe remained. His body was ethereal, made entirely out of flickering moonlight, so faint that it looked like a sudden gust of wind would snuff it out. His appearance, a towering, fat, bald man with empty eyes, made it all the more creepy. So this is what an infant soul looks like. I can feel the strength of a nascent soul coming from it, but it's so weak that it's barely holding itself together. Ashlock mused as the ghostly man wordlessly floated over to Albus Lunarshade's corpse. Trying to take over your own son's corpse. I'd expect nothing less from you. Ashlock used telekinesis and floated Albus's corpse away. The Lunarshade Grand Elder's fading infant soul desperately went toward it like a cat chasing a laser pointer on a wall. No wonder nascent soul cultivators can usually live forever. If I hadn't used dimensional overlap to reduce his infant soul that he was using as spiritual armor to such a pathetic state, I would be facing another nascent soul cultivator right now. And that's on top of me being lucky that I can devour his body before going supernova. Honestly, if not for his vast array of system abilities that let him do many impossible things, thinking he could defeat the Lunarshade Grand Elder would have been nothing but hubris. If not for Larry and his divine upgrade to become a herald of ash and ruler of decay, the Grand Elder would have never had a reason to use his infant soul as a Moor in the first place. Even void attacks struggled to penetrate his defenses. Tree, can you kill that creepy thing? Stella begged as she sat beside Elaine and Diana on the bench under his canopy, looking deeply disturbed at the floating fat man. Sorry, I got lost in thought. Ashlock chuckled as he directed Roots to surge up and devour the infant soul. +489 SC. Almost 500 credits for a ghost, not bad. Ashlock brought up his system and checked on his progress in forming his inner world and reaching the nascent soul realm. Requirements to turn Chaos Nebula into an inner world. 7,143 10,000th sacrificial credits. 0/1 absorbed fire star cores. 0/1 absorbed water star cores. 0/1 absorbed earth star cores. 1/1 absorbed wind star cores. 0/1 absorbed metal star cores. Ashlock had never seen so many credits. He had to admit there was a faint yearning to say fuck it and sign in for an insane draw, but he knew anything he could get from his system was unlikely to be as valuable as reaching nascent soul realm. Cultivation level aside, the system rewards were nothing to scoff at. Rewards upon formation of the inner world. You will ascend to the nascent soul realm. The system will be upgraded with new features. Transpiration of heaven and chaos B will be upgraded. Your attacks will carry the weight of your inner world behind them, and your rate of cultivation will increase the more you develop your inner world. Ashlock was unsure how the system would upgrade. Still, his cultivation technique upgrading was easy enough to understand, as was the other reward. In the fight against the Grand Elder, he had already gotten a hint at what attacks carrying the weight of his inner world entailed with the wind chi boosting the effectiveness of his Abyssal Whispers skill. That just leaves me sorting through these corpses and deciding what to do with them. Ashlock gazed over the mountain peak with his demonic eye. For some reason, seeing the piles of corpses under the moonlight really set in his victory in this war. He had won despite the odds. But there had been losses on his side, which was evident in the overall mood on the mountain peak. No cheers or celebrations were occurring. Rather, everyone seemed exhausted as they sat in groups, leaning against his offspring surrounding the peak and having Saul tend to their wounds with wisps of healing light. The redclaws looked terrible, especially Amber, who hugged her knees and rocked back and forth. The star core prodigy of the redclaw family was reduced to a terrified mess by the horrors of war. The scent of death on the peak likely wasn't helping either, as her eyes were screwed shut, and sweat glistened on her forehead in the moonlight. Elder Margaret, who didn't look much better, tried to offer the young woman consoling words, but her voice shook too much for them to sound as reassuring as Ashlock assumed they were in her head. Magnus Redclaw and Elder Mo sat together in silence on opposite sides of one of Ashlock's fire affinity offspring. Their clothes were shredded in places, and the grim air of seasoned war veterans matched their serious expressions as they looked to the stars for comfort. As none of them had been seriously injured, Ashlock sent the cultivators of Nightshade City back to the Duskwalker residence alongside all the mortal maids he had kidnapped from the Lunarshade residence before slaughtering all the cultivators there. He would let Evelyn decide what to do with them, as he was sure a lot of the maids likely despised working for the Lunarshades, so killing them would have been too cruel of a fate. To think we actually won, Stella said, drawing Ashlock's attention as he shifted his demonic eye to look down at his adopted daughter. She was crouching beside Albus Lunarshade and pulling free his spatial rings. Despite Soul's healing energies, her every movement carried the weight of exhaustion. She huffed and sighed as she went about her work, looting the son of one of the strongest men in the realm. Yeah, we won, Ashlock replied, unsure of what else to say. With the battle over and the cold night breeze rustling his leaves, the desire to sleep and face this all tomorrow was hard to resist. Don't sleep yet, Tree. We have a lot to do. Stella wreathed her hand in spatial flames and, with a simple chop, decapitated Albus. Picking up the head, she dumped it into a cloth bag and stowed it away in her spatial ring in a flash of silver. I know, I'm not even sleepy, Ashlock replied, ignoring the effortless brutality Stella had just committed. Whatever. It may have gotten a little out of hand, but that's the bounty secured, Stella muttered with a weary smile, 10,000 Yinxi coins and one more step toward becoming a Crimson Tracker. You're still planning to cash in that bounty? Diana asked as she walked over from the bench. Her wings and claws were retracted, so her fangs were the only evidence of her being a demoness. Stella shrugged. I don't have a choice. The Eternal Pursuit Pavilion is the only place to learn more about my father. You don't have to be the one to go. If you give me Albus's head to cash in the bounty, I can ask for you. What difference does it make who goes? Stella said as she held up the spatial ring she had ripped from Albus's cold finger to inspect under the moonlight. We fought a battle on the pavilion's doorstep, and someone even sent bounty hunters to mess with the battle. Being covert is rather pointless now, don't you agree? Unauthorized tale usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. Diana hummed in agreement. You do have a point. Whether it be me, the Redclaws, or someone from the Duskwalker residence, it's obvious we are all working together since we took the same side against the Lunarshades. Besides, Stella lowered the ring with a frown. I want to be the one to hear about my father, and advancing through the ranks in the pavilion is a nice side bonus. Diana covered her mouth as she suppressed a yawn. Yeah, that makes sense. Heavens, I am exhausted. I can't remember the last time I fought until the bitter end like that. What about our duel? Stella raised a brow. Nah. Diana shook her head. Even though I lost myself, I still knew it was a duel in the back of my mind. Today, I was fighting for not only myself but for the Ashfallen sect as well. There was so much on the line that anything less than my absolute best would not be enough. Diana's shoulders sank. I used up so much chi that I fear I will make little progress in the next mystic realm. Stella patted Diana on the shoulder. You and me both. She leaned in closer, and her voice dropped to a whisper, but don't complain too loudly. Why not? Stella winced. Did you see what happened to Kata? Diana's eyes closed with a sigh. Yeah, the poor guy looked like a wet noodle rather than a divine beast after using all his scales. Ashlock looked to the floor with his demonic eye in shame. Kata was his ultimate trump card, and he didn't want to force his summon to expend all of his chi in a single attack to help them win. It would take months for Kata to regrow and inscribe his ink scales, and he doubted the Lindworm would be very eager to create heavenly contracts in the meantime. Stella glanced around. Speaking of, where is Larry? I am here, mistress. A cloud of silver ash descended from Ashlock's canopy and reformed into a spider. He was certainly less dense than before the battle, but the system's promise that he would become an immortal being that could always reform so long as some ash remained turned out to be true. Stella patted the giant ash spider on the head. You did a great job keeping the Grand Elder from killing us all during the battle. Thank you, she said, her small face turning to a frown. Actually, did we lose anyone? The Grand Elder destroyed Chaos and Zeus, but the Voidmond and Skyrend families are at war on our doorstep, so I can easily replace them. Same deal with the Lunarshade Ents that I raised, which were also wiped out. Ashlock said as his gaze drifted to a large mountain of wood of various colors ranging from red to black on the side of the mountain. Jeb lost his head, and Titus lost his arms, but I should be able to repair them with time. That just leaves. Stella followed his gaze, and her eyes widened. She teleported over to Douglas, who had dug a large hole in the stone and tried replanting the splinters of willow. Stella collapsed to her knees and placed an ear against Willow's bark as if listening for a heartbeat. Despite the immense damage, Willow was still alive. It would take more than being split in half to kill a tree, and Ashlock had sacrificed his soul shard, which had resided in Willow, to take the brunt of the damage to try and keep him alive. A potentially short-sighted move as the bastion was utterly destroyed as the bastion core had crumbled to dust under the Lunarshade Grand Elder's foot, and soul damage was not something to take lightly. Still, so long as he slept under the 9 moons, he would slowly regain what he lost, and he felt that it was a worthwhile sacrifice to keep one of his favorite trees around. Yes, he played favorites with his children. Doesn't every parent? Stella sighed with relief. Phew, he's still alive but badly hurt. She patted the bark with a serious expression. Don't worry, Willow. I will try to find a way to help you recover. Yes, please do. I can't turn Willow back into a bastion until he fully recovers. Ashlock had tried targeting Willow with his Skyborn Bastion skill, but it didn't recognize him as a qualified target in his current state. He should heal with nutrients and water over time, but there wasn't much else Ashlock could do for the tree besides supply chi. Stella stood up and put her hands on her hips as she surveyed the piles of corpses littering the mountain peak. Her usually bright blonde hair had taken on a darker shade as it was mixed with dirt, blood, and sweat. Her casual white clothes she liked to wear had suffered a similar fate, with them barely working to maintain her dignity, much like the others who had returned from the battle. Everyone needed a night's rest and a chance to freshen up. Stella, tell everyone to go and rest. I can deal with things here. Really? Stella held up the silver ring she had looted, because I am pretty sure you forgot to secure the spatial rings from the Lunarshade Grand Elder before you devoured him. To be fair, the man had been about to go supernova and kill them all, so a shiny ring on his finger hadn't been his top priority. I know you want us all to leave you to this grand feast, but these people have spatial rings, jade masks, and artifact clothing we can take. Stella walked over to a nearby corpse and pulled off their cloak. Giving it a quick sniff and patting it down, she threw it over her shoulders to hide her tattered clothes and grinned. See? Free clothes. Ashlock had to admit the scent of death was making him terribly hungry. He was also itching to reach nascent soul realm and was super excited to see what would happen, but Stella was right. A lot of wealth was wrapping the corpses like pigs in blankets on a Christmas morning. It would be a terrible waste to devour everything. Okay, fine, but I want a portion of the loot to go to the Duskwalker, Frostvale, Mistshroud, and Blightbane families, as they contributed greatly to the battle. Especially Elsia and the Blightbane Grand Elder. The redclaws should also naturally get a share. Stella grumbled. I suppose it's only fair. But I will need some help. I don't want to be doing this alone until sunrise. Don't worry. I can help with that. Douglas grinned as he tapped the stone crown on his head. 1,000 helpers are at your command. Mudcloaks began to pour out of the citadel beside them, wielding daggers and cheering. Loot. Strip the humans. Mwahaha. Ashlock did a double take at the one doing an evil laugh and saw a mudcloak falling on his back after trying to wear one of the jade masks. Oh. Stella blinked. I somehow forgot about these enthusiastic guys. Tell them to take everything and pile it up near tree. I don't have enough chi left to try and break open this many spatial rings, so tree will have to do it. There was something deeply disturbing about a wave of knife-wielding midgets passing over the mountain and stripping the corpses of dozens of cultivators that had likely been prodigies or elders of their various families to nothing but their birthday suits. It somehow felt even more disrespectful than killing them, and he was worried some of the corpses would reanimate merely out of terrible shame. It didn't help that he had to shift through the piles with telekinesis and look deeply with his demonic eye at each corpse to find the ones with star cores he needed for his inner world. Nope, nope, still nope. Ashlock chucked the unneeded corpses into a soon-to-be-devoured for credits pile, most of which were bounty hunters. Ah, here we go. Floating in the air like a rag doll was a silver-haired man. Absorb metal star core for inner world. If so, you will gain no sacrificial credits. Yes, I should devour him before Riker or Sebastian notice, Ashlock thought as vines erupted from the ground and cocooned the corpse. He hadn't seen another corpse with a metal core in the piles and wasn't sure if the strength of the chosen core would affect the strength of his inner world, so he just went for it. Stella casually walked past the corpse that was being dissolved, stretching her arms over her head and letting out a loud yawn. I'm going to go and take a bath and sleep. If you need me for anything, let me know, Tree. I should have everything under control up here. Okay. Stella sleepily rubbed her eyes. You coming, Diana? She asked the demoness after clicking her fingers to manifest a rift to the alchemy lab down below, which had a stream running through it. Diana ran a hand through her now long black hair, which was tinted blue. Despite the battle, she had kept it silky smooth with her demonic mist. I can if you want. Though I don't really need a bath or anything. Oh, right. Well, see you tomorrow then. Stella vanished through the portal, which snapped close with a pop of air. Diana shook her head with an amused smirk. I'll go check on Kada. Her wings spread out, and she flew over to the library, Ashlock's only remaining bastion. Meanwhile, Ashlock saw Douglas lead Elaine away from the terrible sight of the mudcloaks looting the corpses. They held hands as they wandered down the mountain path off toward the Illusion Grove. Both were grinning and chatting about something under the moonlight. Magnus, you can take your family and return home too, Ashlock told the remaining cultivators. Thank you, Patriarch, Magnus gave a deep bow, and congratulations on defeating a title holder from the war era. Such a feat will spread throughout the realm and make the Ashfallen sect a feared name to all who hear it. Right. Ashlock suppressed a groan. He had almost forgotten how they had conducted a war right before the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion and won. There was no way their battle wouldn't become realm-wide knowledge by the morning. All the more reason to ascend to nascent soul realm as soon as possible. The quiet days of remaining low-key are long over. Ashlock sighed as he watched the streaks of crimson soar through the sky toward Whitestone Peak. He was now all alone with 1,000 mudcloaks and piles of naked corpses. My life is really weird, isn't it? Ashlock mused as he shifted through the corpses and found the others he needed while trying to avoid accidentally picking up a mudcloak. Accepting the system prompts, he devoured them all and retreated into his soul to see how they affected his chaos nebula. Metal chi flowed down his roots and condensed into shards before joining the roaring ball of wind chi that floated within his soul. Then came the fire, water, and earth chi, which had been easy enough to gather as there were quite a few cultivators from the bounty hunters of each type. So that nothing went wrong, he picked out the ones with the strongest cultivation just in case the quality of the chi mattered. The swirling ball of wind and metal shards glowed red-hot as the fire chi was added, and then steam began to rise as the water flowed in. Finally, large slabs of rock that looked like continents drifted on the surface, kept in place by the steam and moved around by the wind. Wow, Ashlock could feel the power emanating from this creation in his soul. It wasn't quite coherent like a world was and undoubtedly still deserved the name, Chaos Nebula, but he could see the shadows of how his inner world would look once formed. Now I just need to gather the sacrificial credits necessary to complete the system's requirements. Ashlock returned to the mountain peak and spent the rest of the night indulging in a historical feast as he devoured many corpses. Only as the sun crested the horizon a while later did he get the notification he had been waiting for. Requirements to turn Chaos Nebula into an inner world have been met. 10,187 10,000th sacrificial credits. 1/1 absorbed fire star cores. 1/1 absorbed water star cores. 1/1 absorbed earth star cores. 1/1 absorbed wind star cores at Novelban at. 1/1 absorbed metal star cores. Do you wish to form your inner world and begin the ascension process to nascent soul realm? Chapter 304. Roots of the World. Ashlock didn't even have a chance to agree to begin his ascension before multiple system messages abruptly appeared. Warning. Formation of inner world and ascension to nascent soul realm will shake the realm. The host is advised to take defensive measures as the process will take a week and there is a recovery time. Warning. Soul damage 32%. Detected. Formation of inner world is ill-advised due to potential corruption. Warning. Chi reserves at low levels 27%. Generating solutions. Ashlock stared at the system message and let out a long sigh. As the sun crested the horizon and the gentle morning breeze rustled his canopy, he realized he was rushing things and calmed down. His once blazing star core was a flickering flame as his chi flowed back into the root network to pay back the offspring he had drained, and his allies were off recovering. The mountain peak was desolate, covered in splatters of dried blood and dissolved human gunk, along with a few piles of corpses, including the Lunarshade elders, with which he hadn't done anything yet. Willow was still out of commission, and he was missing 2 of his strongest ents. Meanwhile, Titus and Jeb were slowly healing as he fed them chi. Larry was in fighting condition, but Kata was about as helpful in a fight as the Mudcloaks without his scales. Ashlock realized that ascending now was almost suicidal. Even if the process took only minutes, there was no way he wouldn't earn the attention of the Blood Lotus sect's patriarch Vincent Nitros, who was apparently strong enough to defend the Blood Lotus sect until now by himself. If I started ascending and he showed up, that would be the end. But I can't hold my ascension off for long, as news of my existence is likely to reach the higher-ups of the Blood Lotus sect within the next few days. Ashlock cursed his fate and hoped his system could generate some suitable solutions. Solutions found. Activate the skill, Nocturnal Genesis, for 3 continuous days and nights. Result. Soul damage reduced to acceptable levels. Reduce ethereal root expansion toward the north and focus on growing down to meet the leyline. Result. Immense chi regeneration from the leyline. Ashlock was surprised at how helpful his system was for once. It had even called him host earlier and seemed hellbent on ensuring his ascension went as smoothly as possible. Maybe it was really eager to upgrade. 3 days and nights seems rather risky, too, but there's no helping it if the soul damage I incurred while saving Willow will corrupt my inner world. Ashlock mused. Meanwhile, reducing my expansion toward the spiritual spring to hit the leyline earlier seems like a good idea. That leaves the problem of defending myself for the next few days and during my ascension. Ashlock's spiritual gaze drifted to the Lunarshade elder corpses. Having been stripped of their spotless white robes, which had exuded arrogance and reduced to nothing but a pile of hairless men and women with empty eyes, they were an unsettling sight, to say the least. I suppose I could make them into lunar affinity star core ents to guard me during the nights, Ashlock hummed in thought as he floated the corpses with telekinesis and began to line them up. Actually, now that I think about it, shouldn't I eat some corpses before my ascension to maximize the number of credits I get from them? I will get a few hundred credits for each of these corpses, but after reaching nascent soul realm, I might only get 100 at most. After some debating, Ashlock decided to turn 4 corpses into ents and devour the rest for credits alongside any other bounty hunter corpses he had lying around. He could have turned them into ents, but any star core level threat shouldn't be able to get through his sect members once they have recovered, and no number of star core ents would be able to defeat Vincent Nitros if he showed up. Idolatry daily sign in system. Day 3606. Daily credit 43. Sacrifice credit 13,743. Sign in. Having finished his hearty breakfast, Ashlock stared at a very big number. You know they say, what is war good for? And it turns out the answer is a shitload of sacrificial credits. Ashlock whistled in awe, though I do wonder if the system is trying to get me killed. It rewards me for killing things that are stronger than me. Wait, is that so I am incentivized to keep my sect members stronger than me? Ashlock grew more suspicious of his system with every passing day. He was sure the dreams of the past world tree or perhaps the 9 moons would one day lead to answers regarding its origin, but for now, he could only trust and rely on it to help him survive. While lost in thought, 4 explosions of death chi washed over the deserted mountain peak as the final 4 Lunarshade corpses rose to the sky as twisted abominations of white wood. They all had a similar appearance to the other Lunarshade ents he had raised, except they had functioning legs instead of needing to use roots to shift around. Rivaling Titus's size at 20 meters each, the white wood ents' empty eye sockets ignited with white flames, and the black flowers running down their backs glowed with power. "Protect me," Ashlock instructed his newly made ents, and the monsters shook the peak as they trudged to their positions. Feeling a little safer being surrounded by Starcore ents, Ashlock then spoke to Quill, whose job was to handle the defenses of Red Vine Peak from the Infinity Bastion. "Quill, I will be sleeping for 3 days and nights. If anything bad happens, shock me awake with as much chi as you can muster. Otherwise, I leave the defense of the peak in your capable branches." The tree wrote, "Okay, Dad," in ink on its bark. Added Nobleman at. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Hoping everything would be fine, Ashlock returned to his trunk. "Are you going to be sleeping?" Stella asked, appearing from thin air on her bench beneath his canopy. "Yes. How did you know?" "My brother told me." "Brother?" "Yep." Stella gestured to the library. "Quill told me." "How did he even?" "You know what, never mind." "Yes, I will be asleep. Look after the peak in my absence, okay?" Stella gave him a cheeky salute and smile. "I'd do it even if you didn't ask." "That's why I didn't bother to inform you," Ashlock chuckled as he brought up the system's suggestions to accept them. "Good night." "Night. It's morning, tree. But have a pleasant sleep. You earned it." Stella grinned and patted his bark. Though, despite her upbeat mood, there was concern in her eyes. Ashlock hadn't told her the reason he needed to sleep for so long, but historically, he only slept like this when he was severely injured and needed to heal quickly. So, her unsaid concern made sense. "Thank you, Stella, and don't worry. I will recover soon," Ashlock said as the world flickered and he was forcefully dragged into the dreamscape. As usual, the 9 moons dominated the sky, and he felt their healing energies caress his fractured soul. Before succumbing to sleep, he traversed the dreamscape and found Nox in a field of jasmine flowers. "We won. The Lunarshades are no more, and your sister is finally free." Looking around in confusion, the shadow dryad under Nox's canopy glanced toward Red Vine Peak. "That's a relief." The dryad cupped her hands before her chest and seemed to say a silent prayer. "Evelyn is finally free from the life I forced on her. That makes me happy. I'm sure you will meet her soon enough." "I hope so," Nox agreed, and Ashlock felt his consciousness drift off to sleep. Time remaining. 0:00. Ashlock jolted awake to a system notification. His body felt refreshed. His star core was blazing like a godly furnace and glowing with divine energy. Just like that, he had fallen asleep, and 3 days had passed. Idletree daily sign in system. Day 3609. Daily credit 46. Sacrifice credit 13,743. Sign in. The temptation to sign in was indeed tremendous, but he resisted. System, what is my soul damage now? Ashlock asked in the darkness of his mind. He had already noticed that many memories had returned, and it was honestly terrifying how he felt no different despite missing a third of what made him, him. Soul damage. 0%. That's a relief. Ashlock sighed as he cast his spiritual gaze beyond his trunk to see if his mountain had been destroyed during his slumber. To his pleasant surprise, it was almost as he had left it, except the blood stains had been cleaned up, and there were people. As if feeling his attention, Stella glanced over her shoulder. "Oh, tree. You're awake." "I am," Ashlock replied. "What are you two up to?" Beside Stella was a blob of green hair with a cute white flower nestled behind her ear. It was Stella's beloved disciple, Jasmine. The little girl had her hands on Willow's trunk, and her eyes were closed as she wreathed her hands. Stella grinned. "I am teaching Jasmine how to speak to a tree." "You can teach such a thing. I thought you could speak to trees because of your bloodline." Stella shrugged. "Who knows? I thought that because Jasmine has nature affinity, she might be able to talk to Willow and even help him heal with her chi." "I see. And how are the others?" "Everyone has recovered by now. Though I heard Amber is still rather shaken by the whole thing, and Kata has retreated into his ink lake, refusing to see anyone despite Diana's best efforts. I see the scars of war continue to haunt us despite our victory." Ashlock sighed. "And what about Albus's bounty? Have you handed it in yet?" Stella shook her head. "No, I was waiting until you awakened before doing something likely to cause issues." "Well, you will need to wait a little longer. Why? Stella tilted her head in confusion. Are you still hurt? Quite the opposite. Actually, I am finally ready to begin my ascension to nascent soul realm, and we don't have much time. News of our battle with the Lunarshades has likely spread and soon. Ashlock was cut off as a notification flashed in his mind, and he felt a tingling sensation rise from below. Assimilating with leyline. Go gather everyone quickly, Ashlock said before his vision shifted. The rock and dirt blurred as he plummeted through the realm, eventually arriving at the tips of his deepest roots. There, he found something he hadn't been expecting. At first, he thought it was a massive layer of gold glowing with untamed chi that rushed across its surface, but as he looked closer, he saw the texture and indents in the gold were rather familiar. Is that a root? A giant golden root? Ashlock muttered in awe as he saw his own roots, which were thick enough to allow people to use them as tunnels, look like strands of mycelium compared to this tree root, which had to be many miles thick. Hold on, the Celestial Empire happens to be built on the intersection of the three largest ley lines known to the cultivators. I thought it was a coincidence, but what if those three giant ley lines aren't the world's spiritual veins but rather the world tree's roots? Ashlock was stunned as many things began to fall into place. The Celestial Empire wasn't lucky that the beast tides rarely hit them. The world tree decided the path the beasts took as it casually led the monsters around by their noses with its own chi. His roots met with the rushing river of untamed chi that wreathed the seemingly endless surface of the golden root, and Ashlock saw arcs of chi manifest between their roots like two live wires getting too close. System, are you sure this is a good idea? Ashlock asked with concern but received no response except for a status report. Leyline assimilation at 42%. Chi rushed up his roots, and moments later, he felt his star core being flooded. Unable to convert all this untamed chi into spatial chi, he redirected it into his root network toward his forests of trees spread throughout the realm. Red Vine Peak also began to undergo changes as wisps of untamed chi leaked from gaps in the rock. Ashlock panicked. He had no idea if this was a good thing or not. On the one hand, if he didn't link up with a leyline, his progress through the stages of the nascent soul realm would take far too long, but surely leeching chi from the world tree was a bad idea. Maybe she will forgive me because I raised her daughter. Ashlock chuckled nervously. Seeing a single root that was likely 100 miles wide, so deep underground and overflowing with enough chi that a light touch was enough to make his star core become overwhelmed, really hammered home the difference between himself and a monarch realm existence that stood at the pinnacle of this realm. Leyline assimilation at 74%. He was nothing but a peak star core tree atop a mountain out in the wilderness, while the world tree was the strongest being in the realm. What is happening? Stella shouted from below his canopy. Rifts she had created surrounded her, and people of the Ashfallen sect poured through. Some were even wielding their swords or resting their hands on their pommels as they glanced around nervously. It would appear I am meeting your mother sooner than I had hoped, Ashlock replied. I dug my roots down far enough to hit the leyline, and it turns out to likely be a root of the world tree. Stella's eyes widened as she looked to the floor. Mom is down there. Leyline assimilation at 100%. Ashlock went to look and saw his ethereal roots had phased through the world tree's bark and dipped into the rivers of golden sap that flowed through the roots alongside divine chi. This really is the world tree, it's just like in those dreams. Ashlock muttered and slowly retracted his view, but he dared not take any of the divine aura or golden sap. The last thing he wanted was to earn the ire of a realm-spanning entity. Let's just leave real slow. Nothing to see here, just a little shrub trying to siphon a smidge of chi. Returning to the surface, Ashlock waited a moment to see if there were any signs of the world tree noticing. It seems I am in the clear. A monarch realm entity has taken notice of you. Chapter 305. A Monarch's Agony, end of Book 4. Ashlock felt a tingling sensation like pins and needles rising up through his roots, enveloping his entire land-spanning body. If the cries of concern echoing through the root network were anything to go by, his offspring suffered a similar fate. Is this what it feels like to earn the attention of the world tree? Ashlock shuddered, causing his bark to creak and his leaves to rustle violently as his star core quivered. It was an almost impossible sensation to describe, and it was made all the more concerning because he couldn't exactly flee from it. Ah! Ashlock groaned as an incredibly low rumbling sound started reverberating through his consciousness, threatening to tear his very sense of being apart. Skill, Basic Mental Resistance, F, learned. A system notification he hadn't seen in a very long time barely managed to distract him from the rumbling getting worse. Upgraded, Basic Mental Resistance, F, to Mental Resistance, E. If his consciousness had been a serene lake before, it was now a choppy ocean as the low rumbling squeezed and pulled on his mind. Upgraded mental resistance E to greater mental resistance D. The terrible pain of his consciousness being messed with subsided slightly, but it was not enough to stop him from screaming in terror. Upgraded greater mental resistance D to superior mental resistance C. Ashlock could feel his system's desperation to keep him alive as the system notifications practically overlaid one another, and his new mental resistance skill rapidly leveled up. Upgraded superior mental resistance C to mental protection B. Like a shield, a bubble manifested around his consciousness, protecting him from the terrible rumbling. The tingling sensation and terror throughout his root network was still there, but at least he could think straight for a moment. Tree, are you okay? He could hear Stella's voice as she drummed her balled fists on his bark. No, Ashlock answered honestly. If not for the system's timely assistance and willingness to assist him in self-preservation, he wouldn't have lasted another minute. He was not okay. That had been frightening, and he had no idea how long his new mental protection skill would hold out. What happened? Did Mom attack you? It took Ashlock a moment to realize Stella was talking about the world tree when she spoke about her mom. He was still out of it and trying to pull himself together. Yeah, something like that. I'm not even sure if it was an attack, but I definitely earned her attention. Stella turned around and sat with her back pressed against his bark. Closing her eyes, she controlled her breathing and rested her head. Everyone watched in silence, including the Redclaws and Jasmine, as they let the Princess of Ashfallen figure out the best thing to do. Meanwhile, Ashlock poured as much chi as possible into his mental defenses. Worst case, he would pull his roots back toward the surface and accept that he couldn't tap into the untamed chi of the leyline. A while passed until Stella eventually frowned and opened her eyes. What is it? Ashlock asked. She's in pain. Pain? Ashlock asked in confusion. Am I causing her pain? Stella shook her head. I don't think so, as I can't see how you could cause such deep pain to such a powerful being. Ashlock thought back to his dreams and could still recall the phantom pain he experienced as the past world trees, as he was harvested alive by those cultivators for eons. The Celestial Empire. Ashlock mused to himself. What if it's not a safe haven for the world tree but rather a prison? We thought she was the protector of the Celestial Empire and was the reason the city had stood the test of time, unlike the demonic sects that had to keep moving. But once I learned that the world tree's roots are the ley lines, I thought she was maliciously controlling the monsters to cause beast tides, but what if she's trying to create a beast tide big enough to free herself from the Celestial Empire by wiping it out instead? Stella looked to the floor, and she balled her fists. Feeling the world tree's pain seemed to be a lot for her. Ashlock slowly lowered his mental protection and listened more closely to the rumbling noise, which was reminiscent of a blue whale calling out through the ocean, just at the strength of a dying god. Sure enough, it didn't feel directed at him. It was just an overwhelming wave of a single emotion, agony. You poor thing. Ashlock spoke through his roots with raw emotions, the same way he communicated with his offspring. Senior Lee had mentioned that the world tree was capable of rudimentary conversation through emotions, but she seemed to ignore him as the waves of agony continued. Can you hear me? I can help you. Ashlock tried his best to get a response, but nothing he said seemed to reach the miserable tree. Whatever pain she was suffering was simply too unbearable to even give him a sliver of her attention. Mom needs our help. Tree, Stella said into her knees as she rocked back and forth on one of his exposed roots. She looked up at his canopy with tears in the corner of her eyes. She's suffering. Isn't there anything we can do? Ashlock glanced at everyone on the mountain peak with his demonic eye and nobody avoided his gaze. They were all members of Ashfallen, dependable allies that he had gathered in fear of suffering the fate of the world tree from those terrible nightmares. Meanwhile, the world tree was likely all alone, fated for a lifetime of suffering. Sorry, I seem to be missing something, Elder Margaret said. Stella's mother is suffering somewhere. Stella hesitantly nodded. Something like that, though I'm not totally sure if she is my mom. Stella then whispered into Ashlock's mind, but even if she isn't my mom, feeling a tree in such pain makes me want to scream. Trees are such gentle and caring beings. To inflict misery to that level on one is something I can't understand. There is one thing we can do, Ashlock said to all present, his voice echoing in their minds much like the world trees did in his own. We have to get stronger to save her. That is the only way. Stella's face fell. We have to get stronger. Mom is in pain right now. She doesn't have time to wait for us. Is that really the only option? Quote. Always has been, Magnus Redclaw said, Since the day the first mortal gained the favor of the heavens and wielded chi, it's been a race to the top. To the mortals, we are gods, and to the strong, we are ants. The race to the top is exhausting, and I am sick of it. Stella snapped back and stood. Her hands trembled, and tears flowed down her cheeks. All my life, I have done nothing but endlessly pursue power, yet there seems to always be a higher mountain, a greater peak to reach. I am never enough and always on the back foot. When someone is suffering, I can't save them. I am a pathetic weakling when it matters. Magnus closed his eyes and let out a sigh. An aura of someone who had seen too many things and experienced all there was to experience swirled around him. To come to such a realization at such a young age, Magnus slowly opened his eyes, and he seemed genuinely sad for Stella, to realize it will never be enough. Not until the heavens fall, and you alone stand at the peak. This is a realization all cultivators reach at some point along their immortal journey. We call it the realization of the endless path, and it's where many falter and become consumed by their heart demons. To finally stop charging endlessly ahead in the pursuit of power and stop to look up at the supposed destination, the realization of the journey ahead crushes the spirit of most. At it nobleman at. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. I don't blame them. Stella planted a weak fist into Ashlock's bark and ranted at the floor. If even my mother, a monarch realm being at the peak of creation, has to endure so much suffering, is there any point in getting stronger? All you can do is your best and strive to improve, Magnus replied seriously. Stella ground her teeth. Is that really enough? Will doing my best save my mom from this overwhelming misery? Ashlock noticed that Stella seemed overwhelmed because she was putting too big a task on her shoulders. Until now, they had mostly strived to simply survive day to day, fighting off local threats. But now, Stella wanted to help a monarch realm being, which was at the center of the strongest empire in the realm. Such a feat was impossible for their current selves. Before Ashlock could console Stella, Magus continued his lecture. Strength, no matter how much you wield, is pointless if you stagnate. The Lunarshade Grand Elder is a good example. Since the war era, his cultivation hadn't improved much as he lost motivation and fell into a life ruled by sin. Now he's dead, despite having been one of the strongest people that walked this realm. Magnus grinned. Meanwhile, here we all stand, alive, thanks to the Immortal's guidance in helping us improve. Don't give up. We can save your mother, it will just take time. Ashlock agreed with Magnus's words and was unsurprised to learn of cultivators realizing that the path to immortality was essentially a fruitless endeavor and deciding to give up and enjoy living out their hundreds if not thousands of years of life instead of spending it all sitting in a cave alone and meditating on the heavens, whispers for decades at a time. I can cheat because trees are quite well suited for cultivation. But these humans must conquer their heart demons and sit silently for decades in closed-door meditation. That's enough to drive even the hardest-headed cultivators insane once they learn it never ends. A son of heaven will always stand upon a higher peak that can smite them down and eradicate their centuries of efforts and sacrifice in an instant. The question was, would they falter at the bottom of the cliff when faced with the impossible climb to their goal or defy the heavens and crawl their way up one root or foot at a time? Ashlock had his answer, and it seemed Stella also had hers. Fine, let's do it. Stella patted his trunk and wiped her tears with her other arm. Let's all get stronger and kill all the bastards hurting mom. One step at a time, no matter how many years it takes. Ashlock knew his heart would be aching if he had one right now. Stella, having grown up without any warmth from a family, finally got to talk to her supposed mom, and all she learned was that she was in intense agony. If we are to save her, as the patriarch of this sect, allow me to lead the charge by ascending to nascent soul realm. The coming days won't be easy. The Blood Lotus sect is unlikely to let me ascend without interference, and the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion has its eyes on us. Are you all ready to stand with me and fight? Ashlock wasn't sure why, but the air seemed to subtly glow with divine light at his words. His sect members all exchanged a quick glance. If I said no, I fear Elder Mo would kill me in my sleep. Magnus chuckled as he stepped forward and promptly dropped to one knee. His elders followed suit a step behind as they fell in line. Jokes aside, the redclaws were founded on war and will stand with you until death. In fact, even in death, feel free to use our corpses to create ents so we may serve you once more. A rather grim declaration coming from a living person's mouth, but Ashlock could see the fierce loyalty blazing in their eyes. This type of loyalty couldn't be bought or bullied out of someone with fear. It was genuine and wrathful. Diana stepped forward with a fang-filled smile. You know our answer. She gestured to Douglas and Elaine, who were lovingly holding hands to the side. A mudcloak awkwardly stood under their clasped hands, giving an enthusiastic wave when pointed at. Then I will do 2 last gestures before I initiate my ascension. Since we will attract heaven's wrath anyway, now is a good time to make bastions. Ashlock selected Willow and was glad the system interface recognized him as an offspring after Jasmine's efforts and 3 days under the 9 moons in the dreamscape. Do you wish to activate the Skyborn Bastion? The cost is 1,000 sacrificial credits and the required materials to form a bastion core. Yes, Ashlock told his system. Clouds began to gather in the sky, and thunder roared over the mountain peak as the process started. Ignoring the system messages notifying him of heaven's incoming wrath due to Willow's damaged cultivation, his vision blurred as he went to make a brand new bastion. Finding Nox in her usual field of white flowers, she was looking up at the gathering storm with interest. Nox, after careful consideration and observation of your change of heart and turning over a new leaf, you have been chosen as the next one to join the noble ranks of the bastions. The current highest honor for any tree under the Ashfallen sect. Do you accept this new role as the guardian and bastion of Ashfallen City? The Shadow Dryad cupped her hands and respectfully bowed toward Red Vine Peak. It would be an honor. I always wanted to be a flying tree. You did. Honestly, no. But a floating shadow tree emerging from the darkness sounds rather ominous, doesn't it? Better than sitting here all day, at least. Nobody even visits me. Ashlock wanted to point out that a scary shadow lady hanging around an already off-putting looking tree wouldn't attract curious visitors, but he refrained. He was glad as long as Nox was happy with becoming a floating island outfitted with shields and weapons to protect him while he ascended. Do you wish to activate the Skyborn Bastion? The cost is 1,000 sacrificial credits and the required materials to form a bastion core. Yes, I do, Ashlock told the system. Another 1,000 credits vanished from his vision as he saw something begin to eat away at the rock below Nox. Forming bastion core. Bastion's operator has been successfully designated as Nox Duskwalker. Bastion's affinity type set to Onyx Shadow. Waves of dark power rippled out across the mountain around Nox as she began her transformation. The storm overhead suddenly expanded outward to the horizon and went from gray to an obsidian black. Thunder roared so loud that it shook every tree on the mountain, and the sky flashed as lightning gathered. Bastion Nox Duskwalker's cultivation is unstable, initiating tribulation. An ungodly amount of lightning descended upon Nox, but she seemed to relish the onslaught as liquid shadow wreathed her bark, and she greedily absorbed the heavenly punishment. Looks like I will have a nascent soul bastion real soon, Ashlock mused as he returned to Red Vine Peak to join the fun. Who didn't love getting struck by lightning? Once again, and hopefully for the last time, he pulled up his system to begin his ascension. Requirements to turn Chaos Nebula into an inner world have been met. 11,743 10,000th sacrificial credits. 1/1 absorbed fire star cores. 1/1 absorbed water star cores. 1/1 absorbed earth star cores. 1/1 absorbed wind star cores. 1/1 absorbed metal star cores. Do you wish to form your inner world and begin the ascension process to nascent soul realm? Yes. With those simple words, reality began to shake as his soul slowly rose out of his trunk, past his branches and canopy, to float as a literal sun of spatial chi above him. Expanding inner world. Ashlock said as his star core floating overhead suddenly began to balloon in size until it completely dwarfed the entire mountain range, illuminating everything in a lilac hue under the dark clouded sky. Through the lilac haze of his soul, he could see the Chaos Nebula being crushed under immense chi pressure from a mixture of random chis into an actual planet. That's ridiculous, Magnus said over the roaring thunder as he pointed to the sky, his finger trembling, a star core of such size and to have the ego to rip it out and challenge the very heavens with nothing but your soul is the act of a true immortal unfazed by heaven's puny might. Ashlock didn't want to admit this was the system's doing, as he had no idea how to handle an ascension. Beginning ascension to nascent soul realm. The heavens answered his challenge by tearing the sky apart, and thousands of lightning bolts of every color and chi imaginable struck his star core and, in turn, his forming inner world. Some lightning bolts also went and targeted his offspring. You dare strike my children. Ashlock now realized why his system had wanted him to link up with the ley line. He pulled deeply on as much chi as possible and blanketed every one of his offspring in his chi to protect them. He wouldn't let them become collateral damage like the mortals of Sleemir had. Ascension to nascent soul realm at 1%, estimated time of tribulation, 7 days. Ashlock coated himself in his lightning chi barrier and hunkered down for the long haul. His past ascension to Star Core had been quick, but it seemed the inclusion of the inner world and becoming a demi-divine being had upped the difficulty of the tribulation to hell level. I just hope the Blood Lotus sect stays quiet. Vincent Nitrose's eyes snapped open. Too soon, he muttered as he stared at the stone ceiling. He could still smell and feel the vicious blood of the bloodline holder he was bathing in. There was still plenty to absorb before the ritual was complete, and he added their bloodline to his arsenal. Vincent's eyes narrowed. Why am I awake? Something felt wrong. Terribly wrong. Raising his pale hand that dripped with blood, he gripped the edge of the stone coffin he was using to bathe in blood and hauled his naked body out. His skin was sunken, gripping his bones like a layer of paint, and his claw-like toenails scraped against the stone floor as he walked. He sniffed the air, uninterested in the musky scent of death as he crushed the skull of the person's blood he had been bathing in. Instead, he used his bloodline hunting ability and picked up on a delectable distant smell. Ripe already. Vincent smirked as he licked the blood and dirt from between his spindly fingers with his pointed tongue but then paused. Something else was tainting the smell, something he hated. A powerful infant soul was being born. Someone was ascending to nascent soul realm on his land. Oh, this won't do at all. Vincent shuffled toward the door of his cultivation chamber. It would seem someone had forgotten who ruled this place. Chapter 306. Closed Door Cultivation, start of Book 5. Vincent Nitrose, patriarch and absolute ruler of the Blood Lotus sect, strode up to the doorway of his cultivation chamber. Slotting his fingers into a hole in the wall, the silver runic lines glowed a dark red in response to his chi. His power pulsed throughout the cavern, bathing it in a bloodied light alongside a loud crack as the stone split away, revealing a long tunnel. Swinging his arms that reached his shins, Vincent lumbered through the tunnel, the scraping of his toenails alerting those ahead of his emergence from closed door cultivation. His 2 star cores in the shapes of spiritual hearts beat loudly like drums in his chest as they cycled blood through his spirit veins. Reaching the end of the tunnel, Vincent stepped into a hall. Pillars of twisted obsidian held up a high ceiling made entirely of red jade. The floor had a checked pattern of white and black, which was bathed in a red glow due to the sunlight streaking through the jade ceiling. Vincent's piercing gaze swept the empty room. Nobody dares to greet their patriarch. He uttered in a raspy voice, but his chi empowered his words, carrying them throughout the castle. The far doors to the room flew open, and a group of cultivators hurried inside. He recognized the ones at the front in black cloaks as members of his Nitrose family, and he could hear the drum of their spiritual hearts beating in their chests. The constant thumping was a sign of their cultivation art and blood affinity. Something smells good. Vincent licked his cracked lips as a team of blank-faced maids dragged in a chair with a green-haired woman kicking and screaming chained to it. Ancestor, I hope you will forgive our tardiness in welcoming your return as you left closed door cultivation sooner than expected. The man at the front of the group dropped to one knee. I pray that your swift exit is because of an unexpected breakthrough. I will spare you this time, Elder Cassian, as even I didn't expect to awaken this early, Vincent absent-mindedly replied to the man. Cassian's pounding heart slowed with relief. Your benevolence knows no bounds, ancestor. Unfortunately, because my cultivation was abruptly interrupted, I am still stuck in the 8th stage and haven't finished absorbing the Starweaver family's sacrifice. That is to say, my early awakening has nothing to do with an early breakthrough. Rather, I suspect someone is ascending to nascent soul realm on my land. Cassian's face froze. Is that so? Vincent narrowed his eyes. Who is it? Cassian gulped. The Silverspire Grand Elder entered closed door cultivation to ascend to the Golden Core realm shortly after you. He has been quite public about his ascension and even sent his sons and daughters out to every city in our sect to set up businesses to determine who is worthy to inherit his silver core once he succeeds. Vincent's spiritual hearts began beating a little louder, sending out waves of power that made his family tremble before him. As that's so, he sounds rather confident he will succeed, yet none of you thought to inform me of this. Cassian planted his forehead on the ground. We didn't dare interrupt your closed door cultivation for something so trivial. Despite his confidence, we are unsure he will succeed, and even if he does, disposing of him during his recovery period after ascending is a task the disciplinary committee is capable of. To disturb you when a threat like the beast tide approaches over such matters seemed unimportant in comparison. I hope you can see we did this with the best intentions. It was true that he had told them to only alert him if the sect was about to fall, as progressing his cultivation was more important right now. Enforcers from the Celestial Empire had increased activity nearby, even going so far as to plant a Celestial Warden in a branch of the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion in the Tainted Cloud sect. Such acts of aggression were a prelude to a conflict he couldn't foresee. What you say makes sense, Elder Cassian, but something still feels off. Vincent glanced to the east and wrinkled his nose. Detecting chi from so far was more difficult than detecting bloodlines. All he could tell was that someone quite powerful was undergoing an ascension toward the east. But even so, I was deep in my cultivation chamber and meditation. Unless the Silverspire Grand Elder has stumbled upon an ancient inheritance, his chi shouldn't be this intense. Vincent frowned. Things weren't adding up. Maybe it's not an infant soul but a massive Tao storm, or one of the Grand Elders has gone supernova. Chi is a fickle thing that's hard to comprehend from such a distance. The intensity of chi to the east is far too much to be the Silverspire Grand Elder. Wait. Vincent sniffed the air in confusion. The scent of distant chi had decreased drastically. It's gone as if I were imagining it. What is gone, ancestor? The intense smell of chi which awakened me. Vincent tilted his head. Had he been mistaken, and had it been the ripe bloodline that awakened him? Perhaps the Grand Elder has succeeded in his ascension, Cassian suggested. Do you want me to send the disciplinary committee to investigate? Vincent nodded with a crooked grin. Don't make it too obvious. They are still one of the strongest families, and I know they have connections to those Celestial Empire bastards through the Pavilion. We will know if he succeeded one way or another. Cassian slowly raised his head from the floor and looked up at Vincent like a well-trained dog. I will ensure it is handled without problems. You better, or it's your blood I will be dining on next, Vincent said coldly. Cassian grimaced as he stood up and seemed eager to change the topic. He gestured to the sacrifice. It's not much, but to hopefully appease you, we prepared a small snack for you. Vincent played along and eyed the woman tied to the chair the maids had put down. He hated to admit it, but he had been growing hungrier as they spoke. Cultivators didn't need to eat like mortals, but spending so long in a cave made anyone crave something delectable. Muffled screams escaped the magical cloth stuffed in her mouth as she stared back at him with wide eyes of terror and desperately tried to fight against the chains. Such noisy food. Vincent stepped forward and ran his nail along the nape of her neck. She shivered and trembled at his touch. Such a pathetic thing. Which family offered her as a sacrifice to me? Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. The Voidmind family did, ancestor. Cassian helpfully replied. Voidmind family. Why would they be the ones to offer her? Vincent dug his nail into the woman's neck, causing her to jolt in pain and scream into the cloth. Slowly drawing back his finger, he pulled out a floating line of blood like a string and brought it to the tip of his long tongue. A quick taste confirmed this girl was from the Evergreen family. A line of nobles he had welcomed into the sect due to the chance that one of them would awaken a bloodline that allowed for harmony with forest spirits. Sadly, the bloodline had never appeared in many generations, so he had grown disinterested in them. Ancestor, as you instructed, we sent the Evergreen and Winterwrath families to kill the Grand Elder of the Ravenborn family right after he reached the nascent Soul Realm. However, the conflict seemed to have caused an overnight war, resulting in all 3 families being wiped out. This girl, Eleanor Evergreen, is one of the sole survivors from her family. She sprouted nonsense about a void beast being the one to cause the death of her family. Cassian, what did you just say? Vincent's words were ice cold, silencing the man. All 3 families were wiped out. The Evergreen and Winterwrath families were of little consequence as their affinities were common. They had also produced a lack of bloodline inheritors, so he had used them as pawns. Keeping them around was a waste of precious airships and spirit stones. But the Ravenbone family was worth keeping around. I saw the faintest trace of the Ravina clan bloodline in their Grand Elder, but sadly, that useless old man never manifested any demonic powers. I know he had many children and planned to check on them before fleeing this incoming beast tide and relocating away from the Celestial Warden. But to think they were wiped out before I got a chance is a bit of a shame, but it is nothing worth dwelling on. Added Nobleman at. Yes, ancestor. The Redclaws now oversee Darklight City. Vincent clicked his tongue. That old dog Magnus Redclaw is still trying to throw his weight around. Well, whatever. I don't have time to deal with these useless matters. The precious blood in my chambers grows stale as we speak, and I feel on the verge of finally breaking through to the peak of nascent soul realm. Compared to the threat of the Celestial Empire, noble families abusing beast cores for quick rises in power aren't worth my attention. But losing 3 whole families is still quite a blow. Should I send someone to try and breed new noble families? As he pondered, he rested his palm on the evergreen woman's head. Clamping his fingers around her skull like one would grip an egg, he enjoyed her final struggle as he simply twisted his hand, snapping her neck with a satisfying crunch and pulling her head free from her now limp body held in place by runic chains. Vincent raised his hand to his mouth, unhinged his jaw and bit a chunk out of the woman's head like a fruit. The sound of chewing and grinding her skull with his teeth filled the silent room, and the dried tears that had been on her cheeks gave the snack a salty flavor. After a few more bites and gulping down the brain, he licked his lips as he finished. Not bad, though nature affinity cultivators always have this off-putting floral taste to their blood, Vincent said as he sucked out all the blood from the now headless corpse in the chair and absorbed it, causing the corpse skin to turn deathly gray and wither. Vincent felt vitality rejuvenate his body as his skin took on a healthier shade. His joints let off satisfying clicks as he straightened his back and rolled his shoulders. This vessel's life force was running a little lower than he would have liked. Ah, that feels good. Heavens, I can't wait to be young again. If only it wasn't too risky to weaken myself by swapping bodies until after the beast-tide relocation. Just a few more years, and I can escape this abomination of a body mutated by all the bloodlines from ancient beasts I have consumed over the years. Though the soul damage incurred from swapping vessels is never fun. Memory loss and personality changes are a real bitch to deal with. The maids wordlessly picked up the chair and took it away while he was lost in thought. Their eyes were blank stares and always would be. He had overtaken their minds many years ago to turn them into mindless creatures that obey his words. He wished he could do the same to all the cultivators in the sect, maybe one day. Ancestor, the Skyrend and Voidman families have also gone to war. Was it done within the rules? Vincent asked. So long as his family got a large chunk of the war spoils, he didn't mind seeing those two families duel it out. Void affinity was one of the few things he had to concern himself with, and the Skyrend family could call down heavenly lightning. Neither were families he was too keen on trying to keep in check, so if they would weaken each other without him lifting a finger, that sounded ideal. Cassian nodded. All the rules were followed. Then let them at it. Vincent sneered as he turned to head back into his cultivation chamber. Don't disturb me for any reason unless the Silverspire Grand Elder is successful and the disciplinary committee cannot contain him. As you wish. Cassian gave a deep bow. Vincent set foot in the tunnel and then remembered something. I can't enjoy Stella Crestfallen's bloodline just yet, as I can only absorb one at a time, but there's no harm in getting her ready. Cassian. Vincent looked over his shoulder. Yes, ancestor. Who from the disciplinary committee was responsible for keeping an eye on Stella Crestfallen? Cassian paused to think for a moment. I believe it was Grand Elder Valendor. Why? Inform him that Stella Crestfallen's bloodline is ready to harvest, and he should go and capture her when he has some free time. I know he's busy, but we should secure her before something bad happens. Cassian gave him a wordless bow to show his understanding, and Vincent vanished back into the depths of his cultivation chamber. It seemed his sect was in a rather turbulent state at the moment, but he had more significant problems to worry about than a ragtag group of cultivators he kept around in hopes a few of them carried bloodlines. I hope that weird chi fluctuation wasn't from an enforcer from the Celestial Empire. At least it's gone for now and returned to a more reasonable level that I could believe is the Silverspire Grand Elder ascending. If the chi fluctuation had persisted, he might have even gone to take a look himself, but since it dissipated, he would let his sect members investigate it for him. So long as I don't feel it again, that is. Over on Red Vine Peak, Ashlock watched as his star core, which had been floating above his body for the last hour and absorbing all the lightning from the storm overhead, began to condense in size. Huh, why is it shrinking already? Ashlock glanced over at Nox and saw her star core still ballooning in size and looking like it was about to go supernova before splitting in two. Or at least that is how Ashlock understood an ascension to nascent soul realm was supposed to work. So why is mine different? Necessary divine energies absorbed. Inner world formation in progress. Is it because of my inner world? Ashlock wondered as he welcomed his soul back into the safety of his trunk and raised his lightning chi barrier to its maximum strength. My system promised I would ascend to nascent soul within a week, so maybe I just need to wait. Lightning switched focus and began to pummel him, but the purple barrier absorbed the strikes. He also tried to use his chi to conceal as much of what was happening here as possible but doubted it would help much. Do I really need to deal with a whole week of this? Ashlock groaned. How was he going to get any sleep? Luckily, he had a lot to keep him busy. Just because he was undergoing an ascension didn't mean he couldn't continue to strengthen his defenses by creating ents or signing in. He also had many spatial rings to break and extract their contents. He was also curious about how his inner world looked. Deciding to check on it first, he focused on his soul inside his body. What had once been a chaotic cloud of basic affinities in the vague shape of a ball certainly looked more like a planet than before, but it was clear there was still a way to go before it was solidified. Around the inner world was a shell of divine lightning that arced across the inner world's surface. Wanting to know what lay below it, he pushed his spiritual sense through and was bewildered. Why am I here? He looked up at the 9 moons dominating the sky. He was in the dreamscape. As if to answer his confusion, the lowest of the moons, which glowed with purple light and carried spatial chi, split down the middle. No way. Ashlock muttered as the moon revealed its purpose. Chapter 307. Boundless Affinities. All 9 moons cracked perfectly down the middle and slowly split apart to reveal a hollowed space inside each one, except for the 9th moon that kissed the horizon, glowing with spatial chi. The divine shard that Ashlock thought he had used to repair his damaged soul was floating between its 2 halves, held in place by crackling purple energy. So a divine shard gives the moon its affinity. Ashlock mused as he gazed up at the sky and the other moons. The same energy crackled and fizzed along their surfaces as if trying to reach out for something that wasn't there. If I slotted a divine shard into one of these moons, would I gain a new affinity? Ashlock was unsure if he would be able to outright choose the affinity he got or if it would be a gotcha draw with sacrificial credits like his spatial affinity had been when he rejected the chance to get ice affinity after killing the Winterwrath idiot who wanted to kidnap Stella. Either way, if I can wield 9 different affinities alongside many system abilities, I fail to see how I will not surpass the world tree from my dreams and manage to avoid suffering a similar fate. Senior Lee told me there are 9 shards, one on each layer of creation, and he gave me the one intended for the world tree. Ashlock was glad to finally learn the truth behind the moons. The next layer of creation was still far away as he would first need to ascend through Nascent Soul Realm and Monarch Realm, but knowing there would be an opportunity in the future to unlock another one of his moons made him look forward to the future. Wait. Assuming I can pick which affinity to unlock, I wonder what I will choose. The first that came to mind was lunar or light affinity, as they played to his strength of being a tree and always being outside below one of the celestial objects. There were also options like void or cosmic, which were great for killing stronger opponents. Even something like blood affinity would be cool when combined with my cursed sap. The options are endless. I mean, I can pool more chi with my offspring than a normal cultivator, so the high cost of certain affinities doesn't hold me back as much. While Ashlock was lost in thought about how overpowered it would be if he became a time wizard, he realized he was standing on the surface of his inner world. It looked far more primal down here on the surface than when observed through the distortion of his soul as it had floated overhead being struck by lightning. He thought it resembled a planet, but being on the surface proved it was still a work in progress. The existence of gravity was dubious at best as flames manifested in midair, chunks of rock floated by, and streams of water flowed upward and sideways. Divine energy radiated strongly from the moon's overhead which seemed to be quelling the chaos into something more habitable. Is this how the 9 layers of creation came into existence? A random jumble of chi types woven together into a habitable reality by the divine forces. His bizarre surroundings aside, he could feel the shifting excuse for a ground beneath him, meaning he was inhabiting a body of some kind on the surface of his inner world. It's not a human body, is it? Ashlock wondered as he slowly looked down. He immensely enjoyed his life as a tree and had long forgotten what walking around as a human was like. Maybe having some legs for once could be fun too. Ah, why did I expect anything else? Ashlock chuckled as he saw black bark instead of human flesh. He was still a demonic tree, identical to the one in the real world. He could even split open his trunk, much like the moon's overhead, to reveal his demonic eye. The only difference between his true body and this soul-manifested one was that his roots were only a dozen or so meters long and fully exposed on the surface. Huh, strange, Ashlock muttered as he raised one of his roots up and inspected it with his demonic eye. It was far easier to move than expected, and the root had as much dexterity as a tentacle as he flexed it. Weird, even my ethereal roots aren't as easy to move as this. Ashlock raised all of his roots in unison and then slammed them down, throwing up clouds of rock and dust that floated off in nonsense directions. No matter how many he raised, he never toppled over. However, the rock he was perched on didn't survive his experiments, as it began to crumble and fall apart. Oh shit, Ashlock flicked out one of his roots like an octopus and latched onto a larger nearby rock that had floated close. He pulled it toward himself, and without really thinking, he crawled onto the new rock. He watched the crumbled rock he had once stood on disperse into nothingness as it was swept away by the chaotic firestorms. Only once he settled on his new rock did he realize what he had just done. Did I just walk? As a tree? Ashlock was baffled. Such a concept was impossible for his real body as he was firmly rooted to Red Vine Peak. The best he could do was turn Red Vine Peak into a bastion and float around, not walk like this. Deciding to try to walk again, he threw all his roots in one direction and pulled his trunk along. He did it again and again. It was slow, but he was moving. The spatial chi blazing down from the moon seemed to be the source of his stability. This was incredibly impressive until he remembered it wasn't the real world. He was inside his own soul. If that's true, shouldn't nearly anything be possible? This inner world is mine. I am its god. Raising a root and glaring at the tip, he uttered, "Fireball." A small reddish flame burst into life and then quickly died out. It was hardly as impressive as the fireball he had been picturing, but he had just summoned fire at will, an affinity he didn't have. Fire is all around me. That could have been luck. What about ice? No matter how hard he tried, no ice coated his root. Nothing happened even when he plunged his root into a nearby stream and begged it to turn to ice. What about water? A small dribble of water flowed down his root. Darn it! Ashlock flicked his root tip to remove the water. The wave of water droplets flew upwards into the sky. It looks like I can only manipulate the affinities already present here in my inner world. Is that because I have Tao comprehension over them or something? He certainly felt like he understood the present affinities to a deeper level than before, absorbing the bounty hunter cores to fulfill his system's requirements. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Deciding to continue his exploration, he pulled on the moon to wreath himself with telekinesis and float around his forming world. This place is far too chaotic for anything to thrive. I can see things slowly slotting into place, but I assume it will take the full week to complete. He traveled for some time through the swirling chaos of firestorms, raging rivers, and howling winds filled with metal shards. Getting sick of the total disorder, he grabbed random rocks with his roots and smashed them together to fuse them into a larger landmass. To his surprise, it kinda worked. Humming an upbeat tune, he got lost in his work, and before he knew it, he was smoothing out and shaping the island to resemble Red Vine Peak, just on a tiny scale in comparison. At a nobleman at tree. What is all this? Ashlock was shocked out of his humming and turned his trunk to see Stella stepping through a portal with Larry curiously trailing her. How did you get in here? Ashlock pointed an accusing root at Stella. Am I not supposed to? Stella tilted her head. I was sitting in your branches and absorbing stray lightning bolts when I entered the spatial plane to check on things and noticed a massive tear appear. So, to sat my curiosity, I decided to step through it. Questionable line of reasoning aside, Ashlock lowered his root and scratched his canopy in confusion. I wonder what caused that. Stella pointed to the spatial moon in the sky. I think that's the source of the tear. The moon. Ashlock wondered why, but all he could think of was how the moon had split. Whatever, he muttered as he returned to looking down at Stella and his beloved pet spider waiting at the base of his trunk. I guess welcome to the chaos of my soul. I know it ain't much, but feel free to make yourselves at home. Under their confused gazes, he shifted past them with his roots. Tree, how are you moving around? Stella asked as she jumped to avoid one of his moving roots from taking her out. His spatial awareness while moving still wasn't the best yet. I'm inside my own soul. I can do whatever the hell I want. Okay, that's not actually true, or at least not until I acquire Tao comprehension in all affinities. Right. Stella scrunched her nose, thinking, is it normal to have a world inside your soul? She asked Larry beside her, and the spider shook his head. No, usually inner worlds are the privilege of those in the monarch realm and above. Larry gruffly replied, though I am not that familiar with the human cultivation system as beasts don't have distinctive realms. We just get progressively stronger. Then why does Ash have one? Hey, who are you calling a human? Ashlock grumbled as he summoned water at the tip of his root to fill up a little lake he had been making. I am a spirit tree. We have a different path of cultivation. I think. Honestly, he wasn't sure what was going on. He just let his system do its thing as he fed it corpses and star cores. Either way, he could already see the immense benefits of this inner world and deem it worth the 10,000 SC and star cores he spent. He'd gained a level of Tao comprehension with any affinity in his inner world and could infuse his techniques with these Taos, such as abyssal whispers with wind chi. Daos were far inferior to actually possessing the affinity, as he couldn't learn wind-based techniques or passively generate wind chi. Any time he used wind chi, he had to drain it from his inner world, just like how Stella couldn't produce lightning, but she was able to absorb it for later use. Wow, there's basically a sea of untamed chi down there, Stella whistled as she leaned over the edge of the floating island to stare into the shifting abyss. You can thank your mother for paying child support, Ashlock chuckled. He was still drawing untamed chi from the world tree and would repay her by saving her in the future. Child support. What's that? Stella muttered as she wandered around the floating island more, but there was little to see. So, when will you stop messing around making lakes and return to focusing on the real world? I'm not messing around. I am making important discoveries here. Ashlock snapped back at his adopted daughter. You act like I have been in here for hours. Stella crossed her arms. It's been 4 days. Huh. No way. Ashlock brought up his system to check. Idletree daily sign in system. Day 3613. Daily credit 50. Sacrifice credit 1174. Sign in. Ashlock did some mental maths and realized 4 days had indeed passed. To be fair, as a tree, months could go by, and it wouldn't bother him too much. He found it easy to lose track of time, especially in here where there's no sun, only the moons that never move from their spot in the sky. If a whole 4 days had passed, he was drawing closer to completing his ascension. System. What's the progress? Ascension to nascent soul realm at 67%. Ashlock assumed he would receive the upgrade to his cultivation technique and system once it reached 100%. If you're going to stay holed up here, could you at least open the spatial rings? Stella had a slight sparkle in her eye. I am in dire need of some new clothes, and setting up a meeting with merchants or going to the pavilion to purchase new artifact gear is such a hassle. Oh, also, some spending money would be nice. I was thinking of buying Jasmine some things next time I am in Darklight City. Ashlock pulled on his connection to his spatial storage and dragged the many spatial rings into his inner world. If there was a place he could easily break their seals, it was where he had the most power. Honestly, he had forgotten about the loot, as items didn't interest him as much as new cultivation techniques or Dao revelations. What use were clothes or trinkets to a tree anyway? At least his sect members could use them or have Sebastian Silverspire sell them off. While I do this, care to tell me about the situation outside? Ashlock asked as he floated the many rings in the air. With the pressure of his inner world, he broke their seals in seconds. Items began to pour from them to the ground below, creating large piles of clothes, weapons, spirit stones, pill bottles, and random other junk. While that was happening, Stella grinned as she brought her 2 palms before her chest. Lightning suddenly arced between her fingertips, illuminating her face and causing thunder to roar into the chaos. Clapping her palms together to snuff out the dazzling display, she said, "Not much. Just a lot of lightning and constant thunder. There have also been no signs of anyone from the Blood Lotus sect or Pavilion yet. Though the Redclaws have been receiving complaints from Ashfallen and Darklight City from the mortals, as they have been unable to really sleep in days. Valid complaints, but at least I shield them." Ashlock had blanketed everything in his chi to try and reduce the number of deaths before he retreated to explore his inner world. Wait, if you're here, Stella, doesn't that mean anyone can come and stay? Ashlock asked. He knew the mortals wouldn't survive the ambient pressure in here, but what if he used this as a place to raise monsters like those midnight inkwing eggs? If I can make a portal into here, I don't see why you couldn't. Stella shrugged. Do you want me to invite more people inside? Yeah, if there's not much going on outside, then now would be a good time to sort through this loot, Ashlock replied. Okay. Stella absent-mindedly replied as she strolled back through the portal, leaving Larry behind to engage in a staring contest. A loud noise drew Ashlock's attention to the shardless moons overhead. Huh, what now? They seemed unstable and began to drift back together. The intense moonlight that had been bathing his inner world subsided back to the levels he was used to when sleeping under them. The portal Stella had left through vanished. Inner world entering final stages. Chapter 308. Valendor. Grand Elder Valendor couldn't believe his ears as he stared at the black-robed cultivator standing outside his door. Could you repeat that one more time? Yes, Grand Elder. The woman with hair as pale as her sickly white skin gave a slight bow. Her spiritual heart thumped calmly in her chest, and the thick sense of blood tickled his nose, making Valendor uneasy. He never liked being too near members of the Nitros family. The ancestor was awoken by a chi disturbance to the east. He believes that the Silverspire Grand Elder is about to complete his ascension. Yeah, I got that bit. Valendor waved her off. He was curious how someone's ascension in a distant city could force the patriarch from his cave, but it seemed trivial compared to the other thing. What was the second message? The Nitro's woman's heart thumped a little louder, mirroring the slight look of annoyance on her face for being interrupted. Pursing her lips, she eventually replied, Stella Crestfallen's bloodline is ready to harvest. The ancestor decreed that you should go and capture her when you have some free time. Valendor offered a slight smile. Of course, I will ensure the ancestor's orders are carried out when I have the time. Make sure that you do. The woman flicked her hair as she turned and left down his mountain. Valendor politely closed his door, and the moment the defensive and concealment formations of his pavilion activated, his smile turned to a frown as his hand still rested on the doorknob. She should have still had a year, Valendor muttered, stepping away from his door and effortlessly gliding through his pavilion toward his office. After securing his surroundings for a second time by throwing around his ether chi, he walked over to a bookcase and withdrew a record. As the head of the disciplinary committee, he had to keep detailed records of every order and event inside the Blood Lotus sect. Since the patriarch entered closed-door cultivation, everyone could breathe a little more, but he remained diligent. Let's see. Stella Crestfallen. Valendor found her record. It was a single piece of parchment with a fabricated backstory, a list of lies told to the girl, and the red lotus stamp of the Nitro's patriarch in the top corner showed she was marked for death. As one of the sect's people deemed likely to awaken a bloodline, Vincent Nitros had given her a special status known to outsiders as being destined to be his pill furnace. Few would dare harm someone marked as useful to the patriarch unless they wanted to be hunted down and killed by the disciplinary committee, so it was a powerful deterrent to keep the many potential bloodline awakeners alive without wasting manpower. There were hundreds of people with this mark, and the vast majority didn't ever awaken a bloodline. Vincent usually devoured the failures as snacks between cultivation sessions or used them as pill furnaces. However, the few that were successful in awakening had their blood drained in a ritual, and then Vincent would bathe in it while cultivating to try and acquire an inferior version of their bloodlines. As the head of the disciplinary committee, Valendor's job was to ensure that this darker side of the Blood Lotus sect operated smoothly. But Stella Crestfallen was an exception. Without a chance meeting with her father, Valendor would have remained a slave to the patriarch until his lifespan ran out. A small vial of sap from the world tree had freed him of Vincent's control. Ever since breaking free, Valendor had been working with others in the shadows to bring down Vincent Nitros over the last decade, which is why the patriarch's awakening ahead of schedule was a big concern. Valendor clicked his tongue as his eyes scanned the parchment. I got the elders to agree that Stella Crestfallen would be given the Grand Elder position of the Crestfallen family in Red Vine Peak after her 18th birthday. I knew she could not reach the Star Core realm in a short 5 years, but she should have had another year. Setting the parchment down on the table, Valendor ran a hand through his long white hair as he stared down at the drawing of a terrified young girl with short blonde hair and pink eyes. He had promised her father that he could buy him at least 5 years after faking his death. There's no way Stella has awakened her bloodline already, right? Valendor leaned on the desk with both hands and hung his head low. If she has, then we may need to speed up our plans. Vincent will turn a blind eye to many things as he believes himself to be so far above the sect's affairs, but a ripe bloodline will never escape his nose. Valendor grimaced and drummed his fingers as he ran through scenarios. Decades of work in the shadows were at risk here. Vincent Nitros was an incredibly careful man who had lived through many eras and accumulated an unknown number of bloodlines alongside his near-monarch realm-level cultivation. He even kept his own family at arm's length and swiftly squashed anyone who dared step into the nascent soul realm within the sect. I suppose the only solution here is to check on Stella and assess the situation, Valendor sighed as he glanced to the side at a towering stack of paperwork. Right after I finish checking these, though. The trip over to Darklight City will be a long one. Valendor admitted he had a warped sense of how long it took to get around the sect as a wielder of ether chi, a higher form of spatial chi. This allowed him to tear through reality easily, making what should have been a week-long trip into one that would take less than an afternoon. Also, as the head of the disciplinary committee, he had nearly unlimited access to the teleportation hubs. Honestly, if one were to overlook the whole harvesting cultivators for their bloodlines thing and the promise of being killed once I step into the next realm, working for the Nitros family has a lot of perks. They are beyond rich as they rule this sect with a series of rules that always benefit them the most, and every demonic sect in the region fears them, so it's quite safe here. Valendor idly thought as he watched an overworked cultivator empty multiple spatial rings filled to the brim with high-grade spirit stones into a pit next to a vast array. Esteemed Grand Elder, the array is active. Which hub do you wish to visit? Sleemier, but let me handle the coordinates, Valendor replied as he floated forward. White flames flickered across his robes, and he barely restrained his peak star core pressure. The cultivator bowed deeply. As you wish. Valendor knew the Voidman family was at war with the Skyrend family as he had been there to officiate the war. So, appearing suddenly inside the Voidman residence was an excellent way to have a void lance thrown at his face. I'll change it to be next to the mountain peak on which the redclaws should be based. Then, I can make my way over to Red Vine Peak after checking on them. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Placing his hand on a raised stone pillar in the center of the array and inserting his ether chi, he gave it a boost to tear open a rift closer to his destination. Red Vine Peak. With white flames wreathing his form, Valendor gave the cultivator a nod. Have a pleasant trip, Grand Elder Valendor, the cultivator bowed again to show respect. The pile of spirit stones in the nearby pit glowed with silver light as they melted into the array. Reality began to shudder, and Valendor closed his eyes. Entering the spatial plane, he double-checked that the array was going where he wanted it to. Everyone in the Blood Lotus sect would love to see the fall of the Patriarch, and few knew Valendor was working in the shadows to bring about that dream. Most saw him for his role as Vincent's top dog, who followed his orders. It wouldn't be the first time someone tried to cast him out into the void. Confirming the coordinates had been entered correctly, he waited for the array to work. He could make it run faster with his chi or even tear open the portal himself from his office, but why bother? Why waste his precious chi when he can use his boss's money to solve the issue? Tapping his foot impatiently as the array slowly tore reality apart, Valendor could only think about his promise to Stella's father. He had never been one to go against his word, but if Vincent got involved, there would be little he could do. I promised you 5 years. But are you even still alive out there? If you don't hurry back, your adopted daughter is going to die. Please don't be ripe, Valendor muttered under his breath as he passed through the portal. Appearing on the other side, high in the sky, he was confused to be met with roaring thunder and darkened skies flashing all around him with lightning. Valendor narrowed his eyes. Due to the intense chi, fierce storms occurred all the time over leyline regions, but this was no ordinary storm. The lightning carried heavenly intent, and it was concentrated over this one mountain region, which could only mean one thing. Someone is ascending to nascent soul realm all the way out here. The question is, who? The redclaws don't have anyone at such a high cultivation stage, and the Voidman family is cursed to never ascend. Valendor used his ether chi to maintain his perfect appearance. Despite the howling winds and sideways rain, his robes remained pristine, and his hair flowed neatly down his back. He hummed in thought as he stroked his chin and took a moment to contemplate the phenomenon and its implications. After living centuries, he had seen almost everything a cultivator could, and few things could surprise him anymore. How curious. I wonder who it could be. He looked down, and the words died in his throat. The scene below him was enough to create cracks in his composure. Okay, what in the 9 realms is going on? Valendor blinked a few times in disbelief at what he saw. Below him was a vast city of uniform houses that seemed populated by mortals. Which was rather strange, as the city certainly hadn't been here 4 years ago when he last visited. However, such a basic-looking city was nothing to bat an eye at. What was confusing were the thousands of demonic trees all blanketed in a thick layer of spatial chi growing throughout the city and up the mountainside. Ashfallen City. Valendor read off a sign near the main road entrance leading off to Darklight City in the distance. He had never heard of such a city. Lightning struck down from the storm overhead and was absorbed by this blanket of chi. Many mortals had also taken cover under the canopies of these trees and were eating mushrooms growing on their barks. Valendor unleashed his spiritual sense upon the land, and his eyes widened. There's not only one, but 2 people ascending at the same time. His eyes flickered to a large tree that seemed shrouded in darkness in a field of white jasmine flowers nestled in the forest of demonic trees on the mountain. He tried to find the person who was ascending, but his spiritual sense only led him to a tree. Valendor felt his brain slowly shutting down. Had he messed up the coordinates? Through the ether so badly that he ended up in an alternate timeline. Spirit trees took thousands of years to develop, not less than a decade. Yet thousands of spirit trees were all around, and there was even one ascending to the nascent soul realm. Valendor wanted to float closer to investigate, but due to the Patriarch, his cultivation realm was limited to the absolute peak of the Star Core realm. There was a non-zero chance that the divine lightning overhead could strike him down if he wasn't careful. He had also detected someone even more powerful in the distance, which somehow overshadowed a darkness affinity spirit tree ascending. An event that had likely never occurred before in the realm's history. Valendor floated up the mountainside and only briefly marveled at the city of white stone built atop it. It was nice, but he had seen more impressive cities, and creating such a place within 4 years was perfectly reasonable. He then looked to the horizon. You have got to be kidding me. Valendor felt his composure slip further as he saw a mountain range of demonic trees spreading before him, blanketed in enough spatial chi to power 1,000 spatial arrays. He could even feel a hint of divinity coming from that land. How could a desolate mountain ruled by lackluster families living off mining spirit stones be transformed into a divine spiritual spring in such a short time? Unless a deity descended from the heavens and died on this land, I fail to see how such a transformation is possible. Valendor thought. This was an insane discovery, and he could only shiver thinking what would happen if a powerhouse in the region discovered this place or, even worse, if Vincent Nitros had come to get Stella himself. Oh, right, I came here to check on Stella. Valendor's eyes followed the trail along the mountain peak with a network of pathways that led off to groves emitting various affinities that shouldn't all exist so close to one another, and gulped as he saw a wall of spatial chi rising to the heavens, obscuring the entirety of Red Vine Peak from the outside world. Manifesting ether chi to his eyes, he barely managed to pierce the spatial distortion array and almost choked at what he saw. How the hell did that spirit tree grow so quickly? Just 4 years ago, Stella had shown him a spirit tree barely a few meters tall that grew chi-dense fruits. To poorer families like the Ravenborns, such a spirit tree would help offset some pill costs, but it was nothing impressive enough for him to make more than a mental note to check on it later. The only weird thing he had noticed about it was that he felt a gaze coming from the tree. Now, the tree was a towering behemoth, at 100 meters tall, dominating the entire mountain peak and shrouding it in its vast canopy, which blazed with the purest soul flames he had ever seen. Also, an aura of divinity radiated off the tree as if it were a divine being, but that wasn't all. 4 monstrosities of white twisted wood stood around it like guardians, each one radiating the strength of a noble family elder. Valendor floated over the mountain range, dumbstruck. What the hell was he supposed to do in this situation? Could he even get close enough to warn Stella about the patriarch's interest in her ripe bloodline with such a godly tree watching over her? Did he even need to? Was I not diligent enough? Valendor asked the sky. All of this defied any sense of logic aside. He should have paid more attention to the girl he had promised an old friend to protect for 5 years. But he had believed that not much would occur in such a short period. 4 years was barely a good cultivation session. If he didn't have so much work and was allowed to ascend to the nascent soul realm, he would happily spend a decade away from the world to contemplate heaven's whispers. So what the hell was a mere 4 years in comparison to cause all this? A ripple through the spatial plane caught his attention, and he focused back on Red Vine Peak in the distance. A portal he hadn't noticed before, as it was a tiny speck at the base of the giant tree, snapped closed. The girl who had just stepped through it stared back at the now blank space in confusion. Blonde hair, and that figure, is that Stella? Valendor wondered. The last time he had seen her, she was a 13-year-old girl barely in the Soulfire realm. Had she really grown up so much in such a short time? Stroking his chin, he debated for a while what to do, but eventually decided there was only one good option that would show his sincerity. I should go and pay my respects to the great tree and offer my words of caution. Maybe I can even convince it to help me rid this realm of the vile filth that is the Blood Lotus Patriarch. Unleashing his ether chi, he tore open a tunnel beside Stella and stepped through. At it Nobleman at. Long time no see, Stella, he said, and the girl spun around on her heel to glare at him. To Valendor's utter surprise, she had not only reached the Star Core realm a year ahead of the date he had set her, but her cultivation was almost on the same level as his. Grand Elder Valendor, Stella narrowed her eyes at him. Pure spatial flames flared to life around her body, and a blade of black metal manifested in her hand in a flash of silver. What are you doing here? Valendor actually felt threatened by the girl. He offered a weary smile and raised his hands in surrender. Believe it or not, I come in peace. We have a lot to catch up on, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 309. The Truth. Stella's star core blazed in her chest as she glared at Grand Elder Valendor, who had appeared out of nowhere on Red Vine Peak. The man was the same as always, with his pristine white robes, flowing white hair, and profound temperament despite his younger face. He watched her with cautious amusement and had his hands raised in fake surrender despite the white soul flames dancing along his shoulders. It had been years since she had last seen this ghost of her past. Valendor had visited Red Vine Peak on behalf of the disciplinary committee a few years ago and given her the ridiculous task of reaching Star Core Realm before her 18th birthday, a feat her father had supposedly died trying to accomplish. Stella tightened her grip around her dagger. She had seen this man as a kind uncle figure in the past, but now she wasn't so sure. He hadn't reported Ashlock's existence or demanded anything from her since their last meeting 4 years ago, but that didn't explain why he was here now. Clearly, Ashlock's ascension attracted him here. But what is his angle? He claims that he comes in peace, so was he worried for me and came to check if I was alright? Or is he here on Vincent Nitrose's orders to eliminate us? A shadow appeared overhead, and Diana dropped down between Stella and Valendor. She protectively spread her wings, wreathed in demonic mist. Stella, do you know Valendor the White Reaper? She asked as her nails extended into claws. White Reaper. Stella had never heard such an ominous term for Valendor before. Diana didn't dare take her eyes off Valendor. Yeah, that's his title among the nobles. I heard my father arguing with his elders about protecting him from the White Reaper before his ascension to the nascent soul realm, so I got curious and asked around. Diana raised her finger and accusingly pointed at Valendor. He is the Blood Lotus sect patriarch's personal reaper. There is a list of people marked for death at the patriarch's hands, and it's his job to hunt them down. Stella gulped. Such a man had been friends with her father. Really? There is no need to be so cautious. Grand Elder Valendor offered a charming smile. I will admit I came here on Vincent Nitrose's orders, but... What orders? Stella interrupted. Right now, Vincent was the man the Ashfallen sect feared the most, so learning that he was aware of their existence, especially at a vulnerable time like this, sent a shiver down her spine. The Lunarshade Grand Elder had been hard enough to defeat, and Vincent was likely much worse. To capture you, Valendor said bluntly. In the words of the Patriarch, your bloodline is now ripe for harvesting, and as his reaper, I am here to fulfill his desire. Stella felt bile threatening to escape her throat as her stomach churned at the words. So, are you here to capture me? Stella took a step back, ready to spatial step away, and Diana hissed as she spread her wings even more. I am rather saddened that you do not believe my words of coming in peace. Valendor's smile turned to a frown, and he dropped his arms. An immense pressure descended on Stella's shoulders, making her breath vacate her lungs, and then it was gone. You have certainly grown in strength since I last saw you, but if I was truly here to fulfill the Patriarch's orders, I wouldn't waste time talking. Can you blame me for not trusting you? Stella snapped back. After all the lies you have told me. Her voice shook a little. Her whole body was tense as she struggled to get a read on him. I hate interacting with ancient cultivators. They are far too good at hiding their motives. Simpletons like Douglas are far easier to talk to. Valendor raised a brow. Oh, you figured it out. Have I figured what out? How deep do the lies go? Stella gritted her teeth. She knew his wording was deliberate, designed to make her reveal as much as she knew without him giving anything away. The problem was he had the upper hand here as he was a complete enigma, and Stella had been left in the dark. If I had visited the pavilion and learned more about my bloodline and father, I might have had more to work with. Stella hesitantly nodded, unsure how much she should share. She decided to go with one of the more glaring lies. My father didn't die trying to reach the Star Core realm. He is still alive out there somewhere, right? You don't sound so sure. Valendor narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. So you accused me of being a liar due to an unconfirmed rumor you heard from somewhere. That's kind of true. Stella bit her lip. Though I haven't confirmed it as I hadn't paid the Yinxi coins, the pavilion basically told me he is still out there. So it is more than a simple rumor, but it is a bit much to accuse someone of being a liar. Stella suddenly felt an all too familiar pressure blanket the area. The air began to glow with divine light, and rips in reality crackled all around them, merging with the roaring thunder and lightning overhead. Spatial chi rose from the mountain below and whirled around her in a protective embrace. It would seem that the great spirit tree awakens, Valendor muttered as his eyes flickered to the giant tree looming behind Stella. Stella hated to admit her body relaxed as she heard the bark behind her split open, and she felt Ashlock's gaze on her back. She liked to face challenges on her own, but sometimes she needed her father's help. A spiritual tree bloomed in her consciousness, and Ashlock's voice echoed through her mind. Who the hell is this guy? He seems kinda familiar. Valendor winced as Ashlock had likely planted the seed of telepathy in his mind. The White Reaper of Vincent Nitros, Grand Elder Valendor. Stella filled Ash in on the situation. He is here on the Patriarch's orders because apparently my bloodline is ripe. Valendor nodded. That is all true, but I also came here on a promise to an old friend. Valendor locked eyes with Stella. Your father. At Nobleman at. Stella felt her blood turn to ice. The idea that her real father was out there somewhere made her sick. He should have just died. I also believe this isn't the first time we have met. Oh great spirit tree. Valendor met Ashlock's profound gaze without faltering. I felt your spiritual gaze all those years ago despite how small you were. I must say it hurt my feelings when you didn't give me a fruit and pretended to be asleep even after I asked so nicely. How uncouth of me, Ash replied sarcastically. Since you came all this way, allow me to make up for a past mistake. A bright red fruit dropped from above, and Valendor caught it with telekinesis as his hands rested behind his back. It floated before his face, and he eyed it curiously. Such a chi-dense fruit, even more impressive than a few short years ago. However, I must say, it appears we have gotten off on the wrong foot. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Oh, what makes you think that, Grand Elder? Ash replied with a hint of amusement. This fruit contains enough poison to kill me 3 times over. Valendor summoned a dagger to his hand and poked a hole in the fruit, and Ashlock's black blood leaked out and pooled at his feet. And this viscous fluid carries something rather sinister, am I right? A tree never reveals its secrets. Valendor gave a thin smile, a good quality to have to survive in this world. But sometimes, we need to reveal our secrets to gain the trust of others, so allow me to be the first. Stella. Stella stopped hiding behind Diana's wing and faced Valendor directly. You have been told many lies throughout your life. For example, your family didn't die saving the Patriarch. I mean, think about it, how would that man ever need saving? True. Stella muttered under her breath. Why had she never questioned that part of the story? How could anyone save such a powerful cultivator? Valendor continued, I met your father while scouting for new potential bloodlines. He was alone, crossing the wilderness as the sole survivor of an envoy from the Celestial Empire. All he had with him was the clothes on his back, some supplies in a spatial ring, and, you. A baby girl bundled in cloth. Stella furrowed her brows, so I was born in the Celestial Empire. If that's true, it further validates the fact that my mother is the world tree. Most likely, Valendor nodded, though everything about you and your father was a bit of a mystery. How he managed to survive in the wilderness alone while in the Soulfire realm didn't make any sense, and what followed was even more bizarre. Stella eagerly gestured for Valendor to continue, the anticipation of learning about her past rising. After checking with the Patriarch, he was very interested in you. So after I added you to the list of people to be devoured by him, I offered your father a useless peak near the most impoverished city in the Blood Lotus sect to raise you and call home. To my surprise, he offered me a small vial containing a golden liquid in appreciation. World Tree Sap? Ashlock asked. His voice was sharp and cold, clearly not enjoying Valendor's story. Valendor nodded. I tested it thoroughly as he didn't tell me anything about it other than it would free me. After making it into a pill, I consumed it and felt a cloud in my mind lift. I don't know when or how, but Vincent had been controlling me. After ingesting the World Tree Sap Stella's father had gifted me, I was finally free. So that's why you were friendly with my father. Stella said. More than friendly. I basically owed your father my life. Valendor looked off into the distance, but one day, he suddenly disappeared. All he left was a note asking for me to protect you for the next 5 years. A task I admit I should have devoted more time and attention to. Stella was in disbelief as all the crazy near-death experiences rushed through her mind. The maids that wanted to kill her, the guy from the Winterwrath family trying to capture her, the wars with other families, the giant worm monster, and Dow Storm, the list went on. The fact she was still alive was a mixture of a miracle and Ash's incredible abilities. I thought this was a desolate peak on the edge of the sect. A place nobody would go to or care about, so I left you alone. Clearly, I was wrong to think as such, but unfortunately, if I paid too much attention to this place, people would grow suspicious, and I don't trust anyone in this sect to watch over you. Valendor looked at Ash's canopy, but it seems a being even greater than I took on that role in my absence. Valendor gave a slight bow. For that, I am deeply grateful. Ash hummed as if he were deeply contemplating. Did Stella's father ever mention anything about her mother? Valendor rubbed his chin. Not that I remember. He was clearly a man with many secrets. I never even learned his name and simply called him Elder Crestfallen. So, I still have much to learn about him from the pavilion. Stella glanced up at the sky. Once this storm is over and Ash is safe, I will head over and use the Yinxi coins from cashing in Albus Lunarshade's bounty to buy the information. Okay, Grand Elder Valendor, this is all very helpful, but if you won't capture Stella, then why are you here? Ash's pressure flickered across the mountain peak. Did my ascension attract your interest in this place? Valendor's expression turned serious. I believe your ascension brought the patriarch out of seclusion, and then he smelled that Stella's bloodline was ripe. You need to hide Stella. Even I can't protect Stella if the patriarch reemerges and decides to hunt her down himself. How does he know her bloodline is ripe? Ash asked. Valendor tapped his nose. By smell. He has a keen sense for bloodlines and knows a ritual that allows him to bathe in the blood of bloodline holders and assimilate a weaker version of their bloodline. Valendor then gestured to Diana with his chin. Is this form of yours a result of a bloodline? If so, you should hide as well. How can we hide? Diana asked as she lowered her wings. I have two suggestions. Valendor raised two fingers. First, you run far away, perhaps even further than the Tainted Cloud sect. The second less feasible one is to hide away in a pocket realm somehow. Diana crossed her arms below her chest and didn't seem convinced. Won't the patriarch notice the disappearance of our scent and hunt us down before we can even get away? Valendor shook his head. He returned to closed-door cultivation to finish absorbing a bloodline from the Starweaver family. I can also buy you some time by claiming the Voidmin family killed you during the war with the Skyren family. Voidchi would explain the sudden lack of scent. Would that work for you? Stella exchanged a look with Diana. We could run off to the Tainted Cloud sect until Ash is finished ascending. Diana nodded. Looks like the only option for now. Later, we can hide inside Ash's inner world. Stella thought but didn't say that out loud in front of Valendor. Clearly, he was on their side, but there was no telling what information would make him switch sides. Good, you should leave as soon as possible, Valendor said as white flames flickered across his body. I will head over to the Voidmind residence and conduct a fake investigation. Hold on, Ash said as a portal rippled into existence. Allow my guardian and Elder Elaine to accompany you. I have some business to settle with the Voidmind family. Larry crawled through the portal in all his shimmering silver glory and eyed Valendor with his many red eyes. Stella smirked a little, seeing the composed man take a hesitant step back as the nascent soul realm divine beast stared him down. Oh, of course, Valendor said wearily. May I ask what this business with the Voidmind family could be? Eradication and salvation for a chosen few, Ash replied cryptically. A tired-looking Elaine stepped through a portal beside Larry, giving Stella a wink. Stella returned the gesture with a smile. They had discussed going to save her family members in the past, and it seemed Ash had finally decided to take action. With Larry's evolution, conquering the Voidmind family would be a breeze. Two new portals rippled into existence on either side of the peak, one behind Stella and Diana and the other behind Valendor. Through the rift, Stella could see Sleimir, and glancing over her shoulder, the one behind her showed the empty alley behind the restaurant in Nightshade City. Looks like we are going our separate ways already. Stella gave a slight nod to Valendor. The man known as the White Reaper was rather untrustworthy. Still, it was a fact that he had risked a lot to come over to Red Vine Peak and warn her about the patriarch, and for that, she was thankful. Until Vincent Nitros is dead, it's for the best we keep our distance. Grand Elder Valendor clasped his hands behind his back and turned to walk through the portal. I'm sure we will cross paths sometime soon, and I say this with genuine awe. I am surprised how far you have grown since I last saw you. Keep it up. I'm sure your parents would be proud, Stella. With those words, he was gone. Larry and Elaine followed behind, and the portal snapped closed. Stella clicked her tongue. They would be proud. Why should I care what they think? All I care about is Ash's opinion. He is right, Ashlock said, even I am beyond proud of you. Stella felt her lip quiver. This was all too much. Now run to the Tainted Cloud sect. Don't worry about me. My ascension is almost over. Stella walked over and patted his bark. See you soon. And just so you know, you are the only dad I care for. Ashlock chuckled. I am flattered, truly. But learning about your family is important. We don't know the circumstances behind your origins, so give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, fine, Stella replied, but internally she wasn't so sure. Everyone had neglected her upbringing. Only Ash had been there to protect her. How could she face her supposed father who abandoned her and she thought was dead for all these years? Stepping away and giving Ash one final smile, she stepped through the portal with Diana and headed to the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion, where she planned to turn in the bounty and learn more. I just hope the Celestial Warden doesn't make things difficult for me. Stella muttered. Chapter 310. Frozen Star Sect. Stella pulled the hood of her black cloak tighter over her face as she scanned the many lines before the Lotus informants, who all stood behind a counter encircling a jade pillar that dominated the center of the Iron Seeker Pavilion. The Eternal Pursuit Pavilion always gave her the feeling that she was being watched, but now it was especially bad. There were fewer people here than usual, but she still picked the line for a Lotus informant with the most people. There was no way she would make that mistake again. I wonder if the reason for fewer people is due to them dying too. Larry in the recent battle. Stella didn't feel bad about it, but she was somewhat nervous about how the pavilion viewed things. Did they care if the number of bounty hunters decreased, and would they blame her and the Ashfallen sect for it? Nervous? Diana asked as she put a hand on her shoulder. Stella hadn't even realized she had been tapping her foot and drumming her fingers on her leg as she waited in line. The Lotus informant she had picked to line up for seemed professional and efficient, so the queue was moving at a good pace, but it still gave time for turbulent thoughts to brew in her mind. Yeah, a little, Stella whispered back. I am also worried about Ash. He will be fine. Diana squeezed her shoulder lightly, and Stella was surprised to feel some of her nerves dissipate knowing Diana was at her side. Stella hummed in agreement but wasn't so sure. Knowing that they had attracted Vincent Nitrose's attention made her worry as Ash had sent away Larry to finish off the Voidman family and was in a vulnerable state as he shouldered the onslaught of heaven. He also gets easily distracted by his new inner world, and I wouldn't be surprised if he fell asleep while all of us were gone. Next, please. Stella hadn't been focusing on the line as she was lost in thought. Stepping up to the counter alongside Diana, she felt an array wash over them. Noise-canceling array is active, the man said, giving a slight bow like a butler and flashing a charming smile as his icy blue hair fell over his face. My name is Lewis. How can the pavilion serve you today? Stella was taken aback. Is this how a Lotus informant is supposed to be? The difference in professionalism between this man and the last bitch is crazy. First time here. Lewis recovered from his bow and began bringing out parchments that listed the pavilion's services. I understand this place can be rather overwhelming, but don't worry. I am here to assist you with every need, for a price, of course. I can sell you information about anything documented since the founding of the pavilion, or perhaps having a rival killed is on your agenda for today. We are the #1 place to hire bounty hunters. Stella wasn't sure how to interrupt Lewis's sales pitch without seeming rude, so in a flash of silver, she deposited a bloodstained brown sack on the counter between them. Oh, straight to business, I see. It looks like I was mistaken. Lewis seemed embarrassed as he stored away the parchments. Reaching into his pockets, he brought out a fresh pair of white gloves and carefully picked up the sack, noting its weight. May I ask which poor cultivator's head is in here? Albus Lunarshade, Stella said as nonchalantly as she could. Lewis's demeanor changed as he froze in place for a second and then frowned. I see. He set the head down between them. And may I ask for your pendant and name? Stella gulped and felt her palms getting sweaty as the tension rose. What was with his sudden change in attitude? Sure, here, Stella said, carefully placing her black and gold pendant on the counter. My name is Stella Crestfallen of the Iron Seekers. Lewis sighed. Just my luck. Please wait here a moment. Stella raised a brow behind her mask in confusion as Lewis turned his back and spoke into a communication jade. Due to the noise-canceling formation, she couldn't hear what he was saying, and with his back turned, lip reading was also out of the question. We might have a problem, Diana mused at her side. Yeah, his reaction once he heard about the bounty was odd. Maybe he's also paid off by the Lunarshade family. Stella whispered. She had given her name and pendant at the entrance to a guard while still in the range of Ashlock's portals in case they had a negative reaction so she could escape, but they hadn't shown one or barred her entry. Stella glanced over to the other side of the counter where the loud-mouthed Lotus informant had been stationed last time and was surprised to find the spot empty. Did something happen to her after the Lunarshade family fell? That is concerning, but I wasn't referring to his reaction. Look up there. Stella followed Diana's finger, pointing at the jade pillar covered in golden letters detailing the many bounties and missions open to the Iron Seekers. She glanced over two that caught her attention. One was still active near the top of the pillar, while the latter was at the pillar's base and seemed to be fading alongside other failed missions. Death of Albus Lunarshade. Target's estimated threat level. Star Core 2. Affiliation with the Lunarshade family. Nascent Soul 6. Bounty. 10,000 Yinxi coins. The bounty is placed by Corvin Bitebane. For more information, consult a Lotus informant. Mission. Protect the Lunarshade Grand Elder from the Ashfallen sect until sunrise. Failed. Mission's estimated threat level. Nascent Soul unverified. Bounty. 5,000 Yinxi coins per participant with a meaningful contribution upon completing the mission. The mission is commissioned by the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild and will take place in Nightshade City. For more information, consult a Lotus informant. No, look at the very top. Diana gestured to the near the ceiling. It would be hard to make out such small words so far up if not for Stella's superior eyesight as a cultivator. Narrowing her eyes, she realized that the very top had a list of organizations recognized by the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion, and right at the top were two that glowed exceptionally bright. Celestial Empire, Divine. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Ashfallen Sect, Divine. Frozen Star Sect, Monarch Realm. Blood Lotus Sect, Nascent Soul Realm. Tainted Cloud Sect, Nascent Soul Realm. Shadowfang Sect, Nascent Soul Realm. Emerald Serpent Sect, Star Core Realm. Ironwood Sect, Star Core Realm. Stormclaw Sect, Star Core Realm. ... Stella's eyes went up the list, and she was surprised there were dozens of sects she had never heard of listed in the Star Core realm. Some sects were even listed as being in the Soulfire realm, and she wondered how they survived in this harsh world. Really puts into perspective just how powerful a single nascent soul cultivator is. Stella mused as she went up the list. Interestingly, they put the Tainted Cloud sect below the Blood Lotus sect. They must really fear Vincent Nitros. She briefly paused on the Frozen Star sect. There's a Monarch Realm Patriarch out there. I suppose it makes sense with how vast the realm is. Her eyes then widened as she saw what was placed above a Monarch Realm sect. Ashfallen Sect, Divine. That's a mistake, right? Stella tugged on Diana's arm as she used chi to hide her voice from the Lotus informant, who was still busy talking to someone else. Ash is barely in the Nascent Soul Realm, let alone Monarch Realm. Why the hell are we listed above the Frozen Star sect as a divine? I have some ideas. Diana sighed. If one were to watch our fight with the Lunarshade, I can see how they could draw such a conclusion. Larry, being a divine monster certainly doesn't help, and Ashlock had a certain way of coming off as a godly being rather than your typical cultivator. Curse the 9 realms. Should we run away? I didn't realize our battle would cause such a misunderstanding. What if the Frozen Star sect's patriarch takes offense to this ranking and challenges us? Ahem. Sorry to keep you two waiting. Stella felt her blood run cold as Lewis coughed to draw their attention. He looked at both of them carefully before settling on Stella's mask. Here at the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion, we like to remain independent of sect politics, but as this is a land ruled by the strong, sometimes exceptions have to be made to ensure the pavilion's survival. What is he talking about? Stella wondered as Lewis reached under his desk and placed a gem-encrusted pendant on the counter. Hey, where did my black and gold pendant go? When did he have time to hide it away? By order of the Celestial Warden, Stella Crestfallen, you have been designated an esteemed guest with close ties to a sect or person with power more significant than the pavilion. Lewis tapped the pendant with the tip of his finger. Although we won't promote you to the Jade Sentinel rank off background alone, this pendant allows you to visit any area within the pavilion and utilize all the services we have to offer. Just put some blood on it, and it will be yours. Thanks. Stella took the very fancy-looking pendant with some apprehension and smeared some blood on its surface. Why did it feel harder to remain low-key with every visit to the pavilion? At least this shows they don't hate me, or I guess they are more scared of my dad's supposed strength. Wait, what happens when they discover that Ash is in the nascent soul realm and isn't a divine entity? Will they call me a fraud and take this status away? Lewis gave a deep bow. On behalf of the pavilion, we appreciate someone of your status choosing to work with us. Now, I have been informed some pill evaluations need your attention, but first, should I process this bounty for you? Yes, please, Stella said in a more professional tone than usual, wanting nothing more than to leave as soon as possible. Never before had she felt like such a fraud, and she was starting to hallucinate cracks appearing in her mask and facade. Lewis removed the head from the brown sack and thoroughly inspected it. He opened Albus's eyelids to check his eyeballs before carefully removing one with a knife and placing it in a small jade bowl lit up with silver light as the runic formation activated. This head doesn't appear to have been created out of illusion chi or manufactured from organic matter. There are traces of lunar chi, and the overall appearance matches those we have in our records. Lewis set Albus's head down on a cloth behind him, but realistically, none of these checks matter since the Pavilion witnessed Albus dying alongside the rest of the Lunarshade family. Therefore, I have authorized the addition of 10,000 Yingxi coins to your account, and the bounty is marked as complete on your record. Thank you. Now, onto the pill evaluation. Lewis brought out a parchment and held it out to Stella. She took the offered document and read its contents. 50 to 100 Yingxi coins per pill. I thought the appraiser said it would be 10 per pill. Stella looked up from the parchment in bafflement. Such a sharp increase in evaluation was unexpected. I am unaware of the original appraisal, but apparently, due to current market conditions and the quality of those pills, they should go for that price at auction, Lewis said dismissively. Stella bit her lip as she thought about how ridiculous this was. Assuming the upper end evaluation, each pill bottle would be worth 1,000 Yingxi coins. If she sold a dozen bottles, it would be equal to hunting down and killing the scion of a nascent Soul Realm family from the war era. At nobleman at. Though I suppose I should offer my congratulations, Lewis said with a beaming smile. It's not often that such talented alchemists with access to such materials appear out of nowhere. The Ashfallen sect and trading company really is deserving of its divine evaluation. Yeah, Stella wanted to leave already. This was too much nonsense. She had lied a lot in the past, such as to the redclaws, but this was on another level with much more severe consequences. Now, concerning the distribution of these pills, due to the death of the Lunarshade family, there aren't many families left in the Tainted Cloud sect that could consistently purchase such expensive pills. Lewis pulled out another parchment with a list of potential clients. For a fee, we can sell the pills on your behalf in other sects, the Celestial Empire, and even other institutions like the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild. Stella grabbed an ink-dipped quill off Lewis's desk and crossed out the Celestial Empire, the Frozen Star sect, and the Golden Dragon Alchemy Guild. Do not sell pills to these people, Stella said, depositing the quill back into its inkwell. Anyone else is fine. May I ask why? These groups would have the most purchasing power, so if you have a lot of pills to sell, crossing them out seems counterproductive. Because I said so. Don't ask questions. Stella snapped. There was no way she could reveal that the real reason was because these groups were all more powerful than the Ashfallen sect, or she simply didn't like them, so selling pills to these regional powers would be a terrible idea. Understood. Lewis bowed and took the parchment. I will inform the alchemy and trade halls of these requirements. Do you want to sell any pills with us today? Stella didn't see why not since she was already here. The idea of coming here again so soon to speak with another Lotus informant drained her of all her remaining patience, so her spatial ring flashed, and a dozen pill bottles appeared. I should really have the Duskwalker residents sell these pills instead of me so they get their cut, but the cat's out of the bag. The Pavilion knows who the source of these pills is now, so I might as well sell some. Excellent. I will see that these are sold in auctions to the sects you have specified, and then I will deposit the funds into your account automatically. Lewis waved his hand, and the pill bottles vanished into the table. Is there anything else I can help you with today? Stella was briefly distracted by how the bottles had sunk into the table. Yeah, there is one more thing, actually. Could I buy the information about the other person with the crestfallen ancestral bloodline? Of course, that will be 800 Yingxi coins. Stella nodded, and Lewis went to retrieve a leather-bound book. Glancing down at her gem-encrusted pendant, she noted the number floating on its surface in golden letters, which showed her current balance decreasing to 9,200. Lewis flicked through the pages. Ah, here we go, Crestfallen. There are only 2 registered names here, Stella Crestfallen and Janice Crestfallen. Which, might I add, is rather strange for a bloodline. How so? Stella asked. It looks like my father's name is Janice. Lewis looked up and gave her a strange look. We have kept records for thousands of years. How can a family bloodline only include 2 people? A man and a girl as well. There's no list of a mother in here or any ancestors. That's because my mother might be a tree. Stella thought with a hint of amusement. Is there any other information about Janice Crestfallen? Not much, Lewis said. He is noted to be in the nascent soul realm and was last seen in the Frozen Star sect. Besides that, nothing is known about him or his origins. Sorry, what? Lewis looked up from the book. Nascent soul realm. Stella didn't believe it. 5 years ago, he had been in the soul fire realm and had even supposedly died while trying to reach the star core realm. How could he have reached such a realm so quickly? Lewis shrugged. That's what it says here. I remember that guy. He was an interesting man with many secrets, a deep voice said, tickling Stella's ear. Stella whirled around to see a tall man shrouded in a black cloak and jade mask, just like any other bounty hunter. Who are you? Stella asked, and Diana stepped to put herself between them. A hand emerged from the folds of the man's cloak clutching an impressive gem-encrusted pendant around twice the size of Stella's but looked normal in his hand. My name is Tiberius. Stella searched her memories but couldn't remember anyone with such a name. Sorry, I don't know anyone called Tiberius. Are you also an esteemed guest? Tiberius chuckled as he hid the pendant away. I guess so. It's understandable that you wouldn't know me by name. Few do. Perhaps my title of Celestial Warden of this pavilion would have been a better introduction. Stella froze. You're the Celestial Warden. I am indeed, Tiberius said, and Louis nodded in agreement. I know you are a busy woman, but could you spare me a few minutes for a quick chat? I have some questions, and perhaps I can offer some answers in return. Stella gulped. Did she even have a choice?